Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 751-800. Chapter 751. At the beginning, especially after thinking about these things clearly, I always had a doubt in my heart. Why would I always pay attention to myself in death? Of course, no matter what. In fact, he might just regard him as a friend, but only after Sasuke's incident. He always felt a little unhappy in his heart, so he was very clear during this time and knew that he was indeed a lot of negative, but just after leaving in April, I was also with him at that time. After talking for a long time, he understood a lot in his heart, and he just couldn't get over that hurdle, but it wouldn't be something he couldn't get through in a lifetime. It's like a very real example. From the very beginning, isn't even the current Hokage-sama simply outstanding in medical ninjutsu? However, it is still a Hokage now. Anyway, as long as I can work hard now, maybe it is not too late. Otherwise, I still can't figure out these things, and I will waste people's thoughts on myself. Hokage. Haruno Sakura thought about it clearly. After these things, he ran over and found Tsunade, because he knew that at this time, Tsunade had been busy in Naruto's office all this time. However, in the past, I still smoked and came to talk to myself first. In fact, he was already very grateful. After thinking about it clearly, he ran over directly. Thinking about that day, he had already told himself very clearly. If there is any if he thinks clearly and understands one day, he has to tell him immediately, but he just used the news himself. Today, he spent 2 days thinking about these things. He knew that no matter what happened to Sasuke, it was already become his thing. In my heart, even if I love Sasuke very much, I also like him very much, but no matter what, I can only keep all these things in my heart. After all, if he doesn't see the situation in front of him it is clear, I am afraid that the road in the future will definitely be difficult to walk. Why do you want to call me Hokage all of a sudden, Tilda? When Tsunade heard her calling him like that, she suddenly didn't respond. After all, Haruno Sakura had never called her so politely before. I myself, not to mention he has never been in the middle of their juniors, so when I hear her call like that now, I am afraid I have something to ask for. I have already thought through what you said to me a few days ago. I know that I was indeed in a bad state of mind. No matter what, I have paid a lot for these things, even if he can't reach the end. What I want. Haruno Sakura paused when he said this, and when Tsunade heard what he said, he knew that he had already figured it out, but he couldn't accept this for a long time in his heart. The result, in fact, is just like himself. In fact, sometimes in his heart, he also slowly walked out of these shadows from the very beginning. However, until now, he dare not say that these shadows have completely made him forget. He just put it all down in his heart. Needless to say, as long as you think clearly, no one is an immortal. Since those things have already happened, they will not be forgotten, but you have to learn to accept these realities. I know you were not that kind from the very beginning. A person who can't stand the blow, but you can't always recognize it clearly. He can accompany you once or twice. Will he stay with you like this forever? What's more, since Sasuke has been cast under Orochimaru, so you also have to be clear that the path he chose is different from yours. I know you cherish your old days, but now you have to make yourself stronger. When I just said and thought about it before, although I have been teaching Haruno Sakura medical ninjutsu all the time, but Haruno Sakura's talent is also good, but it's just a lack of confidence for me. When I think of this, there are still some sighs in my heart. No matter what, I just hope that he can achieve better results in this Chunin assessment. Haruno Sakura nodded when she heard Tsunade say this. Although she had always been very clear in her heart before, it was just like Tsunade, he could not accept this reality, nor could he accept herself. It was the days without Sasuke, so he might have sunk into it for a while, but now that he is awake, he will not be like before. There are a lot of things going on in the village during this time. I don't even have time to teach you, so you can go and train with Naruto Uzumaki and Luaken, but I don't know if you can keep up with their intensity. When Tsunade thought of this, he hesitated a little bit. After all, with his current strength, It may be difficult to keep up with the progress of the two of them, but no matter what, after all, human strength is forced out. If you still don't know whether you can succeed or not, it must be just in vain, so you can only know what you can do if you put yourself in a desperate situation. When Haruno Sakura heard Tsunade say this, she was only stunned for a moment, because he knew that Yixing was very strong, and I am afraid that it was more, which was beneficial to the training of Jiraiya and Hitaki Kakashi, but no matter what, can a girl like me accept the training of living with two people? Haruno Sakura lowered her head but didn't speak. Tsunade wanted to ask, but she breathed a sigh of relief. Diaresis after all, she's a girl, just follow the two of them to train. If you can't keep up with the strength of the two of them, then let Jiraiya and the others make a new plan for you. When Haruno Sakura heard Tsunade say this, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, as long as he was like this now, he would be very happy if someone came to be his master. However, Kakashi Hitaki also came out. In the eyes of Mingming, he is actually very clear about this point. After all, strict teachers produce high-level apprentices. But he was still a little flustered when the two of them were training him. But now when the singer said this, he gritted his teeth and agreed, no matter what, because she actually understood the truth in her heart. No, just follow the two of them. I know my physical strength is poor now, but as long as I work hard, nothing can't be accomplished. Chapter 752. After Hitaki Kakashi heard about this, he suddenly felt like he was joking. Tsunade, don't you know how much difference Haruno Sakura and Naruto have? However, during this time, he has always been obsessed with Sasuke's affairs. They never knew how hard it was all these years. Haruno Sakura can also be revealed from Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. It seems that he is disgusted, but no matter what, he has to do his best, since he has chosen this path now. Then if you give up halfway, it's not your character. Anyway, if you do it, you can do it better. If you don't do it, then don't choose this path from the beginning. So, when I saw Kakashi like this, I actually knew that maybe he had been through a bit too long, so some of these people didn't believe him, but they had to prove themselves no matter what. I know this time it seems that I have become a person with very slow progress, but no matter what, since I have chosen this path and the master is willing to give me this opportunity, I will be the same as the two of them in the following days. If I can't keep up with the progress of the two of them, I will definitely not drag everyone down here, so I hope you will be more troubled in the next days. When the eyes said this sentence, the cause on the side was actually very clear in his heart. Since he has already chosen such a choice, then of course he supports it, but no matter what he says, he has the foundation now. Too bad, but if you let him start training with him now, I'm afraid he won't last long. Hitaki Kakashi's requirements are relatively high. For this matter, everyone knows why the village not many people here want to apply for a credit card because his requirements are too strict and harsh. Even if he is unemployed, he will sometimes scold him, not to mention that his training intensity is really many times stronger than Jiraiya's, and although he usually doesn't say anything about you, as long as you don't make any mistakes in your training, he won't care about how you usually are. However, his heart is different. Since he has already made you uncomfortable, then the two people who are involved in many things at night will look at the character of your words and deeds. It can be seen that when I tell the truth, I feel that the requirements of Tsinghua University are even stricter, but after all, it is my own requirements. At that time, I just thought that if the two masters train together, I will improve faster. Now even Haruno Sakura, if you want to be like yourself, I am afraid that she may not be able to endure such suffering. It's not that Luokan looked down on him, but he was very aware of Haruno Sakura's body and abilities. Can your current physical strength keep up with the training of the two of them? Otherwise, you should let Zilai also formulate a training plan for you first. When Zie said this, he didn't mean to despise it. After all, they felt that the training of two people was too tiring. After all, he was thanks to the help of the system before he started. He really could not have imagined that Haruno Sakura would actually accept the training of these two people. Think about it here. At that time, some people really didn't dare to believe it. After all, he is a girl now, and she actually knows her physical strength very well. This should also be carefully thought about, but he did not agree to his request, because he knew that the world is actually for his own good, but he himself has already thought clearly now, no matter what, since he has already chosen this road, no matter how difficult it is, he must persevere. From the very beginning, he never really thought about these problems, but now all the problems have been placed in front of him. All paths are also for oneself to choose. No need, if I can't even hold on to this bit of suffering, then I really don't have to walk the road in the future. I have already thought about it very clearly before, no matter what, maybe from the beginning. I just made myself too comfortable. What should I do before? I always thought that I would make a difference, but now I can't. Football is no longer in the village, so I always have to grow up by myself. After Haruno Sakura finished saying these words with a smile, Hitaki Kakashi just snorted coldly. As for this girl, she repeatedly put these in the village and Xiaobei into a predicament. I can't tell what it's like, but when she said this today, I still felt a little uncomfortable, but I already knew exactly what to do. Anyway, I don't know what to do. He will be partial to anyone, so if he can persevere, it will be good. If he can't persevere, he'd better forget his own thoughts. Naturally, when I heard him say this, I still had some scattered thoughts. No matter what, I used to be a little girl. If today he really feels a little bit unhappy, he also appeared to persuade him. Why don't I make a set of training methods for you first, and you don't have to look at these two hairy boys. Celebrities are much better than your physical strength anyway. I'm really afraid of your training this day. If you come down, you won't be able to get up yourself. After July also said this, in fact, it was also when he said something. The strength of the two of them was really much stronger. Before, they were only training and losing one person, but now there is a celebrity. However, Naruto is often unable to keep up with the progress of the two of them, so most of the training is all done by himself. For him and Hitaki Kakashi, this fact has been tacitly accepted. Because he knew that although Naruto said he was making progress, his talent was not as good. Naruto listened to Shinjirai and his own master said this, and he was actually a little embarrassed when he was, after all, but he had to admit that this was the truth. He already clearly understood that the gap between him and him was not just a little bit, that's why he has to work harder and try his best to feel his progress, so that he won't let himself be more disappointed. On the contrary, he feels that although there will be no jealousy when the two of them train, they will be more able to stimulate himself to make progress. Chapter 753. XXX. When Haruno Sakura heard Jiraiya say this, of course she knew that he was well-intentioned, but she didn't deserve it. She was soaked in the honeypot every time, so she was a girl, but Tsunade told him that when he spoke, he actually knew very clearly in his heart that no matter what, he had already decided that since he was going to take this road, he should understand that this road might not be so easy to solve from the beginning, but no matter what. Now that he has truly put aside all the things in his past, thinking about his previous life, he is indeed very mature, not to mention that all things are actually very clear in their hearts. Forget it, I really don't want to care about your things. As long as he can analyze it himself, it's fine. On the contrary, if he talks so much, he can't persevere, isn't it still useless? When they really started training, Chen Jianying never thought that it was really like they used to be, but when you watch the plot and remember this look, don't stick to it while gritting your teeth, naturally pay attention. Haruno Sakura's complexion seemed to have changed a bit when he arrived. This intensity might have been much stronger for him as a girl. He really wanted to apply for this item with Jiraiya and Hitaki Kakashi just now. At the time of the incident, I didn't expect that Hitaki Kakashi usually gave an order to strengthen the strength, but this made Sai's heart stunned for a while, and Haruno Sakura's proposal was only 3/4 of them if they checked it according to the system. However, for them, I am afraid that this intensity can still be accepted for themselves. Celebrities may not be able to accept such intensity of training. However, at this time, I have always been aware of Hitaki Kakashi. This what do you want? It is nothing more than to let Chen Zuying bring up the matter of terminating training, but they didn't think that no matter what, even if they fall down again and again in the mud and stain their faces, it is no matter how tired they are physically and mentally. But he still gritted his teeth and didn't say a word, which really surprised Jiraiya and Hitaki Kakashi. Before that, didn't this girl say that Tsunade had been studying medical ninjutsu all the time? Then he might as well study these things, but now he didn't think that this little girl has such perseverance in their hearts, and they were a little shocked. I didn't expect that Chunye Sakura would actually stick to it. Now in Haruno Sakura's strength is actually the same as the mirror in their hearts. I'm afraid they wanted to throw it away from the beginning, it's like a burden, but anyway, I wonder if Hasi hasn't really strengthened the difficulty. On the contrary, they waited until Haruno Sakura slowly got used to this intensity, and then continued the next training. For this, Naruto actually didn't know why Hitaki Kakashi and Jiraiya were today. The two of them actually increased this intensity again. Just when I wanted to take a breath, I didn't think that Kakashi Ping Hitaki would directly let her fight Luo Chen. When Naruto heard the news, there was something hidden in his heart. After all, before, he always wanted to fight Luo Chen, but now he has never had a chance to be right. His words also fulfilled one of his own wishes. In the past, because he knew that Luo Chen's talent was much stronger than his, he would not be discouraged no matter what. Luo Chen never imagined that there would be such a situation now. In the past, the two of them just chose their own physical strength, but on the contrary, suddenly, even if the two of them were allowed to fight like this. No, I didn't hear that you agreed with us. It's not that Luo Chen didn't want Hitaki Kakashi to suddenly let the two of them do it, not to mention that one of them had told him this before. But he did not promise Naruto. Naruto looked eager to try, and Luo Chen also knew that Kimu Kakashi was a test for the two of them. So it was also very rigorous, and after seeing Naruto's tricks, there were also some small things. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, he would actually make great progress. He clearly knew that he had been working hard during this time, so he always wanted to know exactly what kind of goal he could achieve. However, during this time, he had been practicing with Luo Chen and the two of them. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I've improved a lot during this time, you have to be very careful. After Naruto said these words, he made his move and became a bit more ruthless. He knew that such a move might be easy for Luo Chen to unravel, but no matter what, he must do his best. Of course, Luo Chen he is the most powerful one in their trust, but his talent is also the best, so no matter what, he has always been working hard for his goal, and he wants to become stronger. Of course, it's not just you who have improved, but I'm better than you. Anyway, it depends on what you want to be. Everyone has their own abilities, so this time there is no need to compromise each other. What's going on? 0. Luokan directly used the system and glanced at Naruto's current attack power, so he said it was comparable to himself, but his physical strength was not as good as his own. In addition, his talent is also much worse than his own, so no matter what, he has always been on the upper hand. When he saw this, Luo Chen not only felt relieved, but anyway Chunyan saw two people fighting outside. In such a simple heart, Naruto is still a little worried that he is not worried about Luo Chen because he knows that Luo Chen's strength may always be above them for them. From the very beginning, Naruto and Luo Chen seem to be tied. It's so easy to think that Naruto has improved so fast now, but even after a period of time, Naruto's physical strength is obviously not enough recently. After thinking about it for a while, Luokan did not directly hurt Naruto, but in any case, his own subordinates were still a bit measured, and it only made him doomed, and during this time he knew in his heart that Naruto was she also paid a lot for this training, but when she saw Haruno Sakura, there seemed to be a burst of desire in her eyes. She had never seen a strong desire. 100 million. Chapter 754. After the two started fighting, Naruto was especially worried about Naruto from the very beginning, but it seemed that he didn't need to worry about it, not to mention that a lot of time had passed since no one was there, even himself. It can be seen, but in this situation, he himself seems to be the opposite, and the expectations and results seem to have originally thought that there would be no accident at all, but when he saw the two of them fighting. The time is also wonderful. Even Kakashi, who was watching from the side, had a calm expression on his face. From the very beginning, he actually just wanted to show Haruno Sakura how strong the two of them were. Maybe he can quit on his own. Why, look at this little girl who seems to be eager to try, but no matter what happens in 203, if he can really persevere, it is naturally the best. If not, then she had asked him to leave as soon as possible. It was better to stay far away. So she said that she had no ill will towards Haruno Sakura, but she didn't believe that Haruno Sakura could persevere. However, Tsunade also came to see their situation at this time. He really didn't think of it before. After all, he knew very well that Kakashi is very picky, and Jirai can be regarded as a good talker. But if Haruno Sakura really did, she would still be a little worried if the two of them were to train, not to mention she knew it well in her heart. Kakashi only snorted coldly when she saw the master coming. Why didn't she feel at ease when she handed people over to her? She had to come and see it in person. If she was really worried, she might as well put it directly. He took it back. Anyway, I really didn't plan to teach this little girl a liar. What's more, when he was in the past, those who were him were actually very optimistic about him. But no matter what, he was sent by Tsunade after all. He didn't throw it out directly. It was already considered to be a lot of face for Haruno Sakura, and now Tsunade came to see him in person, and he didn't know what to say in his heart. However, Haruno Sakura did not expect that the master would come to see her at this time, but she also knew what she had said to the master before. She had already thought very clearly. He knew that his current weather it's not very good, and his strength is not the strongest among these people. Maybe Hatake Kakashi has a lot of opinions for him now, and he can feel it. After all, his talent and qualifications, everything is here, and no other people are allowed to speak. Even if a master comes to plead for himself, I am afraid that it will not necessarily make a good impression. I have noticed this very much in my usual times. Things are up. And he is actually very clear in his heart now. After all, in this world, only those who are really strong enough can speak. He may have thought clearly before, but he has always been reluctant to admit such a fact. However, it has been destined since birth that the mission is to protect the village, but the weak will be swallowed up by the world. Maybe it is just the elimination of the fittest. He knows that maybe when he thinks of this, he always feels that something is not big, it's comfortable, but no matter what, she already knows these truths in her heart now. Career, she has been fighting with Naruto wholeheartedly here. On the contrary, after finding that Naruto's strength has improved a lot during this time, he is actually happy. However, he found that there were still many flaws. He was just showing mercy, but Naruto seemed to be fighting hard. I didn't expect that I would be able to do so many tricks under your hands this time. Naruto smiled, but he didn't realize his own shortcomings for the time being, not to mention that when he saw Luo Chen, it seemed that he was only when he could not defend or attack, but the attack was not as fast as just now. He still had some doubts in his heart. After all, he could have a lot more crazy ideas than himself. No matter how he would notice these things in his heart, he didn't know who he was. What was she thinking? But at the moment when she panicked, Luo Chen shot directly. Naruto still lost in his career, which made him actually a little satisfied. After all, he and Yotsuba only couldn't beat Yotsuba in a quarter of an hour, and he would lose all the way, but this time it's just that he persisted for such a long time, thinking that during this period of time, his own training should be of course there was progress, but at this time, Jiraiya came directly over, suppressing all Naruto's thoughts into the soil. Why did you still feel unconvinced when you lost before, but this time you look like you're smiling? When Jiraiya also saw Naruto, he actually didn't know what to say. Couldn't he see that Luo Chen was actually letting them do it? Not all of them, not to mention the fact that the routine just now was already all there. You can see clearly, where do Naruto's shortcomings belong. Of course, I never lasted under his hands for a long time before, but this time I persisted for so long. Is it possible? Isn't it true that I have been training hard during this period of time? What do you think? You don't seem to be very happy, don't you? I'm afraid it's just you, the stupid boy. You've been holding on to him for so long, and you don't know. They just want to see where your flaws are. It has been beaten down, and in any case, it has indeed improved a lot during this time, but although this is true, you must not be lazy or slack in the slightest. Jiraiya just told Naruto all about this directly. At first, I couldn't believe it, but when I thought about it, it was true. For a while, the world really paid attention to defense. He thought that maybe his company was too aggressive, but now he thinks that everything he said is true. He really didn't notice this. When he thought about it, he still had some not too embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed at this time? Why don't you hurry up and practice? Naruto was not at all embarrassed to be exposed by others. On the contrary, he always motivated himself, because he knew that he had been by Jiraiya's side from the beginning of learning the art of psychics, and naturally he would not harm himself. Chapter 755. What? Don't you just worry about this girl? If so, why don't you just take her back and put her with me? Hatake Kakashi's impression of Haruno Sakura has always been based on the previous things. Although he doesn't really like him in the end, he doesn't have such a high career talent. She is also a teacher and a friend, but after all, people didn't show her favor, and her face was not blind. However, the master's arrival at this time is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, but for the master, it is only a little worried about Haruno Sakura for a while. He couldn't accept such intense training, but he didn't want to interfere with Hatake Kakashi. Don't think too much, I just put it with you before, which is more reassuring than with other people. Besides, I still have a career and inspire them with celebrities. The feelings of the three of them, it can be regarded as a better relationship than the children in the same village. Haven't you thought about it? Maybe he is the second me. Tsunade smiled. Of course he knew Hatake Kakashi's temper, and he never liked others to meddle in his training, but he had no such plans. 22 On the contrary, for him, it is very helpful. Murakami is very active in any task, so for the final exam, of course, he is 100 reassured, but Jirai also looks like such a fool, and he has no idea what he is really thinking. Such an abacus, but no matter what, whether he can persevere one day or not, it can only be Haruno Sakura's own good fortune, and he can show him a path, and it depends on him. I thought you were reluctant to let him come out and suffer, but since you said that, I can't say anything else. You just need to think about it clearly. What's more, if he wants to train with Luo Chen and the two of them, if he slows down training, I'll still kick him out. Hatake Kakashi is very strict about this kind of thing and never has any mentality to let go of water. Even if it looks like this, it is actually just a smile, laughing at him. He knew Kakashi in the end. What kind of temper? Don't worry, I won't interfere in the affairs between you. I'm here just to see them, so I say they've come to you, but I'm not here yet, so I'll see what he's training now. It looks like it, but just now, I was watching Luoken and the two of them, playing a game. Tsunade watched the whole process just now. When the two of them were competing, he knew very well in his heart that the fourth master had the upper hand from the beginning, but Naruto has indeed improved during this time. Quite a lot. I was very happy when I saw the two of them like this. After all, they are the hope of the village, so he is very happy to have an opinion about their Johnson & Johnson. It should also be known that he was not at ease just after receiving it, so he came here to see him. He also heard what Kakashi said, but he never resented Kakashi because he knew Kakashi has always liked to say that the talent is relatively good. Even if Luo Chen is Jiraiya and Kakashi, both of them are very willing to let him be their apprentice. However, Hatake Kakashi was just worried that he would slow down their training progress. In fact, it was not his fault. I will definitely persevere. If I don't persevere, then you can do whatever you want, but I'm still here to train with the two of them very well. This also affects the time here. In fact, he himself feels very tired, but this kind of training is really comfortable, increasing his physical fitness, and seeing the fourth sister and the two of them have been insisting, not to mention that he has no reason to back down. He had already thought very clearly about this matter from the very beginning. He would not back down easily if he chose this path. However, when Tsunade heard him say this, he just laughed. Laughing, looking at Kimu Kakashi, he knew that the piece Kimu Kakashi used for Haruno Sakura was a little big. After all, it was always the case before, because Haruno Sakura also caused a lot of trouble. On the other hand, Jiraiya was on the other side after guiding Naruto, and he realized it at this time. It turned out that his career had always been letting her, but after this period of training, he did see himself progress, so Jiraiya didn't punish him. On the contrary, the career told him all the flaws of others. What Naruto didn't expect was the career, so he didn't mean that he was just a subordinate just showing mercy, just to see that he has more flaws. He never thought about himself again. There are so many flaws in this fight, so when I heard the MC talk about these things, I still felt that there was something wrong in my heart. Some were embarrassed, and even more determined to cultivate well. When Midnight saw Tsunade and Hatake Kakashi talking about Haruno Sakura, she actually already had a lot of competition in her heart. After all, he knew the girl Haruno Sakura very well. No matter what he said, he was in his temper. There is still a bit of blood, not to mention that he was in contact with Haruno Sakura before, and he was able to understand a lot of things. Maybe he never came out of the shadow of losing Sasuke before, so he became like this. Yes, but since he has made up his mind at this time, he will definitely do well. I heard that Hinata Tsunade has also improved a lot during this time. Hatake Kakashi suddenly saw Tsunade and asked. Tsunade nodded. For Hyuga sinning, he was indeed considered a genius at the beginning, but at that time Sasuke said it was above it, but after that, he has always been very good. Practice hard. In this respect, Hyuga Tsunade can still be regarded as a very talented and wonderful girl. When Cassie suddenly asked him, Tsunade was also stunned. Why did you ask him all of a sudden? How can you just listen to how much he has improved in this period of time? You know that I have always liked the strong, let alone some people in the village. There are only so few good seedlings, so naturally I have to go up. Dessert. Hatake Kakashi has been assisting Tsunade since Sandame left Hokage's position. Chapter 756. From the very beginning, Hyuga Ji-ning directly positioned the lock pillar as her goal. She wanted to surpass Sasuke wholeheartedly, but she did not expect that Sasuke was actually bewitched by Orochimaru and left the village, which really gave him some. Now that such a thing happened, he didn't say anything, but after returning to the family, he worked hard to cultivate. Because he knows very well in his heart that there are many people who are stronger than Sasuke. Just like being unemployed, he actually has some envy in his heart when he fought with him before. At that time, he was already very talented in the family. A man, but he never thought that he would be defeated by him. It is a proud day. How can the album name accept such a reality? Although I have very little contact with him in normal times, it is always I have been following his news all the time, so when I heard him escape from under the mansion several times, I knew that this person was extremely difficult. There are a few people who can escape from Orochimaru's lair. Even if he comes back whole like this, there are probably very few people. As long as he is talented, plus he has noticed him from the very beginning. So no matter what, the village will more or less find out about him, and he is also extremely hardworking. However, when I know that this time the worker assessment will be researched, I am also a little happy. So during this period of time, he practiced harder to increase his salary. Since the last time he was in the forest, he had already lost. After this time, he knew that his strength was probably higher than his own, so he also regarded him as his short-term goal of treatment. Of course, he was not willing to be accepted by others. He is behind, but before, he has always been a genius in this family. Just like Sasuke, he has never appeared before April. He is the number one in the village, but after Sasuke appeared, even if he fell from this position, although he would not be like Sasuke, he also had his own goals. When Hinata saw her brother practicing day and night like this, he was actually a little worried. After all, when he thought of that boy before, he suddenly blushed and bit his lip. Before, he was fortunate enough to meet Luo Chen a few times. At that time, he didn't seem to be doing very well, but he noticed it. How about it? But he had already noticed him. Hinata saw that the villagers of Hinata were only working so hard to keep up with the progress of her career. In fact, she felt that it was completely unnecessary at the time, although in normal times, cultivation is indeed very hard, but everyone's talents are different, although he himself said it very clearly. But no matter how he tried to persuade Hyuga Sinning, he would never listen to what he said, but the idea was just to come and scold him. Nippon Zinning is a very strong person. When he heard this in Japanese, he was naturally in his heart unhappy. Of course he doesn't want to be compared by others, he is the pride of the Hyuga family. Only a waste can be content with the status quo, not to mention that you have never thought about these things in your usual times, so I am afraid that you can achieve such an achievement now. You are already satisfied. I am different from you. When Ming finished saying this, he snorted coldly. Although his temper was not really that good, every time he heard Hinata persuaded him to rest, he would always feel very uncomfortable. He always felt this is just wasting time. He has stimulated his potential again and again. People never know how powerful he can be unless he pushes him. As for this matter, he certainly knows it now. Hinata will naturally be very sad when he hears him say this, but he will never complain to others again. He will just keep all these things in his heart. When he thinks of that boy, he will also most of them are a little embarrassed, not to mention that he is so good. Maybe his brother is right, although he himself has no ambitions, but when he sees such excellent people, there must be many excellent people around him. People in him as friends, and what is oneself. All of this may just be his own wishful thinking, but Hinata still remembers the gentleness of Luokan talking to him. When he thought of this, he really couldn't control himself, as if he was about to fall into it. Every time Hinata Tsunade talks about this, he feels that something is not right. If he can't finish it, Hinata really likes him. It's really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Can't he see it in his heart? Are you aware of this reality? Not to mention how good a person Midnight is, he has to admit it, but he will definitely catch up with him no matter what. Just like Hinata, he himself is embarrassed to like others. What a fantasy. Diaresis, I said you don't like him, right? Hinata Tsunade looked at Hinata, and when there was something wrong with his face, he also asked this question casually, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's just that he's overhearted. When Hinata heard him say that, her face changed suddenly. Although she had some good feelings about her career, even though he had always been clear to this day, I'm afraid she would say, it's good he wants to eat swan meat, but no matter what, he has always been very clear in his heart. Maybe he has always kept this love in his heart. He will not say it or humiliate himself, unless she has the strength to stand by his side one day. He will announce this love to the public, otherwise he will not. I hope that his family will be ashamed because of his own affairs. He knows that the world is actually very powerful. How many numbers does Tianfang have? Loved by Hitaki Kakashi Jiraiya Tsunade, these three are the village's Jonin. He was the only one who could be very close to the three of them, so he didn't dare to think about it at all, but he really liked it. But when he heard Hyuga Sinning ask him, he quickly denied it. He did not dare to admit this matter in front of Hyuga Sinning. Chapter 757. Hyuga Sinning heard that when Hinata said this, he still nodded, because he should know very well what kind of strength he is, and what kind of strength this Luokan is. The two are very different. Don't be delusional. The toad wants to eat swan meat, and when it is rejected by others, the whole Hyuga family will be embarrassed. It's not that I hit you. If you have any thoughts about others in normal times, maybe don't say it, but I warn you, it's best not to say those thoughts in your heart, otherwise you will be ashamed. But the whole Hyuga family, I don't have so many people to accompany you, otherwise I will train hard myself. If you really like someone, you might as well catch up with him through your own efforts. Although Hinata Tsunade used to say that the water was blocked, this time, he didn't know why. He suddenly changed his attitude, which made Hinata himself a little unacceptable. Suddenly, his brother suddenly the change, but no matter what, he knew in his heart that this was the reality. The gap between the two was not a star and a half, but how could he catch up? Although he smiled bitterly, he still wanted to give silently for the effort in his heart. He knows that even though the gap between the two is very big, and maybe even after the comeback, the two may not be able to be together, but he can only be happy after he has paid for it. Even if this result is the worst, but he also worked hard and didn't regret it. But Hyuga sinning was always very vicious to himself. Why did he talk about this to himself this time? Although it is said that Hinata has always had dust in his heart, but when he heard him say that, in fact, he is very clear in his heart that it is not to attack his self-esteem. On the contrary, it seems to be like this in the current situation. After all, the reality is already in front of him, unless he has been working hard, but because of this, I didn't have the talent of Hyuga Tashiling from the beginning, but is it too late to work hard now? However, Luokan's purpose was to complete the system tasks from the very beginning. When he saw Haruno Sakura working hard step by step, he was of course very happy. As her friend, of course, he also hoped that he would become better and better in the future. There is still a long way to go, and no one knows what will happen. As a girl, she may be more sober than their boys, so he also hopes to make Haruno Sakura stronger. Seeing him not working hard when he looked like this, Yotsuba couldn't help but feel that the progress was a little too slow. Although Hitaki Kakashi said those poisonous words, he was not forgiving, but the intensity of his training was still quite good, and he was able to take into account. To Haruno Sakura. After Luokan looked up the functions in the system, he found that he could help Haruno Sakura gain some experience, which would also be of great help to his training, plus he had used the system a lot at that time. He still has some pills left here, and he should improve his physique if he gives it. I am afraid there is no problem. When he thinks of this, he can be regarded as a sigh of relief. If he really waits for Haruno Sakura like this after 3 months of honest training, although he will make great progress, I am afraid that he will not pass the assessment of everyone. Thinking of this, he still feels a little unwilling. When Haruno Sakura saw the pills in Luokan's hand, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she would go out by herself before, but she would actually give this kind of thing to herself. How come I've never seen this before? It can be seen that, of course, there are some curious about the pill in Ziyi's hand. Of course it's a good thing for you. Otherwise, why would I call you? You're really tired during this time. If you eat it, you'll improve a lot. Luokan closed his eyes and smiled. Speaking of Chunyan, although his current speed of progress is a little slow, he has been making real progress all the time. However, when he said this, he actually wanted to see Chunying. What do you think? If he can't face even this little temptation, then he really should do some thinking again, but Haruno Sakura seems to be very interested in this. Then why is there such a good thing? Why didn't you give it to me before? Instead, it has been given to me by the news. I have improved a lot and become stronger than I am now. Haruno Sakura's appearance was a little dubious, but she frowned when she faced this pill. For this kind of thing, it's not a banned drug, right? But no matter what, he is also very clear that even though he can improve a lot in a short period of time, he will still have some side effects on his body. Facing the pill in his hand, just like when Sasuke faced the temptation of Orochimaru, he thought about it carefully, but no matter what, this thing can be regarded as a forbidden drug. But although he will make himself improve a lot, I am afraid that he will still pay to do this kind of thing. He actually has a mind in his heart, but he still refuses righteously. When Luokan saw his performance, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't he show interest before? Why did you suddenly refuse? I saw that you were very interested in the past. Of course, this kind of thing is a good thing. Otherwise, how could I give it to you? Luokan said to Haruno Sakura with a smile. This is a good thing. If I eat him, It is true that I will improve a lot during this time, but those are not what I did with my own efforts, but no matter what, I still thank you for your kindness. I will not take this pill. Eat it back to you. But he smiled again, and returned the pills in his hand to the unemployed when he was unemployed. Only then did he really understand that Chunyang might just want to gain more recognition through his own efforts, and then he put the pills away. In the hands of Haruno Sakura. I said good things are good things, you eat them, and what's more, can I still harm you? Chapter 758. This thing is given to you, and I can't hurt you. Besides, this is just a matter of improving some physical strength. Because they have already taken it, they thought that they should not favor one over the other, so they gave all these things. You kept one. Luokan looked at the car with such a firm refusal appearance. In fact, he already knew very well in his heart that he would not betray the village as easily as he locked it, but no matter what, everyone, since he chose the road is like Sasuke, even if he has left the village, in fact, he still regards him as a friend in his heart, but it will never be like you again, but Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are two people. There is family hatred on Sasuke who is not the same, so for Orochimaru, it is easier to be locked up, but Haruno Sakura is here with all his heart, so they don't have to think about those things anymore. When Haruno Sakura heard him say this, she realized it at this time. He didn't mean that he missed me from the beginning, and explained this matter to himself clearly, and then he was just the one who took the pill. Himself, but he is also very clear in his heart that he will not leave like Sasuke. It turns out that you are testing me. If you had known earlier, then I would be more uncomfortable than when I first started. Haven't you thought about this? In fact, he has always been aware of it in his heart. Since he has firmly chosen this path, he will definitely not give up halfway. If I really try to test you, I don't need to use this kind of thing to test you. At the beginning, Luokan really thought about this matter, but after thinking about it carefully, if the relationship between them was also tested back and forth because of this relationship, they would not be called friends. Haruno Sakura knew that Luo Chen didn't have any malicious intentions, so she accepted it. When she took the pill, she suddenly found that it really had a great effect. Her tired body seemed to be full of energy. He was also very anxious about these things. I have never seen them take out such a pill, but at this time it has such an effect, and I am still a little grateful to him in my heart. Although they can be regarded as friends, their relationship is not that good. If you can take out such a pill, you will definitely consider yourself a friend. Otherwise, it can be regarded as what he is doing. I am afraid he will not reach out to help, and Luo Chen is very clear in his heart. From the very beginning, he has become friends with Locks, and then he is watching with myself. I have come this way. So he didn't say much about this matter, and Haruno Sakura just kept these things in his heart silently. Luokan looked at Haruno Sakura. After he had recovered a lot, although this thing is good, it can't be used for a long time, this time. So you still have to wake up for training. After all, time is running out, but this time the Chunin the assessment is just a new journey for you. From the very beginning, he was very clear in his heart that because his starting point was much lower than others, he would win through time travel. He has also worked extra hard in his usual training. He doesn't have the strength to fall, and he doesn't have this move. Hatake Kakashi, as far as his training is concerned, has never been soft-hearted, and he will never allow hardships to slow down the progress. In this regard, Hatake Kakashi and Jiraiya are actually very satisfied. After all, its strength is displayed here. However, after such a long period of training, Haruya Sakura has also improved a lot, but from Hatake Kakashi never heard any words of praise, which made Haruno Sakura really sad. Usually Naruto is so carefree. When a few people train together, they never make mistakes. However, their cooperation is getting better and better, which makes a few people look very happy. It happened, but this time, I didn't take the pill out to Naruto. XXX. Because he knew that eating too much of this kind of food would actually not do anyone any good, so he simply gave it to Haruno Sakura. It was used by Luokan and for him, the usual training is very tiring. This level of training is already very difficult for Haruno Sakura, so this pill will help her a lot. In addition to the tasks given to him by the system, Luokan was relieved when he saw that Haruno Sakura's strength had improved a lot. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. When Luokan turned on the system, he checked Haruno Sakura's strength. It was indeed much stronger than before he started training. However, if his current strength was to pass the Chunin assessment, it would definitely be considered a chance. In the end, Luokan was still a little dissatisfied and felt that this time was too long. He entered the system and added some of his remaining experience to Haruno Sakura's body. 0. Haruno Sakura didn't feel it at this time, but he also knew very well that he was. There were too many things left in the past, so in this assessment, he was just giving it to himself. It's just getting a better name, but Haruno Sakura is really not reconciled. Although there is not much possibility for him and Sasuke, no matter what, Sasuke gives himself a very good memory. He knowing that such a goal is not only for Sasuke, but for a better life for himself from now on. However, the current thinking is also very simple. After passing various assessments, everything is easy to say. Luokan has no plans to participate in the assessment this time. Tsunade told himself about this before, but at that time, although he agreed it's good, but it's also very clear that if you participate in the assessment yourself, how could he possibly win the first place when he appeared? His goal this time was to make his figure stronger, not to mention that he really regarded Haruno Sakura as a friend and wanted to be good to him wholeheartedly. There is no doubt about the words, many have been raised during this early morning, Buddha. It seems that there are also some thoughts, not as simple as before, and I don't know if it is good or bad, but in any case, their hearts are still together, just like he said it was a natural responsibility. 100 million. Chapter 759. During this period of time, Luo Chen not only has to complete his training every day, but also has to keep an eye on Haruno Sakura's situation in the system, but no matter what, he has some behaviors about this strange feeling in his heart. When Haruno Sakura got better and better, he was also very happy in his heart. Because he regarded Haruno Sakura as a good friend, but after taking over this period of time, he found that Haruno Sakura still had a kind of toughness in his bones. Otherwise, when he liked Sasuke, he naturally paid a lot for Sasuke. These are all in his own eyes, but he didn't want to say anything, let alone such a thing. Luo Chen took it seriously at first. He never thought that Luo Chen would actually help him in this way. Of course, he was grateful to him in his heart. But after a long time, I always feel that something is wrong. After all, everyone knew that they liked Sasuke. As long as the two people have been in contact for a long time, there will always be rumors like that, but if he didn't care about this matter, he was always in a dilemma, although he had been suffering from cultivation during this time. But no matter what, he couldn't help but take this matter to his heart. Of course, so he was a boy after all, so maybe this matter had little effect on him. But it goes without saying that it is girls who will always be hurt. Haruno Sakura can't take advantage of this kind of thing, but he feels aggrieved in his heart. After all, for him, the two of them were nothing more than a communication between friends, not to mention the fact that his career helped him so much. Perhaps it was just because he was too weak among his friends. As for this matter, although he is not very worried, but the speed at which this rumor spreads, it feels like he can spread all over the village last time, and there are certainly not a few people who know about this matter, but Hyaka bestows his name. At this time, he was cultivating at home. He simply ignored this kind of thing, because he knew that his career would not be distracted by this kind of thing, and there would only be a battle between the two of them. Naturally, he also wants to get the first place in the assessment. Passing the assessment of everyone is his own goal, but in any case, he also has some shadows in his heart, and looks forward to being able to do it again with Luo Chen. It took a fight to find out what his strength was. He was not willing to have the title of genius taken away by him, but Hinata at home didn't think so. Could it be that Luo Chen really liked it during this time? Before the girl was born, I had never heard of these things. Hinata has always been very clear in his heart, and he has always liked it. Luo Chen's matter, but he has never told anyone, but at this moment, all of a sudden. How could he feel better when there was some luggage outside? The girl's mind is already a little delicate, but in terms of her current mood, it can be regarded as suffering for him, because he knows that he is very clear about the reality gap between him and Luo Chen. He knew that he was not worthy of Luo Chen, but even if it was, he didn't want to see Luo Chen snatched away by any girl. Hinata has heard a little about this Haruno Sakura, but he has always liked Sasuke before. But why is it suddenly transferred to Luo Chen? He himself had never thought about what was going on, and he was also very confused. But no matter what, things like feelings have never been clearly explained. There may be some changes between the two of them. When thinking of this, Hinata felt too hard, and wanted to rush directly to Luo. In front of the dust, I just asked him what was going on in this matter, but after thinking about it carefully, what identity did he have? As for Luo Chen, what's more, he and she only had a few relationships. He fell in love with a boy so easily, and he was self-indulgent, but after thinking about it carefully, would he still be willingly? Hinata knew very well in his heart that he definitely didn't like his career on a whim. He really liked this person. He didn't know much about death before, but at that time he had always been clear in his heart. When I found out about him, I knew that she was picked up by the third generation of eyes. Hokage-sama directly picked it up and came back to the village, and then I slowly discovered the diligence in him, and I felt very distressed for it. It was not easy to come this way, but in any case, I am afraid that I still don't remember who I am in my career. When I thought of this, Hyuga felt very uncomfortable before, not to mention that it suddenly felt a little bit. I envy Haruno Sakura. Not everyone has this kind of thing. Hinata can't wait for Haruno Sakura to be like herself. He accompanies Luo Chen every day. But no matter what, he doesn't have such a chance now, but he always pays attention to which girl is getting closer to the fourth master. She doesn't know why she is like this. Maybe he could not care at all, but now it is not like this. Because he knew that he really liked Luo Chen, but he never told anyone about this, because she didn't know what Luo Chen's mood was like, and it was like what his brother said. In that case, he really can't stand with Luo Chen right now. Maybe no matter what, although he has the support of the Hyuga family behind him, for himself, if he really doesn't like him, wouldn't this imprison him? For such two people's mutual complacency, he would rather not have such feelings. Hinata would pay attention to such news every day, but she was not in a good mood after hearing the news, but he still refused to let her go. If you really like her, either you can become someone who can compare with him, or else, just give up this idea quickly. Every day like this, it's not a ghost to say it without a ghost, and the family's family is lost. Face. At this time, Hyuga Sinning was completely distracted from training, but every time he saw Hinata, he would look like this ghost, and his heart was filled with nameless fire. Chapter 760. Before Hyuga Sinning, he thought that maybe he was just talking, but he didn't expect to make his words come true. It seems that Hinata really put his heart on Luo Chen. Hyuga really didn't care about these things before, but when he saw Hyuga Sinning say this, he felt embarrassed. After all, he really liked it, but no matter what, he was too. It is very clear that Hyuga Sinning has always regarded his career as an opponent, but it will be difficult for him to do it in the middle, but for his current status, what is difficult to do is just a person he likes. One is that a person who played for the honor of his family might still have to rely on Hinata Sinning in this midterm assessment, so he didn't refute anything but just listened to Hinata Sinning honestly. Didn't I tell you once before? If you really like her, do it yourself, otherwise, don't be a nympho here and make a toad that wants to eat swan meat, although he is an opponent, but I know his strength very well. The world is always respected by the strong 22. If you see the support of the Hinata family behind you, he may not buy your account, but I hope anyway. You can put your mind away. Don't let outsiders see it, or you will be embarrassed, but the whole family. I did not warn you once or twice about this kind of thing. If you really told me, then you should also be very clear about my methods. In fact, Hyuga Sinning doesn't really care about this matter, as long as Hinata doesn't cause any trouble for himself. Since he was a child, he didn't have a good face for Hinata since he was a child. Of course, he looks down on people who are not strong. When he was not as good as himself, he was always called a genius by the family. Although his avatar was taken away by the dead knight, no matter what, he has always been trying very hard to catch up, so this time in the Chunin assessment, this time he also cares about this matter very much. Hinata knew this very well, so he didn't say anything, but on the contrary, it was such a reaction, which made him a little angry, like a thorn, and when he saw him like this in his heart, he was even more angry. When he came out, he simply slammed the door and ran over to train. Now he seems to have gone crazy, but he is not like Sasuke. He has the knowledge of the entire family behind him, and then adds he is very talented, so I believe that he can be even more outstanding, but Hinata heard that after you said that last time, I felt very uncomfortable. I really have some toads who want to eat swan meat. Bar. But just when Hinata was thinking of this, he didn't think that Luo Chen had cooperated with Hyuga Sinning when he was on a mission before. He knew that his strength was also very strong, so this time he made a special trip to see whether he became a it's like. After all, you have to know yourself and your enemy to be safe in 100 battles. Although he said that he didn't dress up for himself, he still wanted to pass this test, even if he could get the second place, wouldn't it be great? As long as you pass the assessment, you can also complete the tasks assigned by the system to yourself, but I didn't expect that I happened to see two people quarreling with Hyuga Churning and Hinata. For this kind of thing, the two are brothers and sisters, and he is an outsider. It's inconvenient to interrupt, but when he saw Hinata kept his head down and didn't speak, he felt a little distressed for this girl in his heart. Hinata Sinning is a person who cares about strength, but Hinata's strength in the family, but he is only a general person, so he must be no less difficult to deal with him in normal times. However, if he is speaking to an outsider, it is a family matter after all, and he is not easy to intervene to discipline him. Why did he kill you again? Luo Chen saw that Hinata's expression was not very good, so he asked out of concern, but when Hinata heard him speak, he turned his head into a horse, and no one thought that standing in front of him and going back was the person he liked. When he saw her, he suddenly became embarrassed. Maybe he saw when Hyuga Sinning was talking to him just now. When thinking of this, Hinata felt a little embarrassed. By when the headquarters is like this, whoever finds out, I am afraid he will not feel very happy, but in any case, Luo Chen asked himself so concernedly that he actually left this matter behind, and it didn't say anything. This is not the first time for Hyuga Sinning. When Chie asked like this, it was actually them who breathed a sigh of relief. This matter is not only blamed on Hyuga Sinning, he himself is also responsible, even if the other party just a brother. But in any case, for Hinata, I was always oppressed by Nasaka Ning since I was a child, but it can be called a shadow in my heart, but it is a simple project, I must say my own naturally. He didn't dare to refute it at that time, but in his own eyes, he looked different. He was very clear about this matter. He would not refute Hyuga Sinning Rixiang Hinata's appearance, and Luo Chen felt a little distressed about this little girl. Although he had only met a few times, he was in his heart also had a crush on him. After all, from those few encounters before, it can be seen that Kazuya Hinata is not a very bad-tempered person. On the contrary, he is someone his brother will like in the future, so he treats her a lot. Just a little care, but at this time the career did not know that Hinata actually fell in love with him. Otherwise, if he found out, I am afraid he might not go back, how to face others. But he ignored Hinata at this time, but he didn't pay much attention to celebrities. Instead, he noticed Luo Chen, but Naruto didn't take this matter to heart. Although he didn't know Hinata very well, but he didn't. It's just that I have heard some things, not to mention that the goal of all of them now is the important task assessment competition this time. Luo Chen's appearance this time made Hinata feel a little excited. Before, he always cared about Luo Chen's news. Chapter 761. Hinata never thought that CA would be so gentle in front of him, but no matter what, his time just now seemed very urgent, but he said these words now like spring, but he felt a little embarrassed, but the world simply can't care so much. What's more, when he came here before, he just wanted to see how far Hyuga Sinning was. He knew that if he participated in this Chunin exam, I'm afraid you would definitely regard yourself as an opponent last time. However, when he had cooperated with him several times to complete tasks before, he could clearly know that he was a very strict person, but after so long, I am afraid that you will work very hard this time, so I want Haruno Sakura. It is probably not easy to be able to complete this Chunin assessment. However, when Hinata saw him like this, he actually knew in his heart that he was probably here to find Hyuga Sinning. As for him, he actually understood this matter very well in his heart, so he did not dare to delay. When the time comes to delay, what to do? You're here to find him, right? Hinata said with a smile. When he arrived, he suddenly had some projects in the village next to him. He never thought about being able to train with the driver, so he thought of this. She always felt a little sour in her heart. He knew that maybe this feeling was jealous, but what about that? She knew very well in her heart that he would not be Haruno Sakura or the one who could. However, for the guy who is by his side, no matter how much he likes it, he has to suppress his inner feelings. However, when he saw Hyuga Sinning appearing like this, CA felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he always felt that this girl was suppressed by Hyuga Sinning. Men are so vicious every day, can't she comfort her own sister? He knew that although the Hyuga family said the above is based on strength, but Hyuga Sinning has been a genius since childhood, but for Hinata, if there is such a big pressure as his brother, I am afraid his psychological shadow is not small. However, even if he is in enlightenment, he will also have such a knot in his heart. But no matter what, CA really felt like there was a lump in her heart. She had never thought about it before, but I just saw it today. I'm a little upset. This person really doesn't know how to pity Shangshiyu, and I'm afraid I can't say a good word for my sister in front of him. In his eyes, he just uses his strength to speak. For such a strong man, he can't say it. She can't judge any department. What she looks like is really annoying. Don't take his words to heart. You should also be very clear. You also have advantages. Didn't you pass the test before? So you must do your best this time. By the way, if he is right again next time, if you say it, you might as well fight back. When you see his flamboyant temperament, do you want to let it go for the rest of your life? It's because you are too weak. You are so good-natured. If you meet someone you like in the future, what should I do? When thinking of this question, I still reminded him, I can't bear to see the little girl being deceived, not to mention that there is a family behind Hinata. In terms of nature, maybe because of his relationship with Hyuga Sinning since he was a child, this appearance will also make him feel inferior for a long time, so he will talk about these things with him. Just like yesterday, I didn't think that the world would actually meet me. He has always lowered his head and did not dare to look at CA since his debut. He didn't think of such a Hyuga Hinata in his heart. Although Hyuga Hinata in his own impression could not be as powerful as a master, I have never disappeared. I am timid and cowardly in front of the current appearance. Is there any difference from the original? When CA saw the little girl in front of him, he always lowered his head so fiercely. He raised his head gently, and when he saw his eyes, it was a pair of beautiful eyes, and he didn't know why she is like this every day. Your eyes are very beautiful. There is no one who can't raise his head and look at the world, even if he says he is your brother. Just let yourself tell you that there is nothing in the world that can't be done, because you have to know that you are only 1 hour later, so that you will not depend on anyone, nor will you depend on others to survive, and the weak have no right to speak, so you have to work hard, become a strong man, and beat your brother back. Get down and see if he can still yell at you like that. When CA saw him like this, He knew that she must be in a bad mood, so he was just happy to say these words, but he didn't think that he would actually make a joke with him when he met him. His face suddenly turned red, a little embarrassed. Diaresis, if he has that kind of talent, I'll wait as long as possible to see when he can come back and beat me down. When Hinata Tsunade came out at this time, he didn't know what was wrong when he saw the actions of these two people. He didn't let Hinata immediately stepped back when he saw that he was working, because he knew that he should keep a distance. What you said last time is still true. It sounded in his ear. He knew that he was unworthy, and when he just wanted to go out, Zhao, who had passed away, he didn't think about it, but was grabbed by the fourth master. You can't blame anyone for your mouth, even if he is your own sister. You still complain like this. I really don't know what you think. And such a cute little girl, don't you know Lian Xiangxiu at all? Xie just smiled when he saw Hyuga sinning. In fact, he didn't have a clue about his strength, because he knew that his parents had good talents, so he might not be able to catch up with him. But he wanted to know who would win if Naruto was compared to him at this time. After all, although Hyuga sinning has been cultivating very hard during this time, Naruto has Jiraiya's guidance, plus the help he has given him. Maybe he will be tested in this Chunin this time. Among them, 2 black horses were killed again. Chapter 762. When Hinata heard her talk like this, she just smiled. For him, maybe it was what he said to the world. This world is nothing more than the strong ones, not to mention the family. Fighting, but on the contrary, even if he is facing his own sister, he does not have so many feelings in his heart, not to mention that you believe that in his world, if you are a strong person, why do you have no right to speak? So I have no right to speak to Hyuga Hina. If someone like Tien said it, he would not understand the world at all. If he has such strength, why bother listening to me and talking to him here? Besides, you didn't come here to sleep because of this, right? Why don't you talk about what happened to you this time? When Hyuga Luokan heard him speak, he actually already knew exactly what this matter meant, but what he knew very well was that when he cooperated with him before to complete the task, it was indeed very smooth, but he had to say from these tasks, we can also see what kind of person the career is, but despite this, he still regards him as an opponent, so there is no real friendship at all. Competitive relationship. This was given to him by his family since he was a child, so I just found it. I have already formed such an idea, so to him these things are nothing at all. What can I do to find you? The Chunin assessment is going to be here now, so I don't think there will be any tasks during this time, but after a while, I'm afraid of some other high-level tasks. When I want to work with you, I don't know if you want to go or not, so I came to ask you. Luokan smiled, but looking at Hinata, he seemed a little scared. I saw his hand comforting him, so I don't have to be afraid of people trusting you. Besides, people are all equal. There is no need to allocate payment, but in this world, she herself is still very clear that only after your own real efforts reach a certain intensity can you truly become a strong person, but he is only a day now. People with better scores, the tree wants to be still, and he actually understands this principle very well in his heart. In fact, this seems to be a very contradictory truth, but it is actually the case, so when Hinata started, he did not think that Luokan would come to argue with the 2 people in your album because of his own affairs, which also made him completely out of line. He didn't think of the unexpected things at all, not to mention that although he and Luo Chen had only met a few times before, but because of these few encounters, he didn't. I would like it myself, but when I saw him prove these things for myself, I was naturally moved, but Hyuga Ziming just laughed when he saw these 2 actions of the 2 of them. I don't know what's going on with him. Does he usually meddle so much? However, Hinata's appearance is obviously, it seems to her that all your thoughts are on your face, and I don't know what's going on. When I saw this scene, I felt like I was annoyed tight. If you really like him, you might as well take him away. What is there for him to feed here? Anyway, the 2 of you can make up your mind, not to mention who can be as sympathetic as you are. Hyuga Sinning and the doctor had never paid much attention to this kind of thing, and he had only heard that he would take on new tasks for them after a while. However, I want to receive more advanced tasks, and it seems that it is a good way to cooperate with the business, but when I see him like this today, I really don't know what to say. When seeing the two of them like this, Hyuga Sinning felt a little irritated, but he knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him and Hyuga Hinata. After saying that Hinata was a family IQ, not to mention, but in any case, the two of them seem to be impossible now. Although I can only feel it now, I seem to be getting too close to people. After all, he has only met Hinata a few times before, although he is now very clear in his heart. Naruto the person he likes, after all, he is the person his friend likes, so he is like this, but at this time, I am afraid that it is also giving the villagers a relationship that seems too ambiguous, and this is also very bad for Hinata. Affecting myself, it seems to be too late when I think of this. I just don't like you talking to him like that. When Luokan let go of Hinata, he actually already understood these things in his heart, but he still couldn't hold back, but he never regretted it in his heart, not to mention the previous time, even if it was the relationship with Haruno Sakura. He himself has always had a clear conscience. He regards these people as friends, so he will naturally reciprocate, but he did not expect that he already likes him very much, but now when he acts like this, he is very fond of Hyuga Hina. Tien said, it also gave him a lot of hope, even if he would have such a good impression of himself in his heart. Anyway, Hinata will work hard for this glimmer of hope. I don't have so many confidants around you. Besides my sister's red envelope, there will be other people, not to mention Haruno Sakura training 2 people with you. If there is nothing, everyone outside may not believe me. People who have never been interested in these things will hear it. Who can know if you say these things are true or not? When Hinata saw the two of them like this, she was actually quite worried. He simply said these words, hoping to recognize the reality, but he didn't think of Hinata's psychology. Anyway, he had already made up his mind now, before he could hear the master of ceremonies say that maybe people don't need it at all. Divide what? But when you are only speaking based on your own strength, he still thinks that something is impossible in his heart, not to mention that they were born with the same character, and they were for the shackles, but when his 3rd generation came back, this moment's mission is destined to be for the village. Chapter 763. After Luokan and Hyuga Chinning finished saying these words, looking at Hinata, but he wanted to avoid her all the time before, but he kept pulling her by his side, because what he wanted to tell Hinata was that no matter what, he should have the right to know these things. What's more, he may have acted a little too far before, but it's not a bad thing for him anyway, although Luo Chen didn't take into account the situation of Hinata. After all, he belongs to the Hinata family. These things, the two of them bowed their heads and remained silent for a while. From the very beginning, Hinata loved the first time he saw Luo Chen. For him, it was like a heart-pounding feeling. However, after the next few years, he found that his career was a feeling of taking care of others. He knew that Hyuga Sinning would have something against him, and that he had grown up under the oppression of Hyuga Sinning since he was a child. He doesn't know how many times he has quarreled over this matter. He knows that the cooperation between the two is actually very important. If they both have their own knots, I am afraid that it will cause inconvenience to him at that time. However, the career seems to be very important. It's not like he cares about these things at all, making Hinata feel a little embarrassed every time. You better not quarrel with Hyuga Sinning because of me. I know that the two of you may go out to perform tasks together after passing the assessment for a while. If everyone is unhappy with the other, how can they possibly cooperate? How is it? Hinata smiled, what he said about the boy in front of him. From the time he noticed him, maybe now, he never said anything about him, but the two of them are standing face to face now. He always thought it was like a dream-like, for fear of waking up from a dream. Luokan instructed Hinata to worry about himself, but he also smiled and faced this girl. Every time he saw him, he was very timid, hiding behind Hyuga Sunyong, and even when he spoke, he was not special. Loud, But the current Hinata is really different from what I remembered. It seems that the cheerful girl in the original book is not him. I really don't know why Naruto liked him at that time, or when he was later. What happened? Luo Chen suddenly saw her like this, and when he saw that he blushed at every turn, he always felt that he was a little embarrassed, but he also thought about opening the system to check it out, but Hinata didn't have a good impression on him. Thinking that he has already reached the level of liking, this is something that Luo Chen did not think of at all. It was unexpected. Why did he start to have a peach blossom luck? As for this unexpected joy, some of his career really took over at that time. After all, he always regarded others as his friends. However, under such circumstances, he did not steal other people's girlfriends. Luokan thought about it for a while and then turned around and left, but Hinata suddenly sighed when she saw the career that had suddenly left, and her mood was also very low. He was unhappy and left without even saying hello. Seeing that the relationship between the two of you is getting closer and closer, but I still believe that you don't forget those things when the time comes. The reality is the reality and there is no room for other people to say these things, but if you really want to be around her, I'm afraid I don't want to be a fool. I might as well go and train when I have time. Hyuga Sinning saw Hinata looking depressed, but now there is no figure of Luokan. He must have left long ago. Although he said that he was not very interested in this matter, after all, Hinata was a member of the Hyuga family. If something happened to him, the family would definitely damage him. On the contrary, among these juniors, he and his family would definitely damage him. The relationship can be regarded as relatively close, even though he does look down on a talent like Hinata in normal times, but he can be regarded as the closest sister to him. Although I don't want to intervene too much to take care of his affairs, I will remind him, but I just hope he doesn't go the wrong way. Hinata was already very clear in his heart. After hearing what he said, he suddenly had a hope that something was going on there. Since his career also had feelings for him, no matter what, he was so good to himself. She should work harder to stand by his side. And she didn't just tell her that people don't distinguish between high and low, and she never looked at whether her talent was good or bad, just looked at herself. Is it hard enough? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. After Luokan came back from Hinata, he always had a lot of thoughts in his heart. However, when he went back to training, Casey saw that her condition was no longer there, but she didn't say anything at this time. On the contrary, even if the world is now, even if it is very strong training, it can't pull his thoughts back, but it just makes him feel a little bit annoyed. If he had known this, he should not have interfered in this matter. 0. But he never regretted it, but no matter what he said, he really didn't expect that. Just after helping a few times, Hinata made him feel a little good about him. Okay, but what about Naruto? He has been entangled in this question, because he always thought that Hinata should be with Naruto, so he has always been very entangled, and when he saw Naruto beside him, he thought about it for a while. I don't even know what to say. I still don't want to go to Hyuga Sinning during this time. Even if I'm on a mission, I can reduce my meeting with Hinata. If this goes on, I will really show a portrait, and I will really like myself at that time. Wouldn't it really hurt celebrities? Anyway, Hinata should like Naruto, not when he was talking about this in his heart, but he didn't expect Jirai to kick him directly from behind. You can't concentrate, go and repeat the training just now. Naruto and the others were gloating at the misfortune. Although they were a little confused, they just didn't know why they left suddenly. Her previous training was not the most active. Is it right? But now it seems to be full of worries. Luokan sighed and couldn't do anything, and quickly went back to the training again with a good mind. 100 million. Chapter 764. At that time, when all the training was over, he was already tired and lying on the ground, feeling like his bones were being run over by a car, but no matter what, he still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. It's just forcing himself to focus all his attention, because he knows that if he hasn't met the requirements of Kikakakashi and Jiraiya this time, I'm afraid these two people will have to train him like a devil again. However, this time he understood this thing in his heart, that is, he did not want to participate in this Chunin assessment, or that he just wanted to fish in troubled waters. Tsunade has been very busy for a while, and after finishing the housework, he wanted to see the results of their training. But before that, I had already made this matter very clear to Luaken. He would send him out to complete the task after a while, but this time his partner did not let him choose man. It did seem to be a problem for him at the beginning, but all their partners have been randomly assigned, so it will be fixed in the future, but it is unavoidable to change partners. He had to be clear about one point in advance, but he didn't expect that he would actually target Hinata Siniang. The two of them are probably about the same strength now, so I have nothing to worry about. Tsunade has already handed over this assessment to Miter washing red beans, and they are very clear about the ability of Mitex washing red beans. If it wasn't for Orochimaru to make trouble with them, their crowd assessment would not have been delayed, but after the two sides procrastinated for such a long time, Chinese was a little exhausted, so they would only speak this time. Reorganize the exam. Tsunade knew this very well from the very beginning, but Pan probably won't let this opportunity go easily. In the past, careers came naturally, and a few of them made trouble in Orochimaru's old nest. After a lot of movement, for this matter, Orochimaru did not retaliate against him, and even thought that it was not possible, maybe he was brewing some plan, just said, thought about it carefully, and then to think about it, I don't know what plan Orochimaru has in the end, but Midori Red Bean and Orochimaru have been in the village for so long. I'm afraid they know him best, and I don't know what Orochimaru wants to do. The plan is nothing more than thinking about how to destroy the village every day. Anyway, as long as there is such a person, he is on the opposite side. He has also served as the third generation of Hokage. Protection of the village. So don't let this happen. Now the seemingly peaceful village, we still don't know what it is like, but no matter what, this certain case is also for them. Get a chance to probation, and then at this time Orochimaru's subordinates actually last time. That's why, they suffered losses in their careers, and most of them hold grudges in their hearts. If they didn't find them, they would be in the hands of a hairy boy. So no matter what, they all want to seek revenge for Luaken, but no matter what, Orochimaru will not let them out. In this way, they are very puzzled. Why is it like this? He said, he is indeed very talented, a person, but no matter what, he is a drop in the village. And now myself. Several times of temptation did not achieve any effect, and did not encourage him to come to his side. I really can't figure out what the meaning of Orochimaru is. XXX. From the very beginning, I actually noticed him a little bit. You were at work and escaped from your own hands. Now, in such a situation, she seemed to be very interested in him after she said it. In the high school entrance examination once, he wanted to know who could pass the assessment of everyone. In fact, from the very beginning, Orochimaru's abacus has been very good. Before, most of him were in the assessment find candidates. Then this time he wants to find the best person, and also wants to know who passed the assessment. Put this Chunin to the test. As their first test, the only person who has passed the Chunin test can complete his test. Whoever thought of this, he just smiled, and forget about these things. It was just a slight loss. He naturally wanted to know if it was only this time that she would become a crowd. After the sound, she was probably just a scary person now. He is only so old that he can live in your talent. As for him, he is actually very satisfied, but he has not had any chance to start recently, so he simply let him grow up. He really wanted him to feel the feeling of falling from heaven to hell, to find that he is now more and more calm, perhaps a beautiful yearning for life, and he couldn't help but take action and destroy it. It seems he really has won. Feel the pleasure of yourself, anyway, from the very beginning. In fact, I have been very clear about this kind of thing. At that time, I liked a song, I followed her for so long, she was not. Can you do it? So no one can stop him. and no one can break his plan. In fact, what he understands in his heart is such a thing. Gatong Maru was a little unconvinced in his heart. Before, he would never have thought that society was defeated by a hairy boy. Not only is he unfamiliar, but he even thinks about going to him for revenge all the time. However, now that Orochimaru has imposed a ban, he has nowhere to vent. When Sasuke advanced into Orochimaru and said this, he actually knew very well in his heart that Yotsuba had already been targeted by Orochimaru. But he didn't say anything, let alone. He is no longer in the village. So they don't get involved in these things very much. From the beginning, those people didn't seem to understand why they came to this thing. He believed that the cause would definitely know the reason. The reason, because he is different from them, is that he bears these bloody revenge. She must seek revenge for her brother, and wants to ask why he remembers to kill his father and mother. Is he not his father? My mother killed her own family with her own hands. Wouldn't this really make him feel uneasy about his conscience? Chapter 765. How cruel is this world to you? I don't want to talk to me anymore. As long as he thinks of these things, he can't help but think of the young face in the village. This is also true. It must be very sad, but he didn't come back with him. Going to the village and taking such a big risk, must he have an answer? Not only did he not think that he would not be able to give him any future at all, so he did not really want to delay him, but only hoped that he would grow up in the next time, only after he grew up. In order to protect what you want, you can also protect the people you love. During this time, Haruno Sakura was gradually winning the lottery every day. As for this matter, Luokan was naturally very happy when he saw it, which meant that the task given to him by the system was about to be completed. What's more, seeing Haruno Sakura working so hard every time, and the fact that he usually gave him those pills from the system, it was very useful to him. However, Naruto himself did not give him these things during this time. Only after Naruto has laid all the solid foundations, can he make further progress. But on the contrary, he seems to be a little frowning these days, and Jiraiya has also thought a lot about this aspect of Naruto again and again. The difficulty of normal training, but it doesn't seem to be of any use to him, and now he doesn't know why he has made great progress in the past. For him, it seems that he is a little disappointed with the result. Luokan was also a little curious, but when he thought of the 9 tails that were still sealed within Naruto's body. So for this matter, it is his breath. If he really only needs not to rob, the road in the future will probably be very difficult, so this time is just a test for him. Intervene. The only person who can really let him out is himself. In fact, Jiraiya always seemed to be more curious about Luokan, because of his high talent, but it seems that he has not made any progress during this time. Seeing him like this every day, doesn't he worry about it every day? There is something really puzzling. If you are so careless about training every day now, but this time seems to be your smallest progress, even if you were the later Haruno Sakura, you can keep up with the training progress now. Why do you still want Chiha's Mukakashi re-established a set of devil training for you? Zilai also sees the career that is now hanging around every day, and she is also afraid that when she says this, she actually smiles, because she believes that she is actually measured in her heart, but now according to his situation, I am afraid if he changes being another person has long been in a hurry. After all, it is about himself. However, who doesn't want to pass the examination in the next admissions examination? Even the village has a downside. This little girl seems to have some shares on her body. Hot-blooded, looks like a master, but it seems to be a little different from Tsunade. His hands were rekindled at that time, but he also seemed to have more hatred among them. I don't know if this means him. Whether it's good or bad, maybe the good thing is that he can train harder, but the bad thing is that she's not using that knot. What's the worry about this matter? Everyone has that kind of smooth muscle. Besides, every time I appear now, I can't arouse my own cold weather, which means that I have reached this level of calmness. Now, if I think about a better life, I'm not sure what other opportunities I will meet, so I didn't think about these things at the time, just thought, if I can naturally go to a higher level, if I can't if you do, maybe it's not bad to be like this. On the contrary, you should be easygoing, and you can't be in a hurry for this kind of thing. Luokan smiled and talked to Zilai, while completing the training in his hands. Even if he was no longer as focused as before, he was already very comfortable with this psychic technique, and he saw him suddenly change. He also likes things a bit, but it seems that he didn't think so when he said that. Everyone has a plateau period, but how long does this period take to become stronger? When he thought of this, Chen Yang shook his head. He couldn't think of these things at this time, but he had to pass the Chunin assessment in the next few months, not to mention that Luo Chen had such high hopes for himself. I didn't expect you to know a lot of things at such a young age. It just makes me feel that there are some things that I never thought about before. I thought you would be very anxious. It seems that I will be lower at that time. I just hope that you can keep it like this now. As for what else, I will think about it later. In fact, Jirai also knew in his heart that even if he said that, I am afraid that this period will not be too long for him, and it is just to let him take a good rest during this time. The training of the I know very well in my heart that since he has already made his own sense, he has not continued to treat others. On the contrary, he has just kept him, but it is different, and naturally he will also say those words when he was very worried in his heart, could he not be able to develop money on his own? It seemed that he couldn't feel progress for so long, but it just made him feel some doubts. Then Haruno Sakura felt very flustered when she heard what they said, frowning and thinking about this matter. After all, he was never like this before, so it's okay to listen to it. When talking to the fourth master, of course, he also thought clearly what was going on. Little girl, what are you in a hurry for? How long have you been training with him? You may have made progress during this time, and you are indeed a very big person. You should also do a good job in basic training, that is, after these things, you can do it well. In fact, it's not easy, you have to know that many people outside are not as powerful as you, so keep it up. So in fact, I also saw a little bit of Tsunade when I was young, haha. Chapter 766. My dear, it's been a long time since I came to see you, but now I'm making fun of me. How bold are you? You don't want to stay in the village, right? I might as well send you out. Doing tasks is also good for letting the children out. When Tsunade came out from behind, Jiraiya jumped in shock at the time, and only then did he realize that he was indeed joking with them before, and he was so focused that he didn't feel anyone beside him. I didn't buy it, but I didn't. I was just joking at the time. Compared with them, it's not like the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It's just a fact. If you send me out on a mission, then it can be said that I can't ask for it. I'm tired of watching these little devils every day. I really don't know if there are any new tasks. I knew it earlier, and it's more difficult to find one. In this case, I can also be regarded as a find some excitement. Jirai also smiled, because he knew that Tsunade might have heard what he said in the next morning. I am afraid that these little devils already knew that Jirai was here, but they didn't tell him, thinking about it. When he was here, he could not wait to directly push all these people to train. If he had known this, he really shouldn't have any thoughts about him. It seems that I really can't speak ill of others behind my back. I just finished speaking, and the people behind me will come, so no matter what I say, I know it very well in my heart, and they are not that kind of jokes. The people who are in fact understand this kind of thing very well, and it's nothing more than a harmless joke. When Tsunade heard what they were talking about, he actually knew in his heart that it seemed that the world was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was a little too flat, and he was able to see these things so clearly at this age. I actually feel very good in my heart, anyway, but Naruto and Haruno Sakura are a little impatient. This matter is actually related to whether Haruno Sakura can pass the worker assessment smoothly. When the little girl told herself about this, he didn't take it to heart, but now it seems that he really persevered. Naruto was caught by Kakashi Hatake just as he was in a trance. On the contrary, it was just before he was punished for his most hated psychic technique, because he knew that his psychic technique had caused a big oolong. Have you ever thought about that big toad? He has a faint feeling in his heart, but no one is going at this time. When he is concentrating, he suddenly feels as if something in his body is breaking through. This kind of feeling made him very strange. Before, when he saw the world giving Chunye Sakura those pills, he actually wanted to ask him for some more, but he didn't expect CE to speak in advance, so he had already agreed with him. These things are just for you, but also let him improve his physique first, so he can continue the next training. Otherwise, with his thin body, I may be stricter. I really doubt whether he can stick to it. But Naruto is different. After all, it has this seal in its body. I have been very clear about this from the very beginning, so after he has improved Naruto's physique, the foundation of everything is to rely on Naruto to work hard, not to mention that the two of them are not relying on the power of this pill. It gradually became stronger, but it also had a certain effect. Seeing that the period of Xingying seemed to be about to enter a quiet period, I seemed a little anxious, but I just said that. The words may have played a quiet role, but he himself knows very well that he will continue to benefit more during this bottleneck period. It will not start from scratch when he breaks through the bottleneck, not to mention from the very beginning. He had already had this plan, and he would not be able to break through this bottleneck period until after the completion of his assessment. From the very beginning, Hitaki Kakashi really had no plans to take care of the three of them, but he never thought that Haruno Sakura would not only keep up with the progress, but also make such great progress. It is acceptable, but his talents are more frequent. But even Tsunade said that from the beginning, his talents were not very good. It hasn't been a major blow. As for those things in the past, although they don't want to believe in their hearts, sometimes they inevitably bring it up. Luokan re-entered the system, and took out some pills and gave them to Haruno Sakura. During this time, he would look at the combat power of the applications that appeared in the system every once in a while, but it was limited and rising. I saw this in my heart. He was also very happy at the time, which means that the coffee leadership system has come a step closer to completing the task for him. Not to mention that he has taken a general look before. It seems that Haruno Sakura's strength is now accounted for among the newcomers. The appearance of the top few, so there must be some luck at that time. This time, it might not matter if he gave up the assessment of everyone, not to mention that this assessment is for himself, and he is very clear. It's nothing more than a clock, but it's actually quite good for him to stay in such a situation now. From the very beginning, Luokan wanted to reabsorb some spiritual energy into the system, but he didn't expect that this system would not let him in even if he was killed. It's a bit too much, but it's been so long. He has already recovered, but now if he wants to save more energy, absorbing spiritual energy is the fastest way, but he didn't expect the system to be like this. Stingy and stingy. Diaresis, the backdoor of this system will not issue you any more tasks. The last time I let you absorb the spiritual energy, I was almost drained by you. How long did it take me to accumulate this poor spiritual energy? You still want to run over to me to absorb the spiritual energy tilde. The system thought that it took him a long time to absorb his spiritual energy after he drained his spiritual energy last time. Naruto's world consonance doesn't seem to be very sufficient, so we can only wait until it accumulates to a strong point and two people re-travel again. Chapter 767. When it comes to this matter, he is actually a little embarrassed in his heart, but there is no way. Who makes the spiritual power in the system much stronger than when he was cultivating himself, as long as he is injured in it after staying for a while. I am afraid that he will not know how much better than the outside world, so of course he is unwilling to let go of such a good thing, but no matter what, now he also knows that the system is so stingy, it will definitely not be easy. He handed over the spiritual power to himself. But he actually had nothing to do with this matter. In fact, this system controls its own destiny, but it and the system are just the kind of complementary truth. If the system is gone, he will not find another person again. It will be in a short time. It may not be easy for the system that he left to survive in this other world, so its system has already acquiesced that this has been achieved. One such consensus. Tsunade looked at Haruno Sakura like this, and felt relieved, so this matter didn't matter to him. he just hoped that they could do better. These children seem to have their own ideas. However, these people are just giving them some pointers on the way forward. After all, the future path is for them to walk on their own. However, during this period of time, the game was much quieter, and they didn't make trouble in the village, but they were panicking. After all, especially Yotsuba, when they came out of Orochimaru's old nest, they already felt that this matter did not happen. It's so simple, but it's hard to tell what they are thinking, especially Orochimaru. His mind is the most difficult to guess, not to mention that sometimes when he likes it before, he has already told him about it. Even the red beans in the miter wash can't guess things clearly, so naturally I don't dare to guess at random, but the world actually understands that if Orochimaru really does something, I still have the system. I don't think so. Something would have happened, but since the last time she knew she had been targeted by them. He was always nervous in his heart. After all, he didn't want to be an experiment of Orochimaru. Although he said that his talent was good and his strength was gradually increasing, he was really still a child in the face of Orochimaru. The strength of Orochimaru may be able to compete with Gatongmaru and the others, but the soft power of the smoke in Orochimaru's hand has gradually increased, for this matter. Death is actually a headache. After all, their level of talent must be to protect the village and these things, but now that such a thing has happened, I feel very uncomfortable, and he has now entered a calm period, although this aspect has been mentioned to him before. But I always felt that something was not right in my heart. I sighed. What happened to this matter can only be taken one step at a time. Although I have some dissatisfaction in my heart, I didn't say anything else. He knew that, in fact, for them, perhaps the most urgent thing was the Chunin assessment in front of them. However, she planned to pass the bottleneck period of CA after the assessment, but Tsunade really wanted him to become a Chunin in this assessment. After all, his current level is only a subordinate. If she doesn't know each other, she can go to take up those more advanced tasks, but when she thinks of this, in fact, he just thought about it carefully, and it has nothing to do with it. He knew that from the beginning, if he hadn't intercepted the tasks released in the system. Maybe he wasn't so sad about Haruno Sakura. Although he said that he regarded Haruno Sakura as a friend, after all, there are differences between men and women. In fact, he was still very clear about this matter. In addition, Haruno Sakura was now training with them. When you said what you said last time on the Hyuga family day, he actually took it to heart. What is a confidant? He is just a friend, just an ordinary friend, although to be honest, he really listened to it. It's like saying comforting yourself, but it's the truth. However, although he said that he didn't care about these things in the beginning, he knew that others couldn't care less. Chunying is only a pound now, and it's all on the training room. He has become so strong. Other people he would say those nasty things when he saw it, but he told Haruno Sakura early in the morning, "Don't worry about it, others can say what they like. After all, they are just jealous. If they really have the ability, the person who has never said such a thing, just silently puts everything on his shoulders and becomes his driving force." In fact, although he said that he doesn't like Hyuga Sining's vicious. But Hyuga Sining's mentality is very good, not to mention that he has always regarded himself as an opponent, although he does not want people to regard himself as an opponent, but Hyuga Sining has always been about power. Symbol, maybe at the beginning, everyone in the family has different ideas. He knows that competition has always been very cruel, and he can't blame other people for this matter. Just when he thought about these things, he didn't expect that Hinata would actually find it here, but when he could see Hinata, it seemed to be a little different from what he expected, and he just nodded, as if it was a fight. "It's just a greeting, and I will come to training tomorrow." When CA saw this scene, his heart suddenly became uneasy. "Brother, that's your own girlfriend. Why don't you get excited when you see your girlfriend?" Suddenly I forgot that Naruto and Hinata at this time didn't seem to be very familiar, and the two of them only met a few times, but anyway, I think about what happened before. Those things will make you feel a little embarrassed, but if Hinata has already come, it would be too strange if he didn't go over to say hello. He also always wanted to keep a little distance from Hinata subconsciously. When Hinata saw Jiraiya Tsunade, Hatake Kakashi and the others were there, he was actually very embarrassed. Chapter 768. In fact, I have always wanted to know why Hinata suddenly came to him. Could it be that you said something last time, or something happened again? I'm a little embarrassed. In the past, his care for Hinata was just like a friend, but when he checked his favorability, he didn't expect Hinata to fall in love with him. This is an extremely embarrassing thing. What about Naruto? Naruto is his best brother. Coming to snatch it with his friends, he really can't handle the matter of women himself, no matter what, so he is also a Panjun, but he has to have a bottom line anyway. Why did you come here? After he finished saying this, he had always been puzzled in his heart. What was going on with Hinata? Before, he also knew Hinata's temperament. It's easy to trouble other people, so of course he really wants to know what happened to this matter. But Naruto was always busy with his own training there, and he didn't have any time to take care of him. Didn't Hinata want to have something to do with others? On the contrary, I have to be with myself, and I feel terrible when I think about it. After all, according to the original work, Naruto and Hinata had a good relationship, but when he arrived in this world, he suddenly discovered that it seemed as if everything had changed. From Sakura Haruno to Hinata and Tsunade, could this be? Does every protagonist have a golden finger? My relationship with women suddenly improved. When I thought of this, I felt a little helpless in my heart. Thinking that I had heard about other worlds that other people traveled to before, those are all things in novels. But who knows that this is what really happened? I heard that your training has been very hard. I know that this matter probably shouldn't bother you, but after all, it's the Chunin exam after the stage, and I don't want to hold back. When Hinata said this, he was actually very embarrassed in his heart. He actually knew very well before that maybe he shouldn't come to trouble you, but you also thought of saying that to yourself before Luo Chen left. When he spoke, he was already very clear in his heart. In fact, he had already talked to him about his career before, and he woke up about the Chunin assessment, because he knew that the last time he went to find Hyuga Zinning and said that to himself, maybe he didn't want Hyuga to say that. Zinning was so tit-for-tat to himself, but after he left, it was actually for the citizens of Hyuga. It's not really a big deal, it's just more focused on training yourself. If you want to become stronger, you won't get better resources in the family, you have to come out, but the Shengnin in the village does it. That's naturally a good thing for the master, but after thinking about it, he didn't have such good luck, and he wasn't able to train with him like Haruno Sakura. In fact, when Hinata thought so, he actually had some selfishness in his heart. After all, he, like Shang Chunye, could practice with Luokan every day, and he could be so close to Luokan. Anyway, he was Luokan himself, but I want to be closer to him. Haruno Sakura had some impressions of Hinata before, but the relationship between the two was not so good. He knew that Hinata seemed to have an older brother, but he had always been tit-for-tat for Sasuke before, so he thought at this time, Hinata didn't like it a bit, but he didn't know what he was doing this time. When he saw her and the fourth master pulling together like this, he felt even more uncomfortable. So during training, there were also a few copies that didn't occur to Hatake Kakashi for this reason. After Naruto saw that Haruno Sakura was punished, he was actually a little bit overjoyed. After all, the two of them could train together. However, he did not find Haruno Sakura's thoughts. In fact, for Hinata, he had regarded Haruno Sakura as an imaginary enemy from the very beginning, not to mention the rumors that he had heard from outside, but Haruno Sakura was still unmoved, but she still maintained such a close relationship with Luokan, which made others jealous, but he actually knew this very well in his heart. Clear. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. He just relied on fourth master to try to help him in these several times of support. If he doesn't have a little bit of his own status in his heart, I am afraid that his career will not control himself, so this time is like a picture. Only then did he dare to run over, but see, he frowned when he heard him say that, because she had really thought about it before, but no matter what, he was a member of the Hyuga family. Does this incident mean that they are involved in their family's affairs? So it's hard to say if you think about it this way. That is, I didn't mention it to him, but I didn't think that this time Hinata actually ran over by herself. Of course, if he wants to become stronger, he has nothing to say about this matter. But his eyes kept looking at Haruno Sakura for what was going on. What are you looking at? So ecstatic. Zuluachan looked at Hinata and didn't seem to have any ill will towards Haruno Sakura, but she kept looking at it like this. I'm afraid that no one would be able to feel comfortable, so he asked aloud, but when Hinata heard him ask, she actually just smiled, but she was also a little embarrassed, but she didn't expect that brother Chunjian would be with him after so long. It's a short period of time. I just went to practice with the driver, but I didn't expect it to be an improvement. Now, so many, thinking about the previous time, he and himself were just about the same, so there are still a lot of imbalances in my heart and I am more convinced. Determination to stay and train. It's okay, I just thought about the previous time, Haruno Sakura and I seem to be on the same level, but I didn't expect that my eyes had improved so much in this period of time, and I would feel a little embarrassed at that time, and I don't know if I said that. It's very annoying for you. When Hinata said this, he lowered his head, because he knew that Luokan might have been thinking about this all the time, so he didn't force him. 100 million. Chapter 769. Suddenly, Luo Chen seemed to feel some strange fluctuations. New world detected. Connecting. A special event has been detected. Linking. The world was spinning in front of him, and Luo Chen felt a little familiar. The same feeling when traveling through the Naruto world. His body was swallowed by a ray of light. Luo Chen was startled when he saw the Zanpakuto that suddenly appeared in his hand, and quickly let go of his hand and threw the sword in his hand. What's going on? Luokan looked at the surrounding environment and felt very incredible. He just blinked his eyes and the surrounding environment changed into a scene. Congratulations to the host for coming to the world of the God of Death. Please forgive me because the world switching ability has changed. The system's voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen's face was stunned, and Chuan didn't say one or three words in advance, and made a surprise attack on himself. Has the ability changed? No matter which world you are in, the most important thing is strength, and Luo Chen's adaptability is also very strong. The system briefly introduced the ability to change. In short, it added a death power to Luo Chen, allowing him to use the Zanpakuto. Where's the 9 Lama? I'm here. Juwei's voice suddenly sounded inside Luokan's body. Fortunately, Luokan was standing against the wall, otherwise this sound would definitely frighten him. Kurama, it's great that you can speak, but why are you in my body? Am I a Naruto? Suspicious asked, but thinking of the previous system, he should be in the world of the God of Death. Kurama was also very puzzled, and he didn't know why it suddenly appeared in Luokan's body. What's going on with the system? Luokan had no choice but to look to the system to find the answer. The system said in a natural tone, this is naturally a corresponding change. You can summon it when you need to summon the 9 tails, and your Zanpakuto is also named after the 9 tails. 9 tails. Luo Chen lowered his head to look at Zanpakuto, and kept rubbing his chin with his hands, thinking about something. Juwei was very happy. It had a lot of things to say to Luokan before, but not being able to speak made it very distressed. Now it is finally healed. Master, can I go outside and take a look? It's so boring here. 9 Tails asked. Luokan closed his eyes and meditated for a while, and the 9 Tails immediately appeared in front of him. He saw that the huge body of the 9 Tails was very eye-catching under the illumination of the moonlight. Kurama, if you become smaller, you will attract others. Luo Chen said in a panic. Kyuubi's body immediately became about the same size as Luokan, but it still looked very eye-catching. "Ah, can you be smaller?" Luo Chen said. "His ideal size is that of a pet dog." As if feeling Luokan's thoughts, Jue instantly turned into a dog-like laugh, and then sat obediently beside Luokan's feet. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this time, a frowning boy with orange hair walked towards Luokan. "Hey, what breed is your dog? It looks suspicious," the boy asked Luokan in an impatient tone. Luokan quickly asked the system to transfer the information of the person in front of him, but Luokan was overjoyed. "Ichigo, you are Ichigo Kurosaki, that's great." Luokan never thought that the first person in this world would be Ichigo Kurosaki, and now all the problems can be solved. Kurosaki Ichigo's brows furrowed even deeper. He looked at Kichin with suspicion and asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" XXX. Luo Chen couldn't think of a reason for a while, so he asked back, "What are you doing here so late?" Ichigo Kurosaki pointed at the house behind Luo Chen and roared angrily, "This is my house, of course I should be here." Luo Chen was speechless now, scratching his head and laughing. The system gave Luokan an identity in time, and let him walk into the door with Kurosaki Ichigo. Is it really possible? Luo Chen was a little worried in his heart, and it was a bit embarrassing to break into someone else's home rashly. Although he was worried, Luo Chen did as he did. He didn't say much, and directly pulled Kurosaki Ichigo into the house. As soon as the door opened, a person flew out. Luckily, Luo Chen's skills were good, and he quickly ducked to the side, while Kurosaki Ichigo was not so lucky, and was kicked directly to the wall. "Hey, do you want to murder me?" Kurosaki Ichigo got up and roared loudly at Kurosaki Isshin. Luo Chen looked very helpless in his heart. He really didn't know whether their family was harmonious or chaotic. The wandering boy at the dinner table saw Luokan and said, "Ah, brother Luokan, why are you with brother Ichigo?" After the wanderer had finished speaking, everyone's eyes were on Luo Chen's body. How could Luo Chen know what to say, and how did the wanderer know his name? Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously, "Who is this person, do you know him?" Shali looked at Ichigo with the look of an idiot, and explained helplessly, "He is our cousin Luokan, you won't forget it." Having said that, Ichigo was really impressed, but I still felt that something was wrong. "Luokan, as long as you arrive safely, I couldn't get in touch with you just now. It turns out that this stinky brat picked you up, so just forgive him this time." Yi nodded with satisfaction. Ichigo tilted his head to look at Luokan, full of doubts in his heart. Only then did Luokan realize that his setting in this world was Kurosaki Ichigo and the others' cousins, and he blamed the system for not explaining it to him in advance. "You can't blame me for this, time really doesn't allow it." The system's grievance sounded in Luokan's mind. Luokan replied with a big white eye. "This puppy is so cute." The wanderer turned his eyes to Jue with a smile on his face. Luo Chen looked down. Good guy. Ninetails actually showed an innocent expression. Such an expression would definitely attract girls. "Would you like to touch it?" Luo Chen generously handed Jue forward for Wanderer and Xiaoli to touch. As young girls, Yuzi and Xiaoli were naturally unable to resist the temptation, so they immediately ran to the front and hugged Ninetails in their arms. Luo Chen looked at Jue's expression of enjoyment and said helplessly, "This guy. Hey, we don't allow dogs in our house, hurry up and throw it out." Kurosaki Ichigo said disdainfully. Before Luo Chen could speak, the Wanderer and Xiaoli put their hands in front of Jue's face and looked at Ichigo firmly, completely treating him as a bad guy. Bullying such a poor little animal really doesn't look like a man at all. Hearing this, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately had blue veins on his head, and his fists were raised high, but he was unable to attack the two younger sisters. "Dad, let's keep this puppy." The Wanderer cast a pitiful look at Yixin. When she saw her beloved daughter begging her so, she naturally agreed. Chapter 770. Luo Chen said weakly from the side, "Don't bother, I can take care of the 9 tails by myself. It's called Jue, it's a really cute name. The wandering child completely ignored the point of what Luo Chen said, hugging Jue and stroking constantly. Ichigo Kurosaki really couldn't see these people like this, so he turned his head and went upstairs. Brother Ichigo, aren't you eating? The wanderer asked concerned when he saw Ichigo going upstairs. Ichigo replied indifferently, you guys can eat, I'm not hungry. Yixin blocked Ichigo's way, and said boldly, from today onwards, your room will be dusty, and you will sleep in the living room from now on. What did you say? Ichigo burst out. Forget about the rest, it was time to rob him of his room. This really touched his bottom line, and it was absolutely impossible to back down. Luokan felt a little embarrassed seeing the two of them arguing so much. Brother Luokan, don't worry about it, Dad and Brother Ichigo are usually like this. Their relationship is actually very good, the wanderer said with a smile while holding 9 tails. 22. Shali looked disgusted, glanced at Ichigo and Ison, and said, those two idiots are this noisy every day. Luokan smiled embarrassedly, and quickly asked the system if there was any solution. Even if he found a place for himself, he couldn't drive away the original owner. Isn't it obvious that Ichigo hates him? The system laughed, and after checking the information for a long time, he said, Ichigo has a storage room at home, and it can still be lived in if it is simply cleaned up. The storage room is just a storage room, it's better than robbing someone else's room. Wanderer, do you still have a storage room in your house? Would you like to help me simply tidy up where I live? Luokan originally wanted to tell Yixin, but Luokan couldn't say it when Ichigo and Yixin were in a ball. The wanderer nodded, agreed with great pleasure, turned around and said to Yixin, Dad, Brother Luokan is going to live in the storage room, let's help him clean it up. Yixin immediately separated from Ichigo, and said to Ichigo with a very proud look, look at how sensible your cousin is, it's really enviable. Ichigo glanced at Luokan, and in his eyes was written, you're a wise boy. Luokan laughed hey, when I watched Death God, I thought that this family was very lively, but now I really feel a little worried about their family now. After a stormy tidying up, Yuzi, Shali and Yixin looked like a new room in a messy storage room. How about Brother Luokan, are you satisfied with what we have cleaned up? The wanderer asked Luokan with a smile. Shali also said very gently, if you have any dissatisfaction, you must tell me, and I will definitely help you. Luokan looked at the room and really didn't have anything to be picky about. He used to sleep in the open air, and now he is very grateful to have a place to live. At this time, Ichigo checked the situation and found that the storage room was very shocked by several of them dressed like this. Is this really a storage room? Ichigo said in surprise, he suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. The wanderer said with a smile, we just cleaned it up, how can it be so exaggerated? Just tidy up. Not only did Ichigo not believe the words of the wandering child, but even Luokan didn't believe it. He had seen the situation in the storage room before, and it was really a shame that a few of them could tidy up the storage room like this within an hour. Okay, it's getting late, Brother Luokan, let's rest first, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Shali said very considerately. Just like that, Luokan checked into Kurosaki Ichigo's house. Sitting on the bed, Luo Chen felt that something was missing, and suddenly thought that the 9 tails had disappeared. 9 tails, 9 tails. Luo Chen kept calling out to the 9 tails in his heart, but the 9 tails did not answer at all, which made Luo Chen very puzzled. Suddenly Luokan thought that Jue seemed to be left outside just now, so Luokan had to stand up and look for Jue. You are here. Luo Chen found 9 tails in the living room and immediately let it return to his body. Jue thought Luokan had forgotten herself, but now that he saw him, he immediately jumped into Luokan's arms and disappeared. No, it's gone. You really are ghosts. Ichigo Kurosaki's voice came from the side. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know how to explain it, but they were indeed not ghosts. Ichigo, you misunderstood. Luokan stretched out his hand and tried to pull Ichigo in front of him to explain. Ichigo stepped back in a panic, slipped down and sat on the ground, with a horrified expression on his face. You, don't come here. Luokan wanted to explain how things could not go away, so he continued to walk towards Ichigo. Ichigo saw that Luokan's hand was getting closer and closer to him, turned around, and ran up the stairs to go back to his room. Wait Ichigo, you really misunderstood. Luo-chen explained anxiously and chased upstairs. Boom tilde. Ichigo closed the door forcefully, then turned her back to the door and resisted forcefully. Leave our house quickly, we don't need a ghost like you. Ichigo's frightened voice came from the door. Luokan sighed. It was true that after coming to Ichigo's house, nothing good happened, and now he is still suspected of being the ghost is so pathetic. But shouldn't Ichigo be afraid of ghosts? Why is he so afraid of himself and the Nine Tails? Luokan saw that Ichigo kept the door open and planned to explain it tomorrow. He was also a little tired now. At this moment, Luo-chen felt that an abnormal spiritual force was flying towards him. Luo-chen was worried that Ichigo would be in danger and could only continue knocking on the door. Ichigo, open the door quickly, something is coming here, open the door for me quickly. Luo-chen shouted anxiously. Ichigo replied in horror, aren't you right outside the door? I absolutely can't open the door for you. Luokan sighed, and had to force his way in order to avoid Ichigo being in danger. Ichigo, don't blame me, this is also to protect your safety. Luokan closed his eyes and sank his dantian, opened his eyes sharply and punched forward. The huge force directly smashed the door, and Ichigo, who was holding the door, was also hit against the wall, and the whole person fell up. Ichigo, are you alright? Luokan felt a little embarrassed when he saw Ichigo like this, and smiled awkwardly. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately stood up and looked like he was fighting. He couldn't let Luokan be scorned. Even if he couldn't beat Luokan, he had to fight. Alas, how did things become like this? Luo-chen sighed helplessly. Chapter 771. Ya tilde, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his fist and charged towards Luokan. Luokan's physical strength has been cultivated to the point where he is close to the extreme. In his eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo's movements are not only slow, but also soft. Luokan raised his hand and quickly grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's fist, and said calmly, Ichigo, don't worry, I can explain all these things. Maybe it can be explained. Luokan laughed awkwardly. In fact, he didn't know how to explain it at all. At this moment, a girl entered the room through the window. Seeing that Ichigo's fist was grabbed by Luokan, her daughter laughed disdainfully. What an idiot, this person is useless at first glance. Ichigo was already very angry when he encountered so many inexplicable things in one day, and now a strange person appeared in his room to laugh at him. Enough for you all. Ichigo growled and asked the girl loudly, who are you? You can actually see me. The girl was also very surprised, and kept looking at Ichigo with her big eyes. Ichigo looked at Luokan disdainfully and asked, is this person with you too? Has her brain been damaged? Luokan looked at the girl speechlessly. He already knew through the system's information identity that this person was Rukia Kuchiki. You are Rukia Kuchiki, I wonder why you are here. It turns out that the abnormal power he felt before falling dust was from Rukia Kuchiki. Rukia turned her head to look at Luo-chen, and asked in surprise, can you even see me? This time, it was Rukia's turn to be stunned. She had come to the world several times, but this time it was very unusual to meet two people who could see her at the same time. Luokan nodded very friendly. Now he is considered a god of death, but he has never registered in the Soul Society. Ichigo hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he looked at Rukia and then at Luokan, and asked excitedly, who are you, why are you always saying some strange things tilde? Rukia introduced herself to Ichigo. I am Rukia Kuchiki, the god of death from the Soul Society. Have you seen any strange souls nearby? Rukia guessed that these two people could see herself, so it was very likely that they would see Shu. Ichigo nodded, pointed at Rukia and Luokan and said, "Of course, you two strange guys are right in front of me." XXX. Luokan felt the resentment emanating from behind Rukia and quickly took a few steps back. Sure enough, Rukia finally couldn't bear Ichigo's tone, and directly used a move to bind the road. Ichigo was inexplicably bound, trying to break free, but found that he couldn't use his strength at all. Rukia angrily stepped on Ichigo's back and said, "I'm much older than you, pay attention to my attitude." Ichigo was naturally unconvinced, and retorted loudly, "It's obvious that you ran into someone else's house and said all sorts of inexplicable things, and now you're restraining others, who is going too far." Luokan watched the two people quarreling with each other and was very speechless. It seemed that there was nothing to do here, so he decided to go back to rest. "Well, the two of you talk slowly, I'll go back to sleep first." After Luo Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. "Don't go, help me get this person away," Ichigo shouted loudly. Luokan looked helpless. She was afraid of herself just now, but now she wants to help herself. I really don't know how strong Ichigo's nerves are. Forget it, Luokan's current status is a form of Ichigo, so it's only natural to take care of this cousin. Rukia has something to say. Don't be angry, this kid Ichigo has this virtue. Luo Chen could only persuade Rukia. Seeing that Luo Chen was still very polite, Rukia let go of Ichigo and went to Luo Chen to ask for some details. Luo Chen didn't hide anything, but he didn't name yourself a god of death. "Oh, that should mean that the spiritual power of your family is very strong. No wonder you can see me." Rukia nodded. It turned out that she felt that the spiritual power here was Luo Chen and Ichigo. "Hey, you bastard, hurry up and let me go." Ichigo completely forgot about Rukia and Luokan when he saw how happy they were talking to each other. Luokan naturally wanted to help, but he didn't know anything about ghosts, so he just looked at Rukia. Rukia also had some understanding of Luokan and Ichigo, and determined that they were not bad people, but Ichigo spoke again when she was about to help Ichigo unfettered. Ichigo put on the expression that he owed him 8 million, and said arrogantly, Diaresis, that's right, otherwise I'll break free and I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Rukia's face darkened instantly, and the movement of releasing the restraint also stopped. She raised her fist high and hit Ichigo's head. "It hurts, what are you doing?" Ichigo shouted angrily. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly from the side. This fight was completely brought on by Ichigo, and they threatened others even if they wanted to help him get rid of it without thanking him. Rukia didn't say a word, but her fist kept falling on Ichigo. "Ah, save me, Luokan, stop her." Ichigo couldn't fight back. He wanted to avoid but was tightly controlled by Rukia, so he had to ask Luokan for help. Just as Luokan opened her mouth to help Ichigo, Rukia immediately turned her head and looked at Luokan gloomily, as if she was saying, "If you dare to speak for him, I will clean up with you." Luo Chen's body trembled. He was still not very good at dealing with women. He smiled bitterly and said, "You guys slow down, I'll go back to rest first." Luo, very good, Chen left after speaking, and hurriedly ran downstairs to take a sip of water. From the upstairs, there were bursts of mourning from Ichigo, and Luo Chen said to Ichigo in his heart, "I'm sorry, you found this all by yourself, and there's nothing I can do about it." Ichigo's voice woke the Wanderer, and the Wanderer came to the living room to see Luokan and laughed. "Brother Luokan, were you also woken up by Brother Ichigo?" Luokan was stunned for a moment, and didn't want the wandering child to go upstairs to worry about Rukia's affairs, so he followed her words and said, "Yeah, does Ichigo look like this every night?" The Wanderer shook his head and replied, "No, Ichigo brother today may be very tired to make such a move." Luokan glanced upstairs with a guilty conscience, and sighed for Ichigo. "Brother Luokan, don't care so much, go back to rest early, I'll go back to sleep first." The Wanderer said this and walked to his room. Handsome. Chapter 772. Luokan was relieved after watching the Wanderer return to the room, but when he was about to return to the room to rest, he felt an abnormal ability. "It's false, host, be careful." The nervous voice of the system sounded from Luokan's mind. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and facing the virtual nature, he was going to use the Zanpakudo. So Luo Chen silently recited the Zanpakudo in his heart, and the Zanpakudo immediately appeared in Luokan's hand. Hu tilde, Shu rushed into Ichigo's house, and a huge hole appeared in the wall. Roar tilde, Shu roared loudly at Luokan. The wanderer didn't know why he suddenly came out again. He was very surprised to see Luo Chen holding a knife, and he covered his mouth with his hands and let out a scream. "Don't be afraid, wanderer. Luokan is very strange. Isn't the god of death not seen by ordinary people? Why is he seen by wanderer?" The system explained that this was also an irresistible factor. Even if Luo Chen used the power of the god of death, it would still be seen by ordinary people. Luokan is very speechless. What is an irresistible factor? At this moment, Ichigo and Rukia rushed down when they heard the screams from downstairs. Luo Chen took advantage of this time to hug the wandering child to avoid Shu attacking the wandering child. Rukia went downstairs and was very surprised to see the Zanpakudo in Luokan's hand, and asked with dilated pupils, "Why do you have a Zanpakudo?" Ichigo didn't care that much. Seeing the unconscious wanderer in Luokan's arms, he immediately became angry, and the powerful force directly broke free of the Tao. "Did you make the wanderer dizzy?" Ichigo asked Shang Shu angrily. Shu was acting like he didn't care, and now the next guardian was even more certain. He decided in his heart that he must avenge the wandering child. "Ah tilde," Ichigo raised his fist and shouted as he hit Kaoru. With a sound of bang, Ichigo was beaten and flew out of the house. Rukia was even more astonished. "I didn't expect that Ichigo would actually do damage to Shu with his bare hands, and the power was very huge." Luokan became embarrassed when he looked at Shu outside, which made him explain how the wanderer passed out when he saw his Zanpakudo, if Ichigo would definitely fight with him. After repeated consideration, Luokan decided to let Shu take the blame for himself. Anyway, this kind of low-level Shu can't speak, and will definitely not be exposed. Although the Kuo in front of him is a low-level person, Ichigo doesn't have the power of a god of death. He just relies on his super spiritual power to fight Kuo, and he is defeated in a few minutes. Seeing that something was wrong, Rukia took out the Zanpakudo and rushed out. "Hurry up and step back." Rukia's legs flew into the air with force, and she slashed towards Shu. Shu also felt Rukia's murderous aura, so naturally he dodged. "Host, go and help," the system urged. Luokan looked at the Zanpakudo in his hand, and then looked at the Shu in front of him. He felt a little bit in his heart when he fought against Shu for the first time, a little nervous. "I'm here." Luo Chen also picked up the Zanpakudo and charged towards Shu. Don't look at Luokan's first battle against Shu, but his combat experience is very rich. I saw Luo Chen slashing left and right, and he fled in a hurry. This way of fighting is really strange. "Who are you?" Rukia asked in surprise. She had never seen such a sharp attack, let alone such a strong skill. Luo Chen tilted his head slightly and said, "Are you asking me?" Of course Rukia was asking Luo Chen, but when Shu saw Luo Chen's back facing it, she raised her claws high and attacked Luo Chen. "Be careful," Rukia shouted loudly. Luo Chen would not have been hit by such a low-level Shu, so he slashed hard with his back-facing Shu, and the huge air wave directly cut off Shu's left arm. "Psi tilde," Shu roared in pain. Rukia was completely overwhelmed by Luokan's ability, and she felt more and more mysterious. Why do you have such power? Are you also a god of death?" Although Luokan can use the power of the god of death, his clothes are not the special clothing of the god of death, but a battle suit exclusively for Luokan. Luokan smiled lightly. It was very troublesome to explain his power, so he didn't plan to explain it. Suddenly, Shu dashed to the side, and Lu Chen was stunned. The target of Shu's attack became Ichigo. Although Shu's rank is not high, he still knows who is easy to bully, and Ichigo's spiritual power is also very high. His original purpose was to find Ichigo. Ichigo, hurry up and dodge. Luo Chen shouted loudly. He must be too late to rush over now. On the other hand, Ichigo sat on the ground with weak legs, completely lost his previous momentum, closed his eyes and waited for Shu to attack him. PFF. The blood sprayed out and dyed the moon red. Ichigo slowly opened his eyes and found that Rukia had waited for this attack for him. He forcefully threw Rukia aside and attacked Ichigo again. Luo Chen waved his Zanpakuto to block in front of Ichigo. Just now, he was a little careless before giving it a chance, but not now. Swish swish. Luo Chen waved his Zanpakuto and launched several air slashes, each of which cut off Shu's tail and right foot. While Luo Chen and Shu were fighting, Ichigo quickly took Rukia aside. Hey, are you alright? Although Ichigo didn't like Rukia very much, she saved her life no matter what, so she couldn't let anything happen to her. The blood from Rukia's mouth continued to flow out, and she said weakly, "Do you want to defeat Shu? If you want, I will lend you my strength." Ichigo agreed with one bite, and picked up Rukia's sword. "You can prepare yourself, if you can't, you will die," Rukia said with a serious face. Ichigo can't live that much anymore. Think about the Wanderer, look at Rukia, it's all because of his weakness that they hurt them. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto high and stabbed him in the chest. A miracle happened. Ichigo mastered the power of the god of death to emit a dazzling light, and Luo Chen was also attracted by this light. What happened? Luo Chen turned his head and saw that Ichigo was actually wearing the clothes of the god of death. Ichigo, you. Luo Chen really didn't know what to say. Ichigo could feel the power surging in his body. He waved the Zanpakuto casually to get used to its power, and said proudly, "I'm going." Luoken watched Ichigo jump up in front of him to intercept Tsuji, and then attacked mercilessly. Luo Chen's face was full of regret. He was unable to witness the moment when Ichigo became the god of death with his own eyes. Chapter 773. What's the matter? Is this not going to work? Kurosaki. Ichigo recklessly swung the Zanpakuto to slash at Shu, each knife very sharp. Luo Chen looked at Zudu in front of him and wanted to run away in fear, but Ichigo kept hacking and killing. Hey, Ichigo can quickly turn it into a Buddha. Rukia was also a little overwhelmed, and loudly guided Ichigo's next move. How could Ichigo let the bully of the wandering child go so easily, and roared, "If you let me bully my family again, I will never let you go." The Zanpakuto swiped across Shu's body again and again, and the entire Shu's body was now going to be chopped into 8 pieces. Ha ha ha, let the horses come over here, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Kurosaki. Ichigo lost himself a little now, and his eyes turned blood red. No, the power is a bit strong, Ichigo is out of control. Luo Chen hurriedly ran forward to stop Ichigo. Dang. The 2 Zanpakuto collided and made a crisp sound. Luo Chen lifted it hard, knocked Ichigo back a few steps, and then quickly turned Shu into a Buddha. With a bang, Shu turned into a black butterfly and slowly flew into the air and disappeared. What's wrong with me? Ichigo looked at the Zanpakuto in his hand and felt very puzzled. He only had a slight impression of what happened just now. Luoken smiled awkwardly. If he hadn't stopped Ichigo, this ghost would definitely have been wiped out completely, and Rukia would definitely be held responsible. Thank you very much, Luoken. Rukia stood up and thanked Luoken. She also knew that Luoken was just to help herself. Fallen dust collects. The Zanpakuto got up and flicked Ichigo's forehead. It hurts. Ichigo covered his forehead and shouted to Luoken angrily, "What are you doing? Do you still want to fight?" Luo Chen smiled lightly, and called out Nine Tails to make it appear as it was. Roar. Nine Tails raised his head to the sky and howled. Ichigo and Rukia looked at Kyuubi in surprise. They had never seen such a huge creature before, and there was a strong sense of oppression from Kyuubi. Okay, come back. After showing off his power, Luo Chen looked at Ichigo again. Want to compete with Nine Tails? XXX. This time, Ichigo didn't speak anymore. Just now, the momentum of the Nine Tails completely shocked him. How could he dare to challenge Luokan, unless it was death? Who exactly are you? Rukia asked fearfully. Luokan replied indifferently. I am the deputy god of death, and the one just now was my partner, Nine Tails. Deputy Death. Rukia has also heard of such a thing, but she has not witnessed it with her own eyes, but now she has seen it. Ichigo Kurosaki looked at the two with an idiotic expression, not knowing what they were talking about. How about it, Ichigo, do you want to be the deputy god of death as well? Have you absorbed all of Rukia's power? Luokan looked at Ichigo with interest. Speaking of this, Rukia was embarrassed. She originally wanted to lend a part of her power to Ichigo, but Ichigo Kurosaki took away all her power. Now she can't return to the corpse soul. Bounded. Kurosaki Ichigo refused without hesitation. He would not do it if he faced monsters like just now in the future. Then give me back your power. Rukia is worried that there is no way to return to the soul realm. Now it's better to hear Ichigo say that. Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously, how can I give it back to you? The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and Rukia didn't know how to get her power back, so the three of them stared at each other with big eyes. Ha ha ha, it really is Ichigo, you will be the deputy god of death in the future, you have to work hard. Luo Chen was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately retorted, idiot, I didn't agree. Luokan suddenly became serious and said to Ichigo, even if you are a wanderer, does it matter if Shali and the others are attacked again? This sentence reminded Ichigo that he borrowed power from Rukia just to protect his family. If he didn't have this power in the future, how would he protect his family? I promise, Ichigo replied firmly, clenching his hands tightly into fists. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, but Rukia, who was beside him, was disappointed. She had neither the strength nor the way to go back, so she was embarrassed now. Rukia, let's go home. Luo Chen said lightly. Rukia refused outright. Too many things happened tonight. She had to sort out her thoughts and find a way to go back as soon as possible. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Whoosh, Rukia disappeared at the end of the street. It's really fast to run. Luo Chen looked at Rukia's back and sighed. Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head to look at his home and said angrily, what should I do? Luokan shrugged helplessly and asked the system if there was a solution. The system told him that he could use the power of the god of death, and even erase the wanderer's memory. That's great. Luo Chen was so happy when he heard that the wandering child's memory could be erased, or else Ichigo would be in trouble when he found out about it in the future. Ichigo Kurosaki didn't know what happened to make Luokan so excited, and looked at Luokan with the eyes of an idiot. Luokan hurriedly pushed Ichigo into the room to have a good rest, and left the outside affairs to him. Only if Ichigo doesn't fall into the dust here can the wanderer's memory be erased. After Luo Chen had dealt with everything, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, Ichigo Kurosaki's family ate breakfast and chatted as usual, but there was still a big hole in the house. Really, there would be a big truck rushing into our house, but fortunately no one was injured. He looked at the hole in the wall and complained. Ichigo raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen, knowing that this was a good thing that Luo Chen did. Luokan said lightly, yes, everyone is fine, you should be more careful in the future. The wanderer looked at Luo Chen with a smile and agreed with him. Ichigo sighed, too many things happened last night, and I didn't rest well this night, and now I have no appetite for breakfast. I'm leaving. Ichigo picked up the school bag and walked out. Luokan also stood up and walked to Ichigo's side, and said kindly, I'll go to school with you, I just have something to deal with. Huh, Ichigo looked at Luokan suspiciously, wondering what the hell he was going to do. At this time, Yixin explained, from today Luokan is also your classmate. You can take good care of your cousin. What? Ichigo shouted loudly. 100 million. Chapter 774. Ichigo came to the class with a look of reluctance and Luokan. Hello everyone, I'm Luokan, Ichigo's cousin. I'll be classmates with everyone from today. Please give me more advice. Luokan introduced himself very friendly. When they saw Luokan, they were frightened in an instant, especially when they heard that Luokan and himself became classmates. Why did you come to our class? Are you really Ichigo's cousin? Why are you two so different? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The girl immediately surrounded Luokan, and Ichigo was pushed away alive. Inoue Orihime didn't go up, seeing Ichigo being squeezed out to greet him very cordially, but Ichigo didn't feel anything. Orihime, why do you care about that idiot? His cousin is more handsome, said Long Zegui, Orihime's best friend on 217. Orihime just smiled lightly and didn't say anything, but her eyes followed Ichigo away. Luo Chen, as the protagonist, naturally sees 6 ways with his eyes and listens to all directions, and this little action of Orihime is completely observed by his eyes. Are you Orihime? I often hear Ichigo mention you. Luokan walked through the crowd and walked to Orihime with a kind smile. Taki Long Zegui was immediately moved by Luokan's appearance, and Luokan's gentle voice made her fall. Organic, Orihime, hurry up and answer, Luokan is actually talking to us. Long Zegui had lost himself in excitement. Orihime laughed awkwardly, although she also admitted that Luo Chencheng was very handsome. She still cared about Ichigo's situation. Please take care of me, if you can, come to our house to play, I believe Ichigo will be very happy too. Luo Chen put forward suggestions in order to create conditions for Orihime. Orihime was still hesitating, but Long Zegui agreed immediately. Forget it, I have something to do tonight so I won't bother you. Although Orihime wanted to know more about Ichigo, she was still a little tangled in her heart. Long Zegui was immediately dumbfounded, and she let go of the handsome guy who saw him. Just when Long Zegui wanted to complain, the bell rang for the class, and as the teacher came in, Rukia also walked in wearing her school uniform. Hello everyone, I'm Rukia Kuchiki, please take care of me from now on. After seeing Rukia, Ichigo immediately spit out the water in his mouth, stood up excitedly, pointed at Rukia and said, why are you here too? Everyone's eyes were on Ichigo, but he didn't expect that he knew all the new transfer students. Rukia didn't want to reveal her identity in front of people, so she pretended to be innocent and asked Ichigo, do I know you? As soon as Ichigo wanted to tell what happened last night, he was shocked by Rukia's penetrating gaze. Luo Chen also reminded in a low voice, don't talk too much, be careful that Rukia will entangle you. As soon as Ichigo heard that Rukia would be entangled in her, she felt a chill on her back, and cold sweat kept coming out, so she obediently sat down and read a book. In this way, Luokan and Rukia became Ichigo's classmates. At lunchtime, Luokan naturally ate with Ichigo, and Rukia also came over and decided to eat with them. What the hell is going on with the two of you? Did you agree to come and fix me? Ichigo looked at Luokan and Rukia, her brows furrowed into a pimple. Luokan is very popular with girls, while Rukia is very popular with boys. Comparing these two people, he is simply disliked by everyone. I'm your cousin, how could I come to harass you with others? Luo Chen explained to Ichigo in a very sincere tone. And Rukia also said in a natural tone, my power is on you now, how can I leave without getting my power back? Ichigo looked at these two people with a dark face. No matter how he looked at them, he thought they were suspicious. Okay, there are not many classes during the lunch break, let's eat lunch quickly. Luo Chen was already hungry after a morning of class. Rukia doesn't have anything, she doesn't need to eat, and her body is just a corpse. Ichigo's stomach also growled, and he didn't care about it anymore, he just took out the bento and ate it. And Rukia was very embarrassed to watch the two of them eat lunch while she was doing it next to her, and she didn't know where she took out a bottle of drink. "Hey, how should I drink this kind of thing?" Rukia asked Ichigo. Ichigo was very impatient to tell Rukia not to bother him, and let her go to the dust. Luokan was a very friendly way of giving Rukia a drink, but Rukia obviously didn't understand the step of inserting the straw into the bottle. "Ah, it's so annoying, why haven't you even drunk this?" Ichigo became impatient when she saw that Rukia hadn't found the straw for a long time, so she stepped forward to get the drink and handed it to Rukia. Luokan apologized to Rukia. He should have explained in more detail, and also apologized for Ichigo's rude actions. "It's okay, there's no need to apologize for this kind of thing," Rukia said while enjoying the drink. A good lunchtime passed, and the afternoon time passed very quickly, and it was time for school in a blink of an eye. Rukia, Ichigo and Luokan were walking home together. "Forget about falling off, why do you even want to come with me?" Ichigo looked at Rukia with a displeased expression. Actually, Rukia lives in Ichigo's closet now, but Ichigo doesn't know it. "What, you actually live in my room?" Ichigo shouted in surprise, and passers-by looked at Ichigo. "Idiot, why are you so loud?" Although Rukia is the god of death, there is still some common sense in this gender issue. Ichigo immediately walked over quickly. He must not let Rukia live in his house, and it was his own room. He managed to drive Luokan out with great difficulty, so what's the matter with a Rukia now? Ichigo walked towards the house in a hurry, and accidentally bumped into Inoue Orihime who was walking across. "It hurts." Orihime sat on the ground with her butt down, and the food spilled all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Luokan hurried forward to help clean up, and Ichigo was very patient and helped Orihime up. Suddenly, Rukia saw the black mark on Orihime's leg and immediately realized that she was entangled by another spirit. However, in order not to frighten Orihime, she didn't say it face to face. "Then I'll go first." Orihime waved goodbye to Ichigo, with a happy expression on her face. For her, she was very happy to be able to talk to Ichigo, not to mention physical contact. Chapter 775. Ichigo and a few people went home and started to eat, while Luokan suggested to go back to the room with Ichigo for Rukia's sake. "Huh, why are you going to eat in my room? Go back to your own room." Ichigo was very impatient. Luo Chen smiled and let out the nine tails, and asked the nine tails to talk to Ichigo about this. Ichigo saw the true face of Kyuubi last night. Even if Kyuubi is cute now, Ichigo is afraid. I understand, come with me." Ichigo helplessly walked to his room with the food and Luokan. The wandering child looked at the backs of the two leaving and said with a smile, "It's amazing that the relationship between brother Ichigo and brother Luokan has been resolved so quickly." Shali felt something strange between them. She couldn't help shivering when she saw Luo Chen smiling at Ichigo just now. Rukia had been waiting in Ichigo's room for a long time, not to eat, but to talk about Orihime. "Let's chat while we eat." Luo Chen had already felt the power of emptiness from Orihime's body, so he suggested coming to Ichigo's room for dinner. Only Ichigo didn't know what the two of them were talking about, with an impatient and puzzled look on his face. "What the hell are you two talking about? There's something you can't say clearly." Ichigo saw Luokan and Rukia chatting for a long time and finally couldn't help breaking out. The wanderer heard Ichigo's voice and asked with concern, "What happened to Ichigo brother?" Luokan and Rukia made a low-pitched gesture to Ichigo at the same time, and Ichigo glanced at how the two of them were completely defeated. "It's okay, I just choked." Ichigo made a random excuse. Only then did Luokan and Rukia breathe a sigh of relief, and warned Ichigo not to get too excited. "Idiot, this is my room, I'll decide what I say here." Ichigo was famous for his violent temper, and he finally broke out after holding back for a long time. XXX. Luokan didn't care, but Rukia was different. I saw Rukia put her hands on Ichigo's body, and she was still muttering something, and the tingling sensation spread over Ichigo's body immediately. "What did you do to me? Why is my body hurting so much?" Ichigo looked at Rukia angrily. Rukia snorted coldly and asked Ichigo to speak to her with such an attitude. This was just a lesson. Luokan smiled awkwardly, put his hands on Ichigo's body and shouted, "Solution." Ichigo immediately felt much more relaxed, but Rukia was not calm, looked at Luokan suspiciously, and asked, "Who the hell are you, and why are you able to get rid of my ghosts?" "This is the ghost way, this is the first time I know it." Luo Chen scratched his head and laughed. This time Luokan really didn't know that Rukia was using the ghost way. He just used the blood wheel eyes to see that there were many messy things in Luokan's body, so he injected some of his own power, and only explained it in order to pretend to be cool. Let's discuss Ino's affairs. Luokan has been in Ichigo's room for a long time, and he has run out of food and hasn't gotten to the point. Ichigo asked suspiciously, "Orihime. What's wrong with her? What an idiot, don't you feel that Orihime has the power of a soul, she must be entangled by Shu." Rukia was very disdainful. Compared to Kiluokan, Ichigo's response was really bad. Ichigo's face turned black in an instant, and he turned his head angrily and ignored Luokan and Rukia. "Ichigo, tell us about Orihime." After all, Rukia and Luokan were just here, and they were not familiar with Orihime. It's a pity that Ichigo's stubborn temper came up, arrogantly ignoring the two of them, looking out the window alone without saying a word. Luokan wanted to persuade Ichigo, "Well, this is something that concerns Orihime's life, not a joke." Rukia didn't have the patience, so she hit Ichigo with a glove, and Ichigo's soul appeared like this. "Well, what's the situation?" Ichigo looked at himself lying on the ground in surprise. Rukia didn't explain much, and went straight to grab Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto. "What are you doing? Don't jump up suddenly." Kurosaki Ichigo felt pushing Rukia away, and quickly took 2 steps back. Rukia said solemnly, "You don't want to be a god of death anyway, so let me take back my power." Ichigo naturally wanted to get rid of the Defkia, didn't want to be an acting god of death either, so she readily agreed and asked, "But how do I return my power to you?" Rukia said calmly, "Just kill you." Ichigo's face immediately showed a look of surprise, and shouted loudly, "Don't say such terrifying words, I haven't lived enough." Luokan looked at Rukia and Ichigo and sighed helplessly, and said, "Don't quarrel, the two of you. Maybe Orihime has already been ripped off when you two quarreled." Ichigo and Rukia squinted at Luokan and said, "It turns out that you are the most terrifying." "What?" Luokan didn't know why the two of them suddenly had such a tacit understanding, but it was great that they could calm down. Next, Ichigo told everything about Orihime. It turned out that Orihime was a poor child. Her only brother died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving Orihime alone in the family. "Let's go and see who is entangled in her." After Luo Chen finished speaking, he walked out. As soon as Ichigo stepped out the door, she remembered what to do with her body, and Rukia said lightly, "There will be no problem, as long as you don't die, there will be no problem." Of course, Ichigo was not talking about this, but what if someone went in when they left? Luokan said lightly, "There will be no problem. Even if you die, they won't worry about it." Of course what Luo Chen said was a joke, in order to make Ichigo quicken his steps. Ichigo's violent temper really came up, raising his fist and rushing towards Luokan, while Luokan quickened his pace and ran towards Orihime's house. In this way, Luokan and his party came to Oriji's door. Due to Luokan's particularity, he could only observe quietly from a distance. "Look, there are people there." Luo Chen suddenly saw a soul floating in the air, staring at Orihime's house. Ichigo looked up and was surprised to find that the soul was Orihime's older brother, Hao Inoue. It turned out that Orihime's older brother was worried that Orihime was alone in the world, so he couldn't go to the soul world, and a few days ago, he left a mark on Orihime's body to help Orihime dodge the truck. Chapter 776. It's easy to do now, Just transform Inoue Hao into a Buddha. Luokan said easily, so that he didn't have to fight. Rukia and Luo Chen agree that Ichigo is the best person to communicate with. Why do you want me to go? I'm not good at this kind of work. Ichigo said impatiently with disgust on his face. If Luo Chen or Rukia came forward to persuade him, Inoue Hao would definitely be a little wary. It was difficult to guarantee whether he would launch an attack, which would lead to an indifferent battle, so Ichigo was dispatched. The last two threw Ichigo out despite Ichigo's objection. Ichigo, why are you dressed like this? Hao Inoue had obviously heard about the god of death, so he was a little wary of Ichigo's dress, and he also knew that Ichigo was not dead. Ichigo didn't know how to explain it, so he said directly, just leave your sister to me, and I'll take you to the soul world. No, I can't go now, I want to protect Orihime's safety. Hao Inoue got excited when he heard that Ichigo was here to see him off, and quickly distanced himself from Ichigo. Ichigo is also not good at communication, and hoped to get home and rest soon, but he even rushed towards Hao Inoue with the Zanpakuto. Inoue Hao naturally avoided, but he was just an ordinary soul that couldn't attack. Luokan looked at Hao Inoue and Ichigo chasing in midair and covered his eyes helplessly and said, I forgot that Ichigo is not good at communication. If I had known this, it would be better for me to go. This idiot has made things like this. Rukia couldn't stand it anymore, so she directly stood up and instructed Ichigo to transform into a Buddha. So you just wanted to send me away, what are you trying to do to Orihime? Inoue Hao saw Rukia, who jumped out and gradually became angry. Luokan watched things get out of control and quickly stepped forward to explain, but unfortunately before he could speak, a crack appeared in the air and took Hao Inoue away. What's the situation, Tilda? Luokan was also dumbfounded. Could there be someone else who helped Hao Inoue? Rukia's expression was very solemn, and she said seriously, no, this is the power of nothingness, and Hao Inoue will be eaten by other things. Then what should I do? Ichigo asked urgently. Rukia shook her head, that world was impossible to enter, there was no other way. Are you really a god of death? You are indifferent to seeing the souls of good people being turned into emptiness. Ichigo got excited, he didn't know how to explain to Orihime. Rukia retorted loudly, it's not because of your poor communication skills that Inoue Hao escaped, otherwise we have completed our mission now. Damn it, are you blaming me now? Ichigo was already very angry, but now he was even more angry after hearing Rukia say that. Luokan sighed and blocked between the two to let them both calm down. Since everything has already happened, there is no other way. Let's go back. Luo Chen could clearly feel that Inoue Hao's power had disappeared. Rukia and Ichigo looked at each other with a cold snort and left. The three answered that no one in the family spoke, and Luo Chen was very helpless to these two people. It would be great if they could think more about it. I'd better go to Orihime's house to have a look. Get her down. Luokan is worried that Hao Inoue will hurt Orihime after being swallowed. Ichigo and Rukia were getting angry, so they didn't speak. Just like that, Luo Chen came to Orihime's door alone. Dang dang. Here, Orihime's voice came from the room. Oriji opened the door and saw Luokan, laughed happily, and shouted into the house, Long Zegui, look who's here. Long Zegui ran out of the room, and when he saw that the person who came was Luo Chen, his eyes turned into the shape of love, and he quickly pulled Luo Chen into the house. I didn't expect that Long Zi was also at Oda's house. Luo Chen felt a little embarrassed now. Long Zegui nodded vigorously, they were still discussing Luokan just now, but he didn't expect Luokan to come so soon. Luokan, do you have anything to do? Orihime brought 3 drinks and placed them in front of Luokan. Luokan smiled awkwardly, and when he saw Long Zegui's nympho smile, his mind went blank. The system quickly give me a reason. Luokan had no choice but to seek help from the system. The system fell off the chain at this critical moment and kept silent. Damn guy, Luo Chen scolded the system unwillingly. Unexpectedly, Long Zegui heard it and asked suspiciously, who is Luokan talking about? The image of Ichigo appeared in Luokan's mind unconsciously, and he spit it out. Long Zegui immediately agreed after hearing it. Yes, that guy Kurosaki is very hateful. Not only does he look very scary, but he often frowns, giving people the feeling of an old man, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. Orihime tilted her head and said, yes, I think Kurosaki-san has a very funny face. Although he often frowns, he is also very cute when he smiles. Hey, Orihime, when did you see Kurosaki's smile? Hurry up and tell the truth. Long Zegui immediately pressed Orihime. The atmosphere became much more relaxed all of a sudden, and Luo Chen felt more relieved seeing the closeness of Long Zegui and Orihime. It's great, it's good that Orihime is so cheerful now. Well, I think it's getting late, I should also say goodbye. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he was about to stand up and leave. Although he was worried that Orihime would be in danger, it was really bad to be with a girl at such a late night. Long Zegui was very reluctant to hear that Luo Chen was leaving, stood up and said to Luo Chen, "Ah, are you leaving so soon? You just came." Orihime also helped to echo, "Da Jiao, yes, let's stay a little longer." Luokan smiled politely, and the sunshine-like smile hit Long Zegui's heart. "Today I just came to say hello. I live in Ichigo's house now, and I will definitely come to visit often in the future. I will first." Luokan suddenly felt a phantom power outside the house, probably because Inoue Hao came back to find Orihime in trouble. "Luokan-san, what's wrong with you?" Orihime asked with concern when she saw Luokan's solemn expression. Luokan originally wanted to leave, but now it seems that he can't leave. It is impossible to leave without defeating Shu. "I'll sit down again," Luo Chen said and sat down. As long as Luokan is still here, Shu will not dare to invade this room, unless Shu does not want to die. Luokan hoped that Ichigo could feel the emptiness and deal with it, so that Orihime and Long Zegui would not be disturbed. Chapter 777. Shu was staring at Orihime inside the house, and the dust fell in the house, and the three of Orihime and Long Zegui chatted and laughed very happily. "I'm sorry, I need to make a phone call." Luo Chen didn't wait until Ichigo and Rukia didn't know what to talk about. Orihime kindly brought Luokan to the phone and let him use it freely. "Rukia, why haven't you come yet? Can't you feel the virtual appearance?" Luo Chen said anxiously. Rukia's surprised voice came from the phone. "What, Ichigo, we should act." "Huh, why should I act with you? Idiot, you are now acting as the god of death, so you need to deal with the emptiness. I don't care about such troublesome things." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Rukia and Ichigo arguing over the phone. Luokan wanted to persuade Rukia and Ichigo, but she didn't know who hung up the phone. "Did something happen?" Orihime asked with concern when she saw Luokan's embarrassed face. Luokan smiled wryly. It seemed that Ichigo and Rukia couldn't count on them, so let's take care of the outside world. "Orihime, do you like puppies?" Luokan returned to the house and asked Orihime. Orihime clapped her hands. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she replied, "Of course, I like small animals very much." XXX. Long Zegui echoed, "Me too, I also like small animals very much." It's easy to do now. Luokan decided to let Nine Tails come out to help. "Can you close your eyes? I have a friend I want to introduce to you," Luo Chen said with a smile. Orihime and Long Zegui cooperated and closed their eyes, and Luo Chen quickly called out the Nine Tails. With a swish, Jue appeared in front of Luokan, and let out a coquettish cry. "Now you can open your eyes." Orihime and Long Zegui opened his eyes and saw that Jue was captured immediately. He was relieved, and the two rushed to hug Jue. "This is Nine Tails, my pet. It's great that you like it. I'm going out to deal with some things. Can I trouble you to take care of it?" Luokan asked with a smile. Orihime and Long Zegui agreed in unison, letting Luokan leave with confidence. Luokan telepathically said to the Nine Tails, "I'll leave the two of them to you. I'll deal with the guys outside." Out tilde, Jue called out to Luokan twice, meaning, "Do you need my help?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. He stood up and walked outside. Before leaving, he told them not to come out. Although the power emanating from the Nine Tails is not stronger than Luo Chen's, it is still enough to deter Shu. "Don't look any further, I'm here." Luo Chen looked at Shu lightly. Shu was obviously surprised when he saw Luo Chen. He thought that Luo Chen's power had weakened, but he didn't expect that there was still a powerful opponent. Roar tilde, Shu screamed in horror, trying to rush into the room but was shocked by the power of the Nine Tails and returned. "Oh, how could it be so easy to let you in?" Luo Chen squinted at Shu. Shu was stunned by the huge power that Luo Chen exuded. He looked at the house and then at Luo Chen, and decided to run away first. Where to run? Luo Chen naturally wouldn't let Shu escape, and immediately appeared in front of Shu to stop it from escaping. Ho tilde, Shu shouted angrily, and it seemed to know that he couldn't escape, so he had to fight with him. Shu waved his tail to attack Luokan, and a sweep hit Luokan. Luo Chen blocked Shu's attack with his backhand, and then grabbed Shu's tail with his palm. "What are you doing in such a hurry? Do you want to hurry to the Soul Realm?" Luo Chen said and released the Zanpakudo from his hand. When Shu saw Luokan's Zanpakudo, he panicked even more, struggling to get rid of Luokan. Luokan was also a little careless. Unexpectedly, Shu cut off his tail and rushed into Orihime's room. "Nine Tails!" Luo Chen shouted. After hearing Luo Chen's voice, Kyubi immediately put on a fighting look, which made Orihime and Ryazawagui startle. Luo Chen also quickly put away the Zanpakudo and ran into the house, but unfortunately Shu was not blocked by the wall, so he was one step ahead of Luo Chen. Roar tilde, Shu was very angry when he saw Orihime and Ryu Sawagui hiding behind Kyubi, and launched a fierce attack on Kyubi with the pain of the broken tail. Naturally, the Nine Tails resisted, but the small size of the state limited the performance of the Nine Tails, so the Nine Tails became a little bigger. Orihime, was Kyubi that big just now? Long Zegui looked at Kyubi suspiciously and asked. Orihime was also very puzzled, and suddenly thought, maybe this is a dog from outer space, maybe this is what it looks like, we have to keep it a secret. You little idiot still thinks so strangely. After hearing Orihime's words, Long Zegui showed a loving smile and lightly hit Orihime on the head with his hand. Orihime also stuck out her tongue lightly and laughed shyly. Seeing that Orihime and Long Zegui were so close, Shu was very angry, and rushed towards Long Zegui desperately. Nine Tails wanted to block but forgot her size, so she flinched. "How are you, Nine Tails?" Orihime was startled when she saw Nine Tails suddenly pounced on the ground, and hurried forward to check on Nine Tails' situation. The situation of the Nine Tails was not understood yet, and Long Zegui let out a painful scream again. When Orihime turned to look at Long Zegui again, Long Zegui had already vomited blood and fell into a coma. Long Zegui. Orihime was completely stunned. She felt the emptiness around her and hid in the corner in horror. "Stop!" Luo Chen pushed open the door when Shu Jung was about to attack Orihime. When Orihime saw Luokan, she felt as if she saw a savior, and immediately ran in the direction of Luokan. No! Before Luo Chen's voice landed, he saw Orihime being attacked by Shu. Orihime didn't die, but her soul was knocked out of her body, and her body was not hurt. Luokan. Orihime looked at herself lying on the ground, very surprised, and then looked at Shu who was roaring at the side and hurried to Luokan's direction. "What is this? It's so scary." Orihime hid behind Luokan in horror. Luokan sighed and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you, Nine Tails." Nine Tails immediately understood what Luo Chen meant, and no longer estimated that she had grown bigger, and violently rushed towards Shu. Where did Shu endure this blow from Jue? His broken body stepped back again and again, but his eyes kept looking at Shu behind Luo Chen. "Did Orihime make you think so much?" Luokan said indifferently. Chapter 778. The only one who answered Luokan's roar was Shu's roar. From now on, you can know that this Shu is also a low-level species. Although I don't know why this Shu is so obsessed with Orahime's soul, Luo Chen will not let it succeed. Hurry up and die. Luo Chen made a very unrestrained gesture. Shu is now completely out of control, destroying the surrounding environment at will, and the house collapsed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Jue protected Long Zegui in advance. My home is gone, Orihime shouted in surprise. There are many of her memories here. Luokan shrugged helplessly. Luokan has discussed this point with the system in advance, and the system can help Luokan to handle it when necessary. The environment is restored. HMPH, you don't know how to repent when you die, so let's go and accept the punishment. Luo Chen said and rushed forward. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia finally appeared. Wait, that coup looks a little strange. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted loudly. Because of Kurosaki Ichigo's sudden shouting, Luo Chen's attack was much lighter, and he just cut off Ku's mask, and thus he was able to see Ku's true face. That's Inoue how, Ichigo shouted loudly. Orihime was also very surprised. She didn't know what to do with her brother. Ichigo, hurry up, it's already empty, so it must be defeated. Rukia said firmly. But Ichigo disagreed. After all, he was Orihime's brother. He watched Orihime cry over his brother's photo for a week. Now that he kills Inoue how, Orihime will definitely collapse. Orihime tilde. Inoue how called out Orihime's name with what little consciousness he had left. Orihime rushed out without hesitation. She believed that her brother would not harm her. Inoue how slowly raised his hand and grabbed Orihime forcefully, then his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Roar tilde, Inoue how lost consciousness again. Luokan hurriedly stepped forward and stabbed How Inoue, directly cutting off How Inoue's arm, and Orihime was saved in this way. I'm sorry, I can't watch you get killed by him. Luo Chen also knew that How Inoue was helpless, and he would be the same as before when he reached the Soul realm. Orihime didn't blame Luokan either. She also knew that Luokan was doing it for herself. Don't meddle in your own business, Orihime should be so sad. Ichigo was very worried about Orihime's situation, afraid that Orihime would not be able to accept this kind of thing. Luokan sighed, looked at Rukia and said, you should have a solution to this matter, such as erasing your memory. Rukia nodded, but she didn't like this way of handling, because there would be something missing. That's good. Luokan didn't want Ichigo to know that he had the power to be forgotten, lest he expose the wandering child's amnesia. Ichigo was still very hesitant, but Shu rushed towards the wanderer again. Luokan naturally picked up the Zanpakuto and rushed towards Shu, but Ichigo actually held the Zanpakuto to block Luokan in front of him. Seeing that Shu was about to reach Orihime, Luo Chen could only let Nine Tails stop him. Out tilde, the Nine Tails exuded enormous power, and manipulated the Nine Tails to entangle Shu. Orihime tilde, Inoue how regained consciousness with his power under control. He wanted to reach out to touch Orihime, but found that his hand was already tied. Brother. Orihime also stepped forward with a big heart, and she no longer had any scruples in the face of his once only relative. Luokan sighed, seeing the two of them like this, he felt very uncomfortable. Orihime, I've been watching you since you died. I'm really sad to see you cry so sadly for me every day, but you haven't been for me since you met that girl in high school. Sad, have you forgotten your brother? How Inoue has been brooding over this matter. He should have left after seeing Orihime being happy, but it was this incident that held him back. No brother, I've always been thinking of you in my heart. In order not to make you worry, I will make myself happy every day. I can always feel that you are looking at me, Orihime said loudly. In fact, Orihime also has a mysterious power. This power allows Orihime to feel the soul around her. Is that so? That's great, kill me quickly. How Inoue's heart has been untied now, and now he can leave without any worries. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Although Orihime was very reluctant, she knew that only by letting her brother leave could he be happy. Luokan, please, Orihime said to Luokan sadly. Luokan raised his sword and fell. Inoue Hao disappeared in front of everyone, and Orihime also fainted with Inoue Hao's disappearance. Orihime, are you okay? Ichigo quickly stepped forward and hugged Orihime. After Rukia's inspection, Orihime only became weak after the soul left the body for too long and was hit. What should we do now? Ichigo looked at Rukia nervously. Rukia said to Ichigo disdainfully, idiot, of course, he sent Orihime's soul into her body, as long as the chain of cause and effect is not broken. The black line on Ichigo's face was very unhappy with Rukia's attitude, but now she has to bow her head to ask for help. Rukia sorted everything out and was about to leave. Ichigo pointed to Orihime's house and asked, what should I do with this? Rukia has done everything she can now, and as for the house, she has no choice. I'll say goodbye first. Rukia ran towards Ichigo's house after she finished speaking. Ichigo naturally chased after him, and he wanted Rukia to restore the house to its original state. Luokan sighed helplessly as he watched the silhouettes of the two leaving, but it was thanks to them that they left, otherwise he didn't know what reason he would have to find to get rid of the two of them. The system will work hard for you next, Luo Chen said to the system. The system also restored Orihime's house without hesitation to the original appearance. No, it should be said that a more luxurious house was built. This house always feels weird somewhere. Luo Chen always had an indescribably strange feeling when he looked at the house. The system said proudly, "You're welcome on this point. The previous house style was too old, so I used my imagination and created this house by combining the most popular elements at the moment. The host can rest assured that no will be discovered by others." Luokan smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. 100 million. Chapter 779. Luokan woke up early in the morning and wanted to discuss something with Rukia, but he found that Rukia quietly left the room alone. Luokan naturally followed out of the heart to protect Rukia from accidents, but she didn't expect her to come to an old grocery store. "Rukia, what are you doing here?" The sudden appearance of Luokan startled Rukia. She quickly took 2 steps back and asked, "Why are you here?" Luokan said without concealment that he was following Rukia. Rukia clenched her fist tightly. She thought it was because of the loss of her spiritual power that she didn't realize that Luo Chen was following her, but it was Luo Chen who had been hiding her spiritual power and aura. "I've told you the truth, you should also tell me what I'm doing here." Luo Chen showed a harmless smile. Rukia sighed, "Since Luokan came here with her, then tell him truthfully, and Luokan will know about it sooner or later." "Come with me." Rukia walked over to the grocery store first. XXX. Luokan followed Rukia into the grocery store. The dimly lit grocery store was full of merchandise, but no one was seen. "Miss Rukia, you are here." A gloomy voice came from the corner. Luokan pouted his lips displeased, but he didn't like the atmosphere at all, and asked if the system could brighten the surroundings. The system is responsive, and directly makes Luokan's body glow. In a dim room, Luokan is like a light bulb, which makes Luokan very speechless, and now his mood is lower than before. Miss Rukia brought something very interesting this time. A man in a hat came out with a cane. Luokan quickly asked the system to take back this light, and was very dissatisfied with the fact that the person wearing the hat just called it something. "Who the hell is he? If I don't know you well, I'm welcome." Luo Chen was ready to fight. The man in the hat laughed calmly. He had seen many short-tempered teenagers, but he had never seen such a luminous teenager like Shang Luokan. "Young man, don't be so impatient, you must want me to help you remove the light from you," the hat man said wisely. Luokan snorted coldly, completely ignoring the other party. Rukia saw that the atmosphere between the two was not right, and quickly introduced to the other. This is Luokan, a god of death. This is Kazuki Urahara, the owner of this grocery store. Che, it turns out to be the boss. No wonder everything looks like a commodity. It's really rude. Luo Chen had a good impression of Urahara Kazuki when he was watching anime, but this first meeting was really unpleasant. Urahara Kazuki looked at him and said, "It's really rare to see a god of death that can shine. I'm really rude." Luokan didn't want to pay any attention to Kazuki Urahara now, and asked Rukia, "What are you buying here? Are you going to find a way to get him back?" Before Luo Chen's words were finished, Rukia covered her mouth with her hand, pulled Luo Chen aside and said in a low voice, "Don't tell me the things that I can't go back to." Luokan didn't expect that Rukia would have such a strong hand when using her remains. She really underestimated her. Luo Chen desperately broke Rukia. Rukia let go of her hands when she saw Luokan's blushing face, and apologized to Luokan embarrassedly. "Forget it, I know you didn't mean it anymore, I forgive you." Luo Chen waved his hand and said, the anger in his heart disappeared when he saw Rukia's apology. Rukia actually said, "I did it on purpose." Now it was embarrassing. Luokan opened his mouth and stared at Rukia, not knowing how to answer. "I purposely didn't want him to know that my power was taken away, so please don't let me slip up." Rukia showed a sincere expression. Luokan breathed a sigh of relief, and said helplessly, "I see, just don't pant when you talk in the future, you're suffocating me to death." Rukia looked at Luokan suspiciously and said, "I didn't catch my breath, is it because I didn't bond enough with the remains?" Luokan was completely speechless, so he quickly told Rukia to go back, but he saw Kazuki Urahara looking at them resentfully. "Hey, boys and girls, have you finally finished talking about your affairs? What's the matter when you came to my shop?" Urahara Kazuki said with a smile, completely different from the way he peeked at them just now. Luo Chen muttered by himself, "What a fickle man." Unexpectedly, Urahara Kazuki's ears were very useful, but when he heard what Luo Chen was saying, he said with a smile, "Of course, when I open the door to do business, of course I want to provide the best service to customers. Work." Luokan glanced at Kazuki Urahara disdainfully, and went shopping alone in the grocery store. I have to say it again, don't look at the appearance of the grocery store, but the goods inside are still very complete, I just don't know how it will work. How is Mr. Luokan's selection? Do you need me to introduce you? Urahara Kazuki followed behind Luokan with a smile. Luokan said with a dark face, "No need, and I won't buy your stuff either." It's not that Luokan doesn't want to buy it, it's just that he doesn't have the currency of this world. Urahara Kazuki immediately changed his face when he heard Luokan's words, and said to Luokan with a look of disgust, "What, it turns out to be a poor ghost, hurry away." Luokan was really angry, and now she really wants to smash this store. Cut. Luokan was really unwilling, and asked the system if there was any way to teach Kazuki Urahara a lesson, or give him some money. No problem, the host has accumulated more than 200,000 gold coins before, and I will exchange them for the currency of this world immediately. The system replied easily. Luo Chen was stunned, when did he become so rich? These are the bonuses that the host got when he killed Shu. It's just that the host didn't care at the time, so I helped the host get it automatically. Luokan was instantly elated, and kept praising the system for its beautiful work. I'm not that good. The system was shy of being praised by Luo Chen, and quickly put the gold coins in Luo Chen's pocket. Luokan walked back to the grocery store with an awesome look on his face again, walked in and threw a bag of gold coins on the ground. Hey, what does the boss want? Urahara Kazuki's face was about to burst into laughter, and his eyes also glowed, completely different from before. Rukia looked helpless from the side. Chapter 780. Urahara Kazuki was really stunned when he asked Luokan. Luokan only wanted to teach Urahara Kazuki a lesson, but he didn't think about buying anything at all. Rukia, what did you come to buy? Luo Chen didn't know what was here anyway, so he could just buy the same thing as Rukia. Before Rukia spoke, Urahara Kazuki took the lead and said, "Rukia has customized Yoshimura for us. Do you have anything to customize?" "Oh, Yihanwan, it's the kind of thing that can make the soul escape from the body when eaten." Luokan thought about it. Urahara Kazuki nodded and immediately praised Luokan for knowing so much. "Then give me 10 of those things," Luo Chen said indifferently. Urahara Kazuki immediately shouted loudly, "Master Luokan ordered 10 custom soul pills and charged you a deposit of 100,000 yuan." "What, 100,000? The one who fell into the dust only had 200,000 gold coins, and this time it cost half of it to say that he didn't feel bad." Rukia was also very puzzled, and said to Luokan, "Why do you want so many Yishin pills? They can be used repeatedly." Luokan was instantly dumbfounded, and looked at Kazuki Urahara in embarrassment and wanted to cancel the order. Kazuki Urahara, on the other hand, put on an expression that if you dare to cancel, I will work hard with you. "Forget it, 10, let's just 10. Luo Chen lowered his head and said in a loss, took out a bag of gold coins from his backpack and threw them out. Urahara Kazuki immediately smiled and asked Luokan to pick up the goods in a few days. "This is Miss Rukia's Yoshimura. Thank you for your care. If you need anything, come to this store to see you off." Kazuki Urahara pushed Rukia and Luokan out after he finished speaking. Luokan blinked and looked at Rukia, and Rukia had an expression she was accustomed to. Has Urahara Kazuki always been like this? Luo Chen had never seen such a businessman before, which was really annoying. Rukia nodded indifferently. She knew about Kazuki Urahara's character. He didn't really like money, but liked to use money to make others affirm his products. "Forget it, let's go, it's almost time to go to school," Luo Chen said helplessly. Rukia replied indifferently, "I'm not going today. There are some things that I'm more concerned about. You can give this to Ichigo for me." "This is not good, aren't you afraid of me taking it personally?" Luo Chen had an ominous premonition in his heart as he looked at the Yihanwan in Rukia's hand. Rukia didn't care at all. She thought that Luokan had already spent 100,000 yuan to buy Yishin pills, so she wouldn't rob her, and this kind of thing was worthless at all. Rukia didn't say anything and turned to leave. Luo Chen stood there and heard a crow chirping above her head. Just like that, Luo Chen came to the school with the Yihan pill. It can be seen that Luo Chen called Ichigo out, and after looking at the Yihanwan in his hand, he still felt an ominous premonition, and decided not to give it to Ichigo for the time being. "Why did you ask me to come out?" Ichigo asked Luokan with a look of disdain. Luokan immediately pointed to the sky and said, "It's nothing, it's just that the weather is good today. I think you should get more sunshine, so that you will grow up." Speaking of Luokan, he felt that the sun was disappearing little by little. Luokan felt bitter in his heart. As soon as he said that the weather was good, it was cloudy, but when he looked up, the sun did not disappear, but was blocked by someone. "Who are you?" Luo Chen looked at the tall man in front of him and asked. Ichigo said naturally, "He's a classmate from our class, Chadu Taihu. You've been here for so long, don't you know?" Luokan really knows about Chadu, but he looks different from what he imagined, so it's understandable that he didn't recognize him. "Hello, my name is Shibata." A small white parrot spoke suddenly. Ichigo was naturally startled, pointed at the parrot and said, You, why are you talking?" Ichigo's time as the acting Grim Reaper continued, and he could clearly feel the emptiness emanating from the parrot's body. The parrot didn't say anything. He also knew that he was a special existence, so he wanted to fly away. "I want to take care of you, don't worry." Chadu's voice sounded very firm. Luokan felt a strange ability from Chadu's body, so he asked the system what it was. "I'm sorry, according to the data in this world, there is no data recorded for this special power yet," the system said truthfully. Luokan sighed. It turns out that his system is not omnipotent. "Uncle, let me go. The people who raised me before will suffer misfortune. I don't want you to be hurt," the parrot said sincerely. Luokan frowned and asked directly, didn't you do those things? Ichigo glanced at Chadu and said loudly to Luokan, "Idiot, how can you ask such a question? What if Chadu finds out about the false thing?" Chadu's ears are still very useful, and Ichigo said it so loudly that the whole school was about to hear it. "Shoo, so what is chasing you is Shoo?" Chadu asked the white parrot. The parrot's head tilted slightly. He didn't know what the emptiness in Yihu's mouth was, so he shook his head and said, "Uncle, let me go quickly." Chadu firmly disagreed. He couldn't watch the weak and helpless wandering. Luokan also looked at Ichigo helplessly. He really didn't know what he was thinking, and he actually said false things in such a loud voice. At this time, the class bell rang, and Ichigo and Chadu were about to walk towards the classroom. Ichigo said to Chadu, "Are you going to take him to class?" Chadu nodded naturally, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. "Idiot, it's absolutely impossible for the teacher to let animals in the classroom. He will definitely catch this parrot and bake it." Ichigo drooled as he spoke. The parrot immediately fluttered its wings in fear. Luokan said to Chadu, "Let me take care of it, I just have something I want to ask it." Chadu shook his head and refused, and walked in the direction of the classroom. "Looks like I haven't received Chadu's approval yet." Luo Chen touched his chin and said, "This feeling of not being trusted is not very pleasant." Seeing that Luo Chen was still in a daze, Ichigo urged, "Let's go quickly, it's class." Luo Chen smiled lightly and ran towards the classroom. Not surprisingly, the teacher kicked Chadu out as soon as he saw the parrot, and Luokan also walked out of the classroom in order to get closer to Chadu, while Ichigo was kicked out because he was sleeping. Luokan looked at Ichigo and Chadu and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 781. What's so funny? Ichigo didn't think it was funny that they were kicked out together. Luo Chen pointed at the corner of Ichigo's mouth and said lightly, "Your saliva hasn't been wiped clean." "What?" Ichigo quickly touched the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, but he couldn't find anything after touching it for a long time. Luokan continued, "I lied to you, but you really believe it?" Ichigo was instantly on fire, raised his eyebrows and stared, raising his fists high to fight Luo Chen. It just so happened that the teacher opened the door to check the situation, and Ichigo was honored to be caught. "You two go in, Ichigo stays and cleans the classroom." After the teacher finished speaking, he closed the door of the classroom. Thanks to Ichigo, Luokan and Chadu returned to the classroom, and Parrot was also very obedient and didn't say a word. Finally, it's time to get out of school. Luokan smiled and said to Ichigo, "I'll go first." Ichigo immediately shouted angrily, "You didn't stay to help me, but I was left to clean up because of you." Luokan smiled lightly. He hadn't seen Rukia for a day, so he wanted to go to Rukia to ask something. XXX. Chado also took the parrot and Ichigo to say goodbye. "Even you are like this." Ichigo was helpless. In the past, Ichigo was left behind as Chado who was on duty, but he would always help him. Chadu pointed to the parrot on his hand and said, "I want to buy some food for it, so I can't clean it with you today." In this way, Luokan and Chadu left the school one after another. Because Luokan was more concerned about parrots, and could not find Rukia for a while, he had to follow Chadu and the parrots to prevent the parrots from doing anything harmful to humans. Luokan thought he was hiding it well, but unfortunately Chadu still found Luokan. "Strange, didn't you help me hide my figure? Why is Chadu still able to see me?" Luokan asked the system his own question. The system replied, "I just turned the host into a soul, and Chadu seems to be able to feel the existence of the soul tilde. It turned out to be like this, then it means that Chadu also has the potential to be a god of death." Luo Chen suddenly had an idea of accepting his younger brother. The system directly denied Luokan's words, and directly said that it was impossible for Chadu to become a god of death. Okay, Luokan shrugged helplessly, then waited for later. Besides, he believed that this thing would definitely come true. Luokan showed his true body in front of Chadu, and Chadu didn't show a very surprised expression. "Do you know that I'm back?" Luo Chen was curious as to why Chadu could be so calm. Chadu said lightly, I felt something following us after I came out of school. Although I couldn't clearly sense the direction, I could feel it. Then you're really amazing, Luo Chen praised without hesitation. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt a phantom power roaming nearby. Uncle, brother, run away quickly. The parrot suddenly became uneasy. And Chadu also felt something, and suddenly ran. Luokan originally wanted to stay and deal with Shu's affairs, but he didn't expect to be dragged by Chadu and run together. Ding tilde congratulations to the host for getting Chadu's favor, and you will be rewarded with a soul pill for completing the task. The system's voice sounded in Luokan's mind. Luokan quickly checked the effect of soul pill. Item name, soul pill. Item function, let ordinary people have the ability to see the soul. Luokan was very speechless. This reward was useless to him at all. Are you all right? Chadu's caring voice came from his ear. Only then did Luo Chen realize that this reward was not for himself at all, but for Chadu beside him. Eat it quickly, and leave the rest to me. Luo Chen put the soul pill in Chadu's hand, and then stood still, ready to fight Shu. Although Chadu didn't know what it was, he still ate it. At this time, Shu also revealed his true body. Chadu was stunned when he saw Shu, and said lightly, this thing has no face. Luokan was speechless for a moment. Shouldn't he be complaining about what this is? And he was actually complaining about Shu without a face. I have a face, I am a high-level virtual, how can you compare me with those low-level virtuals? Shu shouted to Chadu loudly. This was the first time that Luo Chen met Shu who could talk and became interested. He stepped forward and looked left and right at Shu's mask, wanting to see what kind of face was under Shu. I don't know if Luo Chen's strength was too great, or if Shu's mask was so fragile that it shattered. You are the bad guy who killed your mother. The parrot suddenly became excited, but he would not forget his face. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, not knowing what the parrot was talking about. Why did things take a 180-degree turnaround? When Shu saw that he was recognized, he immediately laughed and said proudly, Diaresis, yes, I was a serial murderer during my lifetime, and I especially enjoy this kind of chasing prey after my death. After hearing this, Chadu punched Shu without warning. It is reasonable to say that it is impossible for ordinary people's fists to hit Shu, but there is a mysterious power in Chadu's body, so Shu was sent flying. This person can actually see me. Shu looked at Chadu in confusion. He felt the power of the god of death from Luokan's body, but he didn't feel a different power from Chadu's body, so he thought that Chadu couldn't see it. Luokan shouted loudly at Chadu, Chadu, hurry up and run with him, Shu's goal is Chai Tian. When Chadu heard this, he immediately took Shibatian and ran away. After running 2 steps, he turned his head and said to Luokan, be careful. Luo Chen couldn't help laughing and waved at Chadu. Finished. Run as fast as you can, so that the game will be fun, ha ha ha. Shu laughed wildly, giving Chadu enough time to escape. Suddenly Shu saw that Luo Chen didn't run away and said indifferently, if you don't run again, you won't be able to run away. Really, I don't really like running away. As he said that, a Zanpakuto appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Shu Yi was stunned. The Shinigami he usually sees is dressed in uniform clothes, but Luo Chen actually used his normal clothes to activate the Zanpakuto. It seems that his strength will not be too weak. Come and chase, let's see how you hit me in the air. Shu Fei smiled proudly in the air. As far as he knew, the god of death was powerful, but he couldn't fly, and most Zanpakuto didn't have long-range attacks. Luo Chen smiled lightly, really don't know what this Shu thought of Shen. It's bad luck for you to meet me today. Chapter 782. Luo Chen said and called out the name of the 9 tails, and the Zanpakuto immediately showed 9 tails, which looked like a whip. It turns out that my Zanpakuto used to look so handsome. Luo Chen said excitedly. 9 tails replied proudly, of course, I am the master's strongest strength, and of course I have to have a handsome appearance. Luokan smiled lightly, and it was the Nine Tails who understood her thoughts best. Enough is enough, let's see how I tortured you to death. Shu said, spitting out a lot of little toads in his mouth. Luo Chen just subconsciously wanted to resist, and he waved his 9 tails at random in the air, and the 9 tails immediately left 9 fire phoenixes in the air, directly pressing them into the air. When Toad encountered Fire Phoenix, all of them were killed, and Shu was also frightened by this move, so he hurriedly dodged. Huafeng's speed was much faster than Shu's speed, and he directly cut off Shu's tail, and bit his hand. Wow, what is Juwei's move called? It's really handsome. Luo Chen looked at the Fire Phoenix in the sky, and the stern light shone. Juwei was stunned for a moment, and said to Luokan, "This is a trick you imagined in your mind, Master, so you should name it Falling Dust." Oh, he thought it was because the 9 tails and himself were too tacit, and even released the tricks in his mind. Then call it 9-tailed Phoenix King Slash. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shu Ke was enthralled by Luo Chen's attack. Even if he didn't have arms and a tail, as long as he had a tongue, he could attack Luo Chen. Look at the move, Shu shouted and released his attack again. This time, there are more toads than the last time, and they are also bigger. The important thing is that there are many toad eggs hidden inside. 9-tailed Phoenix King Slash. Luo Chen shouted, and the 9 fire phoenixes flew out towards the toads that filled the sky. Don't get too complacent, the same trick doesn't work for me. Shu suddenly let out a whistle, and then the toad exploded in the air. There was a constant explosion in the air. The 9 fire phoenixes were all blown up, and Shu threw out a lot of toads. The important thing was that there was still a lot of smoke in the air. What should I do? Luo Chen was not particularly familiar with the 9 tails Zanpakuto, so he showed a panicked expression. Seeing Luokan's expression, he laughed smugly and laughed. I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be just a newcomer, ha ha ha. Luo Chen suddenly raised his head and laughed. He threw the 9 tails straight out to reveal his original appearance, and then attacked Shu. With the sound of roar tilde, the 9 tails released a huge energy ball. What is this? Before Shu could see the attack of the 9 tails, he was knocked to the ground by the energy ball of the 9 tails. Luokan said proudly, haha, although I'm a novice death god, my 9-tailed fighting experience is very rich. HMPH, don't be too proud, look at what's over there. Shu pointed behind Luo Chen and said. As soon as Luo Chen turned his head, he saw Chadu and the parrot, and there was a toad lying on the parrot's cage. So despicable. Luo Chen frowned tightly, disdain for Shu's behavior. He laughed proudly, stuck out his tongue and said, hurry up and let me go, or I'll let them bury me together. Are you threatening me? Luokan is the least afraid of threats from others. Those who threatened him before are no longer alive. Shu didn't care at all, he made a sound with his tongue, and the toad on the birdcage immediately showed signs of exploding. Wait, Luo Chen quickly stopped Shu. He floated into the air proudly. He had killed a lot of people, and he knew how to use hostages to threaten others. It's good to know that you're afraid, and quickly let me go. As soon as Shu's voice fell, Luo Chen's attack arrived. I saw Luo Chen's hand pick up the knife, and swiftly cut off the virtual tongue. Let's see how you can control the toad explosion now. The person who can threaten me hasn't been born yet. Luo Chen cremated the empty tongue. Shu suddenly became frightened and moved back in horror, but Luo Chen would not forgive it. Luokan grabbed Shu and threw it in front of Shibata, asking him to apologize to Shibata. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't lie to you, your mother will not come back. Shu told the truth. Shibata was stunned all of a sudden. He insisted on this and got such an answer. He fainted because he couldn't accept it for a while. Shida, how are you, Shibata? Chadu asked in a panic. Luokan's brows furrowed tightly. He originally thought that this Shu just killed Shibata and then drove him into the parrot's body, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. It's abominable. Luo Chen was really angry. He picked up the Zanpakuto and slashed at Shu. Shu's painful cry disappeared. What should I do now? Luo Chen didn't know much about Death God's abilities, so he asked the system for help. A system is just a system, and what it can do is very limited. At this moment, Rukia and Ichigo appeared together. Luokan, Chadu, have you seen Shu? Rukia asked excitedly. Luokan asked back, hey, you actually remember Chadu's name, it's really amazing. Is it the time to discuss this? Ichigo complained with a dark face. Luokan smiled, handed Shibata to Rukia and asked, is there any way to make him return to his human form? Rukia was very puzzled and blinked at the unconscious parrot in front of her. Luokan told everything about what happened, but omitted the matter of defeating Shu. What a nasty guy, where is that Fu? I'm going to knock him down. Ichigo was excited. Rukia said with a look of contempt, you can't even use the power of the god of death to talk about fighting against Shu, it's really useless. Ichigo also began to retort, what do you mean I don't have? You are not by my side, what can I do? Rukia looked at Luokan suspiciously and asked, haven't you given him Yahanwan yet? If you don't talk about it, you will forget about it. So Luo Chen quickly took out the Yoshinomaru and handed it to Rukia to let her hand it over to Ichigo. That's it. In the future, I'll use this to become a god of death when I'm not by your side. At this moment, Shibata woke up and watched the people around her shed tears. Uncle, will I never see my mother again? Shibata asked sadly. Rukia replied softly, go to the soul realm, your mother must be waiting there, following you. Chapter 783. Shibata immediately became happy when she heard that her mother, and hurriedly said goodbye to Chadu. Luo Chen picked up the Zanpakuto and pressed it down at Shibata's soul with the hilt. A flash of light flashed across the parrot's body instantly. Goodbye, uncle. Shibata's figure disappeared into the sky. Chawat looked at the sky with a serious face, and seemed to be worried about Shibata Tilda. In this way, Luokan finished solving Shibata's matter and returned to the room, and Rukia also followed. XXX. Is something wrong? Luokan looked at Rukia suspiciously. Rukia asked solemnly, who are you and why are you here? Luokan didn't know how to explain it, so he had to continue to pretend to be stupid and replied, I'm Ichigo's cousin, is there anything strange? Rukia said excitedly, I have already checked. You are not Ichigo's cousin at all. Kurosaki Ichigo and their surname are Kurosaki, but your surname is Luo. Luokan was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and smiled helplessly. So I'm his cousin, not a real brother. Luo Chen was still very nervous. Rukia didn't know much about the world, so she was more accepting of what Luo Chen said, so she quickly apologized to Luo Chen. Is this persuaded? Luokan smiled wryly. Seeing that it was not too early, he went to bed. The next day Luokan came to school as usual, but Ichigo was late with Rukia. At lunchtime, Rukia took out the Yaikunwan and gave it to Ichigo to eat, while Luokan watched, but he wanted to see what would make him feel uneasy. Ichigo's soul was knocked out of his body without any precaution, and his body actually moved on its own. Finally free, Ichigo's body shouted excitedly. Ichigo was also surprised, pointed to his body and said loudly, well, what's the situation? Why does my body move on its own? Rukia explained, this kind of righteous soul pill can separate your soul from your body, so that you can become a god of death even if I am not by your side. Ichigo looked at his body and blinked, doubting whether this guy could replace him perfectly. At this moment, Rukia's cell phone responded, and Ichigo was pulled to deal with it. Luokan, aren't you going with me? Rukia asked suspiciously. Luokan smiled lightly. He is now more interested in the soul in Ichigo, so he decided not to interfere in this matter. I have other things to do, so I'll leave it to you this time. Luo Chen waved his hand to say goodbye to Ichigo and Rukia. Soul has all of Ichigo's memories, so he wants to get rid of Luokan. Brother Luokan, I'm going to the bathroom, eat slowly. After speaking, Soul was about to leave. Luokan saw through the soul's thoughts at a glance, and said calmly, I just want to go to the bathroom, let's go together. Soul's face showed embarrassment. He knew that Luo Chen's ability was high, and he had to find a way to get rid of him. The two of them took 2 steps on the rooftop towards the door, and Luo Chen suddenly stopped and said, although you should be in Yihu, you shouldn't feel so many feelings, let's just say, what do you have? For what purpose? Seeing that his intentions were discovered, Soul no longer hesitated, and launched an attack directly on Luo Chen. It just so happened that Chadu ran up at this time, and seeing Ichigo made a move against Luo Chen, he rushed up without hesitation. Ichigo, what are you doing? Chadu grabbed Ichigo's hand and asked. Ichigo raised his head and glanced at Chadu, his brows furrowed tightly, and he said disdainfully, get out of the way of the annoying man. Chadu's face sank. It was absolutely impossible for the former Ichigo to say such a thing. Soul forcefully shook off Chadu's arm, then pushed Chadu forcefully, while Chadu stepped back unsteadily under his feet. Luokan immediately stepped forward to support Chadu, and it was at this time that the soul escaped. Ichigo looks a little wrong today, Chawat said with a solemn expression. Luo Chen smiled lightly and explained, Ichigo is just in a bad mood today, don't take it to heart, I'll bring him back immediately to apologize to you. Saying that, Luo Chen chased out. Chadu sat on the ground alone and said solemnly, Ichigo can't jump from upstairs, that's not Ichigo, I know. Regardless of the blink of an eye, the Kung Fu soul disappeared, and screams were also heard from the teaching building on the side. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. You guys are all right. Luo Chen quickly felt the classroom to check the situation. At this time, all the girls in the classroom were hiding behind, and Soul stood on the podium with his hands in his pockets, and kept saying something he liked about these girls. It's so perverted, I'm going to kill you. Long Zegui couldn't see such a guardian, and he punched him when he stepped forward. But Soul's fighting power is not weak, so he quickly grabbed Long Zegui's hand, and then kissed Long Zegui's face while he was in a daze. Wow Tilda, the girls made surprised voices. Soul was very satisfied with his behavior. Looking at Long Zegui's blushing face, he definitely wasn't shy, he was inspired by Ichigo. 0 inches Ichigo, run quickly. Luo Chen shouted loudly. Looking at Long Zegui's appearance, the soul would definitely die if it fell into her hands. In order not to hurt Ichigo's body, Luokan had to let the soul escape. Soul didn't know why he was running away, there were so many lovely girls in front of him. Soul looked at Luo Chen puzzled. Be careful. Luo Chen watched Long Zegui lift a desk and threw it at Soul, who was still looking at him. Bang dang, the desk slapped the soul on the wall. Long Zegui obviously didn't relieve his anger, and continued to raise the desk and throw it at the soul. Luokan quickly stepped forward to block the soul, even if the soul's ability is high, but the body is Ichigo, Ichigo's body can't withstand this level of damage. Orgigi hurry up and stop Long's-kun. Luokan shouted in a panic. Orihime nodded and hugged Long Zegui, and said loudly, don't be angry, Ichigo-san just kissed you on the cheek, not on the mouth. Long Zegui got even more angry when he heard this, his eyes turned red, and a lot of murderous aura emanated from behind him. As the saying goes, it is better to provoke a villain than a woman, and now Long Zegui feels a little scared even Luokan. 36 strategies were the best strategy. So Luo Chen quickly pulled out the soul under the desk, pushed open the door and ran away. There was Long Zegui's angry roar from behind. Orihime tilted her head to look at the direction Ichigo was fleeing, and said lightly, Ichigo today is so strange. Chapter 784. Luokan dragged his soul to a safe place, seeing that no one dared to let go of his soul. Thank you so much, otherwise I'll be dead. Soul felt a little scared when he thought of Long Zegui's appearance now. Luo Chen waved his hand lightly and said, it doesn't matter, as long as you tell me about yourself. Soul immediately put on a fighting look, although he knew that he could not defeat Luokan, but for the sake of his own safety, 220 could only fight hard. Ah! Soul threw a punch. Luokan looked at Soul's slow fist and really didn't want to dodge it, but he didn't expect this punch to be a fake, and the real attack was to sweep the legs. Luo Chen sat on the ground dumbfounded. He was really too careless. This problem must be corrected in the future. Although I thank you very much just now, I'm leaving now. Soul shouted excitedly and left. At this time, Ichigo and Rukia were in contact with each other. Where is my body? Why are there voices harassing me everywhere in the school? Ichigo's roar came from the phone. Luokan is also very helpless. Who would have known that this soul was so lustful? Come here first, I'll tell you the details when you arrive. Ichigo and Rukia soon had a round with Luo Chen, and they saw Luo Chen drawing on the ground alone. Where is my body? What did he do? Ichigo was so angry that he didn't look like Ichigo anymore. Luokan calmly told what the soul had done, but Ichigo's face became worse and worse, and finally broke out. Didn't you say that there would be no accidental problems? Why would he do such a thing? Ichigo put all the fire on Rukia. Rukia shrugged her shoulders and replied calmly, it's not a big deal, where is the soul now? Luo Chen pointed in the direction of the soul's escape and said, a normal soul shouldn't do such an action, right? Is your righteous soul pill expired? After Luo Chen said this, Rukia took out the box containing the soul pill and took a closer look. How is it? Is it expired? Luokan asked lightly. Rukia replied earnestly, no, there is no production date on this one, and the Yiken pill will not expire. You two are still in the mood to discuss this here, hurry up and find my body for me. Ichigo growled loudly. Rukia looked at Ichigo impatiently, not knowing what he was doing in such a hurry. However, Luokan was full of curiosity about this soul, not knowing what anomaly there was in him would make him have an ominous premonition. In this way, Luokan and his party set out on the road to find their soul. After searching for a long time, Luokan sensed the power of his soul, so he ran over quickly, while Rukia and Ichigo were left behind. Hey, stop! Luo Chen immediately stopped him when he saw that Soul was looking at a few students with grim looks. Soul didn't expect Luokan to find himself, and he ran away regardless of the students in front of him. How could Luokan let him run away so easily? 9. Luo Chen looked at the child next to him and immediately closed his mouth. He couldn't use his abilities in front of ordinary people. Seeing the soul running farther and farther, Luo Chen had no choice but to chase with both feet. After chasing for a long time, Luo Chen finally chased after him, and observed that no one around him immediately called out the 9 tails, forming a state of attack from both sides. Ellipsis. Chapter 785. You can't run away, Luokan said calmly. Soul frowned tightly, but he knew the power of Juwei and Luokan, and he really didn't want to confront them head-on. I don't mean anything else. You just need to tell me who you are and what abilities you have. I'm just confirming one thing. What's the matter? Can you guarantee that you won't kill me after confirming that I have transformed the soul? Soul shouted excitedly. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that the other party was a transformed soul. 22 You let's go, I'm sure you'll be back. Luokan made way for the soul to run away. After Soul ran away, Ichigo and Rukia caught up. Where's my body? Why did you let that guy run away again? Ichigo thought Luo Chen's ability was very strong, but he didn't expect to be able to catch even a soul. Luokan said to Rukia seriously, that guy is a modified soul, please explain it to Ichigo. Rukia was stunned when she heard the name of the modified soul, her pupils dilated and her mouth slightly opened, not knowing what to say. Transformed soul, what is that? Ichigo looked at Rukia suspiciously. Rukia said slowly, in order to deal with the void more efficiently, the Soul Society developed a modified soul, but later found that the soul was defective and was stopped. What about the soul that was created before? Ichigo asked suspiciously. It's all been wiped out. Rukia said sadly. Ichigo was shocked, and those who were created inexplicably were killed again. These transformed souls are really pitiful. Then what should I do now? Although Ichigo sympathized with that guy, he couldn't keep his body occupied. Rukia continued. They are all souls that were created to fight with the virtual, so they have superhuman abilities, and ordinary people can't beat them, so we have to retrieve him quickly. I see. Since he made such a big mistake, I won't forgive him. Ichigo looked very firm, and seemed to have his own mind. Luo Chen, on the other hand, was not interested in capturing souls, and said lightly, then you have to work hard, I will go first if I have something else to do. You also come with me, how could my cousin abandon him if he is in trouble? Ichigo grabbed Luo Chen and dragged Luo Chen along with him. Ichigo ran excitedly, saw an intersection and asked which way to go. Over there, Luo Chen sighed. He now knew why Ichigo took him with him. It turned out that Ichigo couldn't feel the position of his body. XXX. After some guidance from Luoken, they finally returned to their original places. Are you fucking me? Why are we back here again? Ichigo shouted loudly. Luoken also guided the way based on the breath of the soul. How could he know why the soul returned to this place? Could it be that there is something here? Rukia's cell phone suddenly rang. Ichigo, there is a virtual presence. It turns out that the kid came back to deal with this matter, that's okay. Luo Chen now has a good impression of this soul. Ichigo looked at Luoken with a bewildered expression, not knowing what he was laughing at, and thought he was stupid. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Begging, 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 begging. Chapter 786. When Ichigo rushed to Shu's location, he saw that the soul was fighting with the virtual, but the fighting power of the soul was really not strong. Did you really make it for battle? Ichigo shouted loudly when he saw his tattered body. Soul arrogantly turned his head away, but in the end he was still caught. Ichigo, be careful, Luo Chen shouted loudly when he saw Shu Zhang's attack on Ichigo. Ichigo faced the soul and raised his Zanpakudo to block Ku's attack, but he guessed that Ku's power was wrong, and his body kept retreating. Shushi screamed proudly, raised his fist high and hit Ichigo again. At the critical moment, Soul rushed out and pushed Ichigo aside, and then got injured. Hey, are you alright? Wake me up quickly. Ichigo shouted loudly when he saw that his body was hit by a huge fist. Soul slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, don't worry, I can't die yet Tilda. Idiot, who cares about you? You have made my body like this, and I haven't settled the bill with you. Ichigo stubbornly refused to admit that he was worried about his soul. Soul smiled bitterly, but in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being killed, but that's the end of it. Your mission has not yet been completed. Luo Chen said and poured a bottle of potion into Soul's mouth. A miracle happened. Ichigo's body not only returned to its original shape, but also became stronger. Soul was surprised by the change in his body. He immediately sat up on the ground and did push-ups, and said proudly, my body has become lighter, and I feel that all my strength has returned. Ichigo looked at Luoken in surprise and asked, what did you drink to my body? Why is there such a thing? Luo Chen smiled lightly and replied, it's nothing, it's just a potion to enhance soul power. This bottle of potion was specially given to him by Urahara Kazuki. Although it has no special effect on him, I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Let's fight, transform your soul. Show off your true power and let us see it. Luoken said passionately. Soul nodded vigorously, half squatting and jumping forcefully in the air was dozens of meters high. It's so tall. Ichigo couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. Shukei didn't give Ichigo time to react. Seeing that the soul disappeared, he immediately launched an attack on Ichigo, hitting Ichigo with a huge fist. Diaresis Ichigo, be careful. Rukia reminded loudly. Ichigo's attention was all on Soul, and only after hearing Rukia's voice did he see Void attacking him, so he hurriedly raised his Zanpakudo to block it. Shu kept pushing Ichigo to retreat back. Seeing that there was no way behind, Ichigo was still retreating. Ah! The soul descended from the sky and kicked the virtual arm off with a huge force, and Ichigo was saved. Well done, that's a bit of a rhetoric. Ichigo looked at the soul with gleaming eyes. Luokan shrugged his shoulders and said, "It seems that I don't need to appear today. You two should do your best. Cousin, you can rest assured and watch from the side. The soul's current state is fully open," and Shangshu quickly ran over to Shen. Naturally, Ichigo didn't want to be left behind, and immediately ran towards Shu with his Zanpakuto. Chapter 787. What are you guys excited about? Rukia complained with squinted eyes and pouted lips. Luokan said lightly, "This is the romance of men, you girls won't understand." Rukia turned her head arrogantly and ignored them. Although Sol has never formally fought, but the consciousness of fighting is revealed in his bones, so it is easy to force Shu to retreat. "Don't run." Ichigo immediately threw the Zanpakuto when he saw that Shu wanted to escape. Although the Zanpakuto was cut to the ground, it wasn't enough to kill him, and Ichigo couldn't fly and could only stand on the rooftop and shout. The soul jumped off the rooftop, jumped directly onto Shu's body, picked up Ichigo's Zanpakuto, and showed a victory gesture to Ichigo. "This time, let me help you solve Ku." After speaking, Sol raised his Zanpakuto high and cut Ku in half. "Can the Zanpakuto still be used by others?" Luo Chen asked, looking at Sol holding Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Rukia replied, "Perhaps Ichigo's body has some soul power left in it, so Ichigo's Zanpakuto can be used only by transforming the soul." "I see." Luo Chen nodded and replied. Shu also finished, and Sol stood in front of Luo Chen and said, "Thank you for letting me complete my mission, now I can go on the road with peace of mind." "Idiot, what's the way to go?" Although Ichigo hadn't thought of a good way yet, but after beheading Shu with the soul, he established a special relationship. But Sol's words turned into a pill before he finished speaking. Luokan was very surprised to see Kazuki Urahara standing behind Ichigo with a cane. "Why are you here?" Urahara Kazuki picked up the Yoshimura in his hand and said, "Of course I'm here to recycle this failed product." What a failure! He fulfilled his mission perfectly. Although Ichigo didn't know who the man opposite was, he felt very uncomfortable with the way he spoke. Luokan took the pill in front of Kazuki Urahara in a flash, and said lightly, "I like this soul. Those who ordered the righteous soul pill can use this to pay for it." Urahara Kazuki was a little surprised, but when he heard that he could save a large amount of Yoshikunmaru, he readily agreed, but there was still Rukia to communicate with. "Miss Rukia, look at." Rukia also said boldly, "I don't need your refund, just give it to Luokan, you can leave. Welcome to the two of you next time." The voice disappeared as soon as Urahara Kazuki fell. "This guy is running really fast, is he worried that we will regret it?" Luo Chen joked lightly. Ichigo had returned to his body, looked at Yaikuwan and asked Luokan, "What are your plans?" Luokan said lightly, "Of course I'll find him a body, but it's not easy." Ichigo said excitedly, "Of course, how could there be dead bodies on the street?" Rukia suddenly picked up the puppet beside him and handed it to Luokan, asking him to try feeding the puppet with pills. "Is this okay?" Luo Chen smiled awkwardly, but still did it. Luokan stuffed the pill into the doll's mouth, and the doll really moved. Chapter 788. The reformed soul found that he could move and immediately provoked Ichigo. It took a long time for him to find out that his body had become so small. Ichigo's face was very ugly now. He pulled his face to look at the modified soul, and without hesitation, he threw the modified soul into the air, and then kicked it. Shu transformed the soul to draw a perfect parabola in the air. The transformation soul excitedly shouted to Ichigo, "Hey, do you want to kill me? It's too dangerous." Ichigo replied indifferently, "Yeah, that's exactly what I'm planning to do." After saying that, Ichigo rushed out, grabbing the modified soul and beating him. Fortunately, the modified soul is now a doll, otherwise the body will definitely fall apart. Rukia shook her head and said, "It's really a child, stop it quickly." Luokan also saw that the transformed soul was almost tortured, so he stepped forward to stop Ichigo. Unexpectedly, Ichigo still had a dark face, and said to Rukia, "Every day I have to take a day off, so let's leave the matter of acting for the god of death for a while tilde." "Hey, how can this be done? The god of death doesn't have a vacation." Rukia would never agree to such a thing. Ichigo continued to walk forward and said indifferently, "Tomorrow our family is going to visit my mother's grave, so don't bother me tomorrow." Rukia was stunned. She wanted to go up and ask how Ichigo's mother passed away, but she gave up when she saw Ichigo's back. Luokan knew about Ichigo's mother, but he didn't want to mention it when he saw Ichigo's sad face. "Why do I feel a strange atmosphere coming towards me?" The transformation soul crossed his arms and said with a heavy face. Luo Chen said lightly from the side, "That's because there is a car in front of you." As soon as Luo Chen's voice fell, the car would press over the body of the modified soul. Fortunately, the modified soul is just a rag doll. If it were flesh and blood, it would be dead. "Hey, can't you see anyone here, driving so fast?" The transformation soul roared loudly at the distant car. Luokan couldn't help laughing when he saw the modified soul, stepped forward and grabbed the modified soul and said, "Okay, it's time for us to go home." The next day, Luo Chen followed Ichigo's family to the cemetery to sweep the grave of Ichigo's mother. "Luokan, you don't have to use it." Yixin was very moved to see Luokan asking for leave just for the sake of truth. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan waved his hand indifferently. He knew all the school knowledge anyway, so there was no need to go to school. Wanderer and Shali were very happy, grabbing Luokan's arms and saying, "Mom will definitely be very happy when she sees brother Luokan." Luokan smiled faintly and continued to walk towards the cemetery. While walking, Rukia suddenly came on the opposite side. "Hey, Ichigo, Luokan." Rukia waved and greeted Ichigo and Luokan. A vague picture suddenly appeared in the wanderer's mind. He stopped and said to Luokan, "Is that girl your classmate?" Ichigo was very surprised to see Rukia, and didn't know what she was doing again, but he clearly said that he would not deal with Death God today. Ichigo took 3 steps and 2 steps, walked directly to Rukia and kidnapped her. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come to me today?" Ichigo looked very excited. 100 million. Chapter 789. Luokan was worried that Ichigo would be too emotional and would have an argument with Rukia and came up. When Luo Chen came over, he saw Rukia looking aggrieved, while Ichigo turned his head away with a dark face. "Don't be sad, Rukia, I apologize to you for Ichigo, I'm sorry." Luo Chen said very sincerely. Rukia shook her head. She wasn't angry with Ichigo, she was just waiting for Ichigo to tell 23 the cause of Kurisaki's death, but she couldn't wait. XXX. Actually, Ichigo's mother was killed by Shu. Luo Chen said heavily. Rukia was stunned for a moment. It was exactly what she thought. No wonder Ichigo hated Ku so much and also resisted the position of the god of death. How could such a thing happen? Rukia was shocked and wanted to know everything so that she could better comfort Ichigo. Luokan sighed and continued. "Originally, I shouldn't have told you, but seeing that you care so much about Ichigo, I don't want you to misunderstand Ichigo." Where could Rukia misunderstand Ichigo? She can understand the sadness of Ichigo. Ichigo was able to see spirits before, but he was still young at that time and couldn't distinguish between spirits and voids correctly, so on the way home, Ichigo saw someone about to jump into a river, and the young Ichigo didn't hesitate. Rushed up. How did Ichigo's mother die? The transformation soul suddenly jumped out of the backpack behind Rukia and asked. Rukia smashed the transformed soul away with one punch. Who asked him to interrupt Luokan's words and distracted him? Ichigo smiled bitterly and continued. Ichigo's mother saw the young Ichigo running towards the river, and naturally she went to save the child, and Shu killed Ichigo's mother like this. When Ichigo woke up, it was then that my mother was found dead. It turned out to be like this. Rukia walked away with a heavy heart. She wanted to think about how to comfort Ichigo. Luokan didn't catch up either, afraid that the wanderers and the others would come back to them because they were worried about themselves. Brother Luokan, are your classmates gone? The wanderer blinked and looked at Luokan. Seeing Ichigo's sad look, Luokan nodded and said deliberately, Rukia came to apologize to Ichigo, but Ichigo doesn't seem to accept it. Now the kid and Shali were interested, and they approached Ichigo and asked him why he didn't accept the apology. Ichigo couldn't deal with his own sister, but he didn't want to answer their questions. He was very irritable and ran to the top of the mountain by himself. Haha, that guy Ichigo seems to be shy of you. Luo Chen touched his chin and said with a smile. When Yoko and Shali heard Luo Chen's words, they naturally thought crooked, thinking that Ichigo liked Rukia but was rejected. Xiaoyihu has finally grown up, and I can finally feel at ease. Yixin suddenly burst out laughing and said, he heard all the conversations of Luokan and the others. Shali was ashamed of Yixin's eavesdropping behavior, so she kicked Yixin aside without hesitation to stop Yixin. Get close to them. Shali also seems to have reached the age of rebellion. Yixin said weakly, lying on the ground. Luokan sighed helplessly. The relationship between this family really has a very delicate feeling. Chapter 790. Luokan and his party came to Gendi's tomb to sincerely offer flowers, but Ichigo left one step ahead. Ichigo. Luokan wanted to step forward to comfort Ichigo so that he wouldn't be too sad. But the wandering child held Luokan, shook his head and said, Brother Luokan doesn't need to, just let Brother Ichigo calm down by himself. He does this every year. Shali also nodded to Luokan. Luokan sighed and touched the heads of the two little guys. I don't know why, but the wandering child suddenly burst into tears. This was so embarrassing that he thought it was because he was too heavy. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Luo Chen quickly apologized to the wanderer. The wanderer cried and said, no, it has nothing to do with Brother Luokan, it's all me. As he talked, the wandering child cried even more, and could not even speak. Shali hugged the wandering child and explained to Luokan. Brother Luokan, don't mind, this is also the old problem of wandering children, every year she would cry. Of course Luokan wouldn't mind. These two little guys lost their mothers so early, how could Luokan blame them? Brother Luokan tilde, the voice of the soul-transforming voice came from afar. With a face on Luokan's face, he said to Yuzi and Shali, you two are waiting for me here, I'll take care of some things. Just as Luo Chen was talking, he suddenly felt a phantom force around him approaching. Ah tilde, Shali suddenly let out a scream. Luo Chen turned his head and looked. An ugly Shui Zheng stepped on Shali with a smug smile. Shali, Luo Chen shouted loudly. Shali can also feel strange things around her recently, but she can't see it. In order to keep Luokan from being implicated, she shouted loudly, Brother Luokan, hurry up and leave us alone. Just as he was talking, the wandering child was also caught in midair, while Shu seemed to be enjoying himself. Damn guy, if you don't let them go, I will definitely make you regret it. Luo Chen shouted angrily, but he did not release the Zanpakudo in front of Yuzi and Shali. Shu was very curious, not enough for Luokan to see himself, but it also added a lot of fun to the game. Ha ha ha, although I prefer to eat women's souls, your souls look more delicious. Luokan looked at Shu angrily, listening to the wanderer's screams in midair, and watching Shali being stepped on. Luokan finally couldn't help it. Nine tails. Luo Chen shouted angrily, and the Zanpakudo immediately appeared in Luo Chen's hand. The wandering child had already fainted in midair, so he didn't see this scene, and Shali's willpower was still stronger. He vaguely saw Luo Chen holding a knife, and then he didn't know anything. Luo Chen was annoyed when he saw that the two younger sisters had lost consciousness. Facing this ugly humility, he had a lot of anger in his heart. It turned out to be the god of death. It's great. I haven't eaten the soul of the god of death for a long time. Let me try it again today. Shu said and rushed towards Luokan. Luo Chen naturally picked up the Zanpakuto to fight against it. After several rounds of fighting, Shu Luo fell into a disadvantage. After seeing Luo Chen's power, he immediately planned to escape. It was at this time that Ichigo and Rukia also appeared with a man wearing a hat. Chapter 791. Where to run? Dukusao blocked Shu's path with his Zanpakuto. Shu didn't expect to encounter so many gods of death all at once, with 2 fists hard to beat with 4 hands, and now he can only find a chance to escape. It's you. Ichigo was surprised when he saw the doll on Ku's head. He remembered this doll very deeply. Shu was stunned for a moment, and quickly thought of something, and suddenly said, I thought of it, you are the child of that year, thank you very much, and gave me your delicious mother to eat. Shu's words deeply stimulated Ichigo, and without a word, Ichigo charged towards Shu with his Zanpakuto. Ichigo, don't be impulsive. Rukia could feel the power of the virtual. Ichigo doesn't care about anything now, he already knows the truth of the year, how can he calm down in the face of the murder of his mother? Shu is not stupid, he just has no way to escape, and now he can run away as long as he catches Ichigo. Ichigo used the doll on his head to stimulate Ichigo constantly, and then he attacked Ichigo with both hands. The angry Ichigo was completely fooled, and he was defeated in less than 2 minutes. Ichigo growled angrily, and now he can't care about the pain in his body. Doli Nan really couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Ichigo, do you dare to act as a deputy death god even with your little power? Bastard, I won't be afraid of you, go die. Ichigo doesn't listen so much now. Luokan looked at Rukia suspiciously, and I asked, who is he, your friend? The man in the hat put on a pose that he thought was handsome, and waited for Rukia to introduce him. Unexpectedly, Rukia tilted his head and said, no, what's your name? The man in the hat was speechless for a moment, and excitedly shouted at Rukia. All right, none of these matters, let's deal with this ugly guy in front of me first. Luokan K knew those who can speak are very difficult to deal with. Dohat Nan cried and said, leave this matter to me, I will solve it immediately and let you remember my name. Speaking of which, the man in the doula dashed out, but what was surprising was that the man in the doula was beaten back by the dummy. Luokan couldn't help but complained, you don't need to be so weak, right? The man in the hat is very arrogant, standing aside without saying a word. The battle between Ku and Ichigo is still going on, it's just that Ichigo is passively beaten. Rukia sees this scene as if she stepped forward to support her. Diaresis don't take any action, leave this guy to me. Ichigo said with certainty, and a firm voice also revealed in his voice. Luokan can understand Ichigo's heart, but it seems that Ichigo can't beat this emptiness at all. Successful. Shu attacked Yuzi and Shali while a few people were talking, and threatened Luo Chen with them as hostages. Ichigo frowned tightly together, he couldn't let Yuzi and Shali fold into this empty hand again. Bastard, hurry up and let Yuzi and Shali go, I'm going to kill you. Ichigo growled angrily. Shukai would not be afraid of such a threat. He now has 2 lives in his hands. As long as he is not happy, the lives of Yuzi and Shali can be ended. Luo Chen suddenly laughed and said to Shu, no one can threaten me yet. Ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 792. Luo Chen raised his Zanpakuto as he spoke, and Shu was also very nervous, trying to use the Wanderer and Shali as shields to block Luo Chen's attack. Ichigo was also very nervous, and loudly stopped Luo Chen not to act rashly. Luokan smiled lightly, threw the Zanpakuto, and shouted calmly, 9 tails. The Zanpakuto in the air instantly turned into the appearance of the 9 tails, and with a swipe, he rescued Yuzi and Xiaoli from Ku's hand, and at the same time bit Ku's arm. It's so fast, Doli Nan said in surprise. He didn't even see what was going on, only to hear Shu shouting suddenly. Rukia was also surprised by Luo Chen's strength. She had never seen a Zanpakuto like this before. Is the Nine Tails the name of your Zanpakuto? Rukia asked suspiciously. Luokan smiled and nodded, and asked Juwei to take the Wanderer and Xiaoli to a safe place. And me. The transformed soul suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man in the hat said excitedly, "It's you, don't run, I'll recycle you." When reshaping soul saw that Dokasano was holding a Zanpakuto and was about to slash himself, he hurried to Kyuubi's back, and Kusama immediately yelled at Dokasano. The power of the soul emanating from the Nine Tails is no less than that of Luo Chen, so the man in the bucket hat shivered and stepped aside to observe the situation. "Kyuwei, you can take it with you too," Luokan said helplessly. After all, he spent 100,000 yuan to buy the modified soul. It would be a waste of his money to be killed so easily. Ninetails carried the wandering child, Xiaoli and the transformation soul ran away quickly, and now only Luokan, Ichigo, Douglas, Rukia and Shu were left. "There's nothing to threaten you now, Ichigo, go for it." Luokan supported Ichigo to avenge his mother very much. But Rukia was very worried about whether Ichigo would be able to beat the virtual. Although it's still too early, he will always grow up, this time let him go and do it. Luo Chen grabbed Rukia and said, so that she couldn't help but come forward to help. Rukia looked at Ichigo worriedly. After fighting for such a long time, Ichigo suffered a lot of damage, but Shu found out that Ichigo had no strength at all, not to mention Douglas. Now Shu is thinking about how to eat these gods of death. The gods of death are all idiots, and everyone will be deceived by their appearance. They deserve to be eaten by me. The puppet on his head attacked Ichigo in the void. Now that Ichigo knew the true face of the doll, he would not be merciful at all, so he raised his Zanpakuto high and cut it down without hesitation. Fortunately, Shu escaped quickly, otherwise the doll would be cut off. By the way, I suddenly thought of a good way to let you meet someone. Shu suddenly showed a weird smile. I saw that the doll suddenly turned into the appearance of Kurosaki Maya. He stretched out his hands and said to Ichigo, "No, Ichigo, don't cut me." Naturally, Ichigo couldn't do anything with his mother's face, even if he knew it was just an illusion. "Ichigo, quickly destroy it, that's an illusion," Rukia shouted loudly. Ichigo was still standing in the same place, but at this moment, Dokasa Man rushed out with his Zanpakuto, hitting the doll with a slash. Ah! The doll on the virtual head fell down and returned to its original appearance. XXX. Shu looked viciously at the man with a hat, and slapped him angrily. The power of this palm was quite strong. The man in the hat flew more than 10 meters away, and Luo Chen hurriedly stepped forward to check his condition. Ellipsis. Chapter 793. Ah! The doll on the virtual head fell down and returned to its original appearance. Shu looked viciously at the man with a hat, and slapped him angrily. The power of this palm was quite strong. The man in the hat flew more than 10 meters away, and Luo Chen hurriedly stepped forward to check his condition. "Is he okay?" Rukia asked indifferently, "Although I don't know what this guy is here for, but he also helped Ichigo." Luokan looked down and said helplessly, "He fell asleep." Now Rukia is speechless, and Shu is even more angry. He is about to launch his ultimate move. I saw Shu projecting the appearance of Ichigo's mother, and then raised his hand to launch a sneak attack on Ichigo while Ichigo hesitated. "Dangerous!" Rukia shouted loudly. Seeing that Shu's fist was about to hit Ichigo, at this critical moment, the projection actually emitted light, and he opened his hands to block Ichigo. "I won't let you hurt Ichigo." Mirage actually spoke by herself. Ichigo felt his mother's breath at that moment, looked at the phantom in front of him excitedly, and couldn't help shouting, "Mom!" The virtual fist broke the phantom, and it was precisely because of the phantom's protection that the virtual fist missed a bit. "What's going on?" Rukia asked suspiciously. As far as she knew, it was impossible for a phantom to have its own consciousness, and it was impossible to protect anyone. Seeing this scene, Luokan was no longer calm, and excitedly shouted to Ichigo, "That's your mother's little consciousness in the virtual body, kill it quickly, don't let your mother's efforts be in vain." Ichigo reacted immediately. His mother protected him again, how could he fail his mother again and again? Ah! Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto aloft and slashed towards Shu. The moment Shu was cut in half, Kurosaki Mako appeared again. She smiled at Ichigo and said softly, "It's great to be able to see Ichigo again." After speaking, Kurosaki Madi disappeared, and Ichigo cried out in pain. Luokan was also very sad to see this scene, and once again recognized the greatness of mother's love. I don't know how long Ichigo has been crying, let alone when Doli Nan disappeared. Anyway, everything is so inexplicable. Yixin finally climbed to the top of the mountain and was very puzzled to see Ichigo crying over there. It was the first time he saw Ichigo crying over the years. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Hey, silly boy, you can't stand it anymore. Come and cry in the arms of your dear father. Yixin opened his arms and rushed over to Aikihu. Unexpectedly, Ichigo stood up suddenly, kicked Yixin with a kick, and said with disdain on his face, "Who needs a strange guy like you, stay away from me." Really, Dad is still the same. It seems that this point cannot be changed. Shali supported the wandering child and walked out. Luokan saw the transformed soul hiding and gave him an okay gesture. Isn't this also good? Luokan laughed when he saw that it was raining and the sky was clear. Ichigo might grow into a stronger man after going through today's events. Yixin saw the two daughters and said, "Yuzi and Shali must be jealous. Dad will come to care for you right away." Shali still gave Yixin a kick as always, and drove Yixin with disdain. Everything was the same as usual, except that Shali had one more thing on her mind. She didn't forget the way Luo Chen was holding the Zanpakuto. 100 million. Chapter 794. Luokan and Ichigo came to the classroom as usual, but today is indeed a special day. Because today's grades are going to be released, it is related to whether the summer vacation can be spent well. Luokan, Ichigo and others came to the ranking list to check the results. Wow, Luokan is really amazing, the second place in the whole grade. Renjong is handsome, he is good at learning, and he is also versatile in sports. He is really a genius. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. 27 Luokan was originally very satisfied with his situation, but he was very curious when he heard that he was the second place. In order to make a good impression in front of everyone, he asked the system for the answer, but he did not expect to pass the test. A second. Ishida Yulong. Luokan read the name on the list. This person is also the same name as Luokan, which means Ishida Yulong also got full marks in the test, tied for first place with Luokan. Orahime's voice came from the side, pointed to the list and said, "Ichigo, it's amazing that you got 23 in the exam." Ichigo's best friend looked at Ichigo unwillingly, and asked excitedly, "Why are you on the list? Shouldn't you be the last in the exam?" Ichigo said disdainfully, "Who wants to be the last in the test? I'm just reading when I'm bored at home." Luokan can prove this point. He went to Luokan's room many times to discuss some things, but found that Ichigo was studying seriously, which made Luokan very surprised, but also very gratified. Ichigo seemed surprised that someone could tie for the first place with Luokan, so he recited the name of Ishida Yuryu silently. It just so happened that Orihime heard those words. "Do you want to see Ishida Yuryu?" Orihime asked innocently, blinking her eyes. Ichigo really wanted to gradually become this Ishida Yuryu. For some reason, he always had an ominous premonition. "How did you know Yuryu Ishida, Orihime?" Ichigo asked curiously. Orihime smiled and said, because we are both members of the sewing team. Although we are not familiar with each other, we still know each other. I didn't expect our classmate Orihime to make friends so widely, so let's take us to meet this new classmate. Luo Chen suddenly said to Orihime. Ichigo was frightened by Luokan's sudden words. After a jump, he reprimanded loudly, "Why did you suddenly appear?" Luo Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, "Didn't we come together?" This is an embarrassment for Shimogo. He forgot about Luokan just now, and thought it was him and his best friend who came to see the results together. Luokan didn't blame Ichigo either. He also knew Ichigo's character, so he asked Orihime to take the two of them to meet Ryu Ishida. Orihime brought Luokan and Ichigo to Ishida Yulong's class, but they didn't enter openly, but hid at the door and quietly watched Ishida Yulong's actions. I saw a girl walking to Ishida Yulong with a broken doll and asking him to help repair it. Yulong Ishida readily agreed, and immediately took out a box of needles and thread from his backpack, and repaired the doll with lightning speed. It's so fast. Luo Chen was impressed by the speed of Ishida Yulong's repairs. But Ichigo was very disdainful. He didn't have a good impression of such a good needleman. Let's go, hurry back to class. Ichigo had no interest in Ishida Ryu at all, and urged Luokan and Orihime to return to the classroom. Chapter 795. Ichigo was the first to turn his head towards the classroom, and when Luokan turned around, he found that Ishida Yulong glanced in his direction. It turned out to be like this. Luokan asked the system to call up Ishida Yulong's detailed information, but I didn't expect that Ishida Yulong was actually a Quincy. This is interesting. The one-day course ended soon. Luokan and Ichigo walked to the door and were stopped by Ishida Yulong. What do you want to do? Ichigo didn't have a good impression of Ryu Ishida, and he couldn't help twitching his fists when he looked so weak. Ishida Yulong pushed his eyes and said calmly, "You are the god of death, right?" Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and excitedly asked Yulong Ishida, "How did you know that I am the god of death, and who are you?" Luokan calmed down Ichigo and said to Ishida Yulong, "You are the Quincy, but I didn't expect the kid who escaped back then to be in the same school with us now." Ishida Yulong snorted coldly, feeling very disdain for Luokan's words. "Are you also a god of death?" Ishida Yulong closed his eyes and felt it. Although he felt the breath of a god of death emanating from Luo Chen's body, he felt something was wrong. Luokan shrugged his shoulders and replied, "You can say the same, but I have the ability to destroy a quince." Ishida Yulong was stunned when he heard Luokan's words. No wonder he felt that Luokan always had a familiar feeling. So that's what happened. Why do you have the abilities of both the god of death and the Quincy at the same time? Did you kill the Quincy? Ishida Yulong asked excitedly, thinking of the scene where the teacher was killed before. Luokan naturally shook his head. His ability was given to him by the system, and how could he kill people for the sake of power? This is too cruel. Impossible. It must be you who killed the Quincy. It must be like this. Although Ishida Yulong was usually calm, he couldn't keep his calm when it came to the Quincy. Ichigo was very annoyed by Ishida Yulong's performance, and shouted loudly, "What on earth are you trying to do today? I'm here to accompany you if you want to fight." Ishida Yulong dismissed Ichigo's provocation, pushed his glasses indifferently, and glanced at Ichigo. "You gods of death will only use force to solve problems. That's what I hate most about you." Ichigo was already angry. He was only angry with Ishida Yulong now, and his iron fist of anger was raised high. "Don't get excited." Luo Chen quickly grabbed Ichigo, for fear that he would hit Ishida Yulong. At this moment, Rukia ran over and told Ichigo Yukuru appeared. "You gods of death are just watching how perfect I am to destroy Shu," Ishida Yulong said and left. Rukia was stunned when she heard the name of Quincy, and she couldn't say a word as she watched Yulong Ishida go away. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Tell me the direction quickly." Ichigo shook Rukia. But Rukia didn't respond, and she still didn't recover from the matter of the Quincy. Luokan sighed, it seems that this matter has become very troublesome again, and there are always problems in the Soul Society. Now their lives are going to become lively. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 796. Seeing that Rukia didn't respond, Ichigo asked Luokan to take care of her. While Ichigo was chasing Ishida Yulong to destroy Shu, he couldn't let Ishida Yulong be so arrogant. Luokan originally wanted to catch up, but seeing that Rukia's condition was really bad, she could only stay helpless. After a while, Rukia finally returned to normal, and shouted excitedly, "You must protect him, and you must not let the god of death find out his whereabouts." Luokan said softly, "Rukia, calm down first. Don't worry, can you tell me the detailed story?" Rukia's face was very ugly, and she slowly told the truth of the matter. A long time ago, there were many powerful people like Ishida Yulong in the human world. These people could see the void and at the same time have the ability to destroy the void, which was a great help to the god of death. It's just that Quincy's thoughts are very different from those of the god of death. Quincy thinks that emptiness is very abhorrent. Dare to hurt their family members. This kind of behavior makes the Quincy unforgivable, so the Quincy masters advocate the complete elimination of the virtual. With the reduction of souls and the destruction of the balance of the world, the Soul Society decided to eliminate the Quincy family, so as to save the world. After a series of actions by the god of death, the quintessentialists in the world were finally wiped out, but there were only occasional omissions. Although the system gave Luokan this piece of history, Luokan saw that the length of the text head instantly became bigger, and it was instantly clear after hearing Rukia say this. "I see, that means Ishida Yulong hates death now tilde." Rukia nodded. She was also very sorry for this matter, but she had no choice. "Leave this matter to me, I will solve it perfectly, Rukia, don't worry," Luo Chen said and went after Ichigo. Rukia felt an indescribable sense of security when she looked at the figure of Luokan's disappearance. Luokan quickly found Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu. At this time, the two of them were fighting to eliminate Shu. Luokan was very puzzled. This time, there were such an amazing number of phantoms, which was really surprising. XXX. 10. Ishida Yulong shot out an arrow to destroy Shu, and then indifferently stated the number of them. Not wanting to be left behind, Ichigo swung the Zanpakuto to split the surrounding virtual in half. The phantom that was destroyed by the two also had different appearances. The phantom soul cut by Ichigo was guided to the soul realm, while the phantom who was hit by Ishida Yulong disappeared completely. Diaresis, the two of you hurry up and stop, why is there so much emptiness here? Luo Chen asked loudly. Ishida Yulong saw that Luo Chen also had half the ability of a Quincy master and told him that he really thought. It turned out that this is the ability of the Quincy master family, they can release a lot of soul power to attract Shu. Falling Chen activated the system's detection ability, and as expected, Ishida Yulong was exuding a lot of soul power, but maintaining such a state with Zhao would consume a lot of energy on the body. Is there a way to stop them? Luo Chen asked the system urgently. The system is naturally responsive, releasing a mysterious power that directly seals Ishida Yulong's ability. Ishida Yulong originally wanted to draw the bow, but failed because of the loss of his ability. At this time, there was an attack on Ishida Yulong. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 797. Ichigo raised the Zanpakuto and cut Ku in front of Ishida Yuryu in half. Ishida Yulong looked at his hands in surprise, not understanding why his abilities suddenly disappeared. Luokan stepped forward and said to Ishida Yulong, "Don't use your abilities like this anymore, your body will be damaged." Ishida Yulong immediately understood that this was Luokan's ghost, and excitedly shouted at Luokan, "You don't need to worry about it. If you don't understand what happened, don't meddle in your own business." After all, Luokan is also Ichigo's cousin. Ichigo can't see that others are disrespectful to Luokan. So Ichigo grabbed Yulong Ishida's collar and threatened. I won this game. Don't appear in front of us again in the future, or I will cut you. Ishida Yulong was very unwilling. He knocked off Ichigo's hand, straightened his clothes and returned to a calm look, pushed on his glasses and said indifferently, this competition is because of his interruption, I will come again. Yours. Don't bother Ichigo, just tell me anything. We can be companions and deal with Shu together. Luokan said. Ishida Yulong saw that Luokan had the ability of a Quincy, so he didn't care about him, and he didn't care about Luokan as a companion. Ishida Yulong left without saying a word, and there were no more virtual gatherings around. Ichigo, be careful, although Ishida Yulong is not like a sinister villain, but also be careful. Luokan said worriedly. He was afraid that Ishida Yulong would attack Ichigo because of his resentment against death. Ichigo didn't seem to care. He waved his Zanpakuto and said, as long as he dares to come, I will beat him to the ground. Seeing Ichigo's appearance, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh, and said lightly, if there was no one around you at that time, how would you become a god of death? Now the next guardian couldn't say anything. He waved his hand impatiently and yelled at Luokan, you're so stubborn, there will be a way when the time comes. Luo Chen smiled even more happily, looked at Ichigo with interest and said, would you like me to teach you some self-defense techniques, which is also very powerful for Quincy? Ichigo glanced at Luokan and said disdainfully, just you. You can tell me if you beat me. It's a joke. Luokan has studied physical arts for many years, and now he can also attach the nine-tailed chakra to his fist, so that the attack on the enemy will be even greater. Then let's try it out. Luo Chen wanted to let Ichigo know how powerful he was this time, and he dared to underestimate him. Speaking of which, Luo Chen launched an attack on Ichigo, and Ichigo's hands were very sensitive, so the fight for so many years was not in vain. You are serious. Ichigo and Luokan kept a certain distance, but Luokan didn't expect that Luokan would suddenly attack him. Luo Chen smiled lightly, and rushed out with his fist raised. Ichigo no longer showed mercy, and raised his fist to fight. Dang! The fists of the two of them were evenly beaten together. However, this is not all Luo Chen's strength. If he used all his strength, Ichigo would probably be able to go to outer space now. 2 times, I'm going to work harder. Luo Chen said and increased his strength. He wanted to test how strong Ichigo's ability was. Ichigo felt Luokan's power, but he didn't expect such a thin body to be so powerful. It was a surprise. Chapter 798. Do you only have this power? You can't fight against Ishida Yulong like this. Luokan said easily. Ichigo frowned and shouted, don't be too arrogant. Ichigo suddenly burst out with strength. The strength in his hand gradually increased, and he was able to resist the power of falling dust for a while. Not bad. I'm here today. I already know your strength. Luo Chen smiled and stopped. After all, his identity in this world is Ichigo's cousin. If Ichigo gets injured, oh no. Ichigo didn't want to stop his hand, and continued to raise his fist to attack Luokan. What? Seeing that the fist was about to hit Luo Chen, it was too late. Luo Chen slightly turned sideways to avoid Ichigo's attack, raised his hand and hit the back of Ichigo's head, and Ichigo just lay on the ground. Okay, the competition is over, you lose. Luo Chen said lightly. In Luokan's eyes, Ichigo's speed is really too slow, and every action has loopholes. Even his own 9 tails can easily defeat him. At this time, Rukia also rushed over, seeing Ichigo lying on the ground and asked curiously, what are you doing lying on the ground? Ichigo didn't want to admit that he lost, and shouted to Rukia angrily, don't meddle with your own business, get out of the way. Rukia was naturally unhappy at being yelled at by Ichigo for no reason. She silently raised her fist to hit Ichigo on the head, and shouted loudly, you idiot, don't yell at others casually. Ichigo was naturally upset when he lost to Luokan, and got into a quarrel with Rukia in excitement. Luo Chen didn't stop him either, just said lightly, it's almost 7 o'clock. Ichigo and Rukia stopped arguing instantly, and ran desperately towards home. Because Ichigo's house has a rule, that is, you must be home for dinner before 7 o'clock. Even though Ichigo is usually very indifferent, in fact, I really like the time when the whole family eats together. Rukia is happy because she can eat food. She looks forward to the food from the Ichigo family very much every day. Luokan and his party returned home on time for dinner. After dinner, Ichigo rarely wanted to go out for a walk, while Luokan was discussing some things with Rukia in Ichigo's room. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt the power of Ishida Yulong, and immediately stood up and walked outside. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. What are you going to do? Rukia asked hurriedly, thinking that she was quite dependent on Luokan, and felt that there was nothing that Luokan couldn't solve. Luo Chen smiled lightly, and let Rukia feel at ease. Luokan found Yulong Ishida and Ichigo not far from Ichigo's house. The two of them were talking, but the atmosphere was not bad. This is my spiritual power. Ichigo was very surprised when he looked at the red spiritual power belt beside him. Luokan stepped forward and said, "So you don't know about this, didn't Rukia tell you?" Ichigo shook his head. He and Rukia didn't come up that much either. Every time the two of them communicated, they would definitely have a big fight, and then parted ways. Ah, it looks like I'm going to make up for the God of Death's ability for you in the future. Luo Chen said lightly. Ishida Yulong coughed, wanting to remind Luokan and Ichigo not to ignore someone next to them. Student Ishida Yulong, what's the matter with you this time? If you want to fight, I will also accompany you. Luokan couldn't let Ishida Yulong mess around, so he said threatening words. 100 million. Chapter 799. Ishida Yulong would not do such useless things, and said to Ichigo, I am here this time to decide the outcome. As a quencher, I will not forget my responsibility. Luokan raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, then how do you want to compete? Ishida Yulong continued, Of course, it's a competition to see who has the most kills. The more kills can prove whose ability is stronger. Luo Chen frowned as he saw Urchi holding Ishida Yulong, and asked worriedly, Do you want to release your power to attract Shu? Ishida Yulong had already gone back to reflect on what happened in the afternoon. He couldn't let Luokan disturb his duel with Ichigo again, so he had already found a way. Ichigo is just a proxy for death. If you want revenge, come at me. Luokan said firmly, he would not see Ichigo in danger. However, Ishida Yulong disagreed. The reason was that Luokan could use the ability of a Quincy, and he also felt a powerful ability from Luokan. Even if he lost to Luokan, he would not admit that he lost to death. You're just a proxy death god. Ishida Yulong frowned and looked at Ichigo. He wanted to find the real death god to fight a duel, so as to prove his strength. Seeing Yulong Ishida's gaze, Ichigo said angrily, Even if I'm the deputy god of death, I can beat you down, don't worry. Ishida Yuryu was also irritated by Ichigo's attitude and revealed the time and place of the match. Forget it, let Ishida Yulong be willful this time. Luokan shook his head helplessly. The two young men with strong vigor couldn't stop their desire to fight. Even if they stopped them now, they would secretly compete without telling themselves, so it's better to let them know the situation. Then let me be the referee for you, how about that? Luokan asked Yulong Ishida for his opinion. Ishida Yulong also has no opinion. After all, Luokan has the power of Death God and Quincy, so he should not be partial in this matter. Then it's settled, see you tomorrow. Luo Chen smiled and said goodbye to Ichigo. Ichigo glanced at Ishida Yulong's back with disdain, left angrily, and said to Luokan, Didn't you always object to me playing against him? Luokan smiled lightly and replied, I know what you are thinking. After all, I came from your age. Ichigo glanced at Luokan and hated his elder's style very much. Just like this, Luo Chen and Ichigo returned home. However, In order to give Ichigo high strength, Luo Chen found Rukia to give him special training. Hey, the handle is too high, why are you so stupid? Rukia gave Ichigo a very strict special training. But Ichigo couldn't bear such strictness, thinking that Rukia was taking the opportunity to take revenge, and the two quarreled again. It's enough for the two of you. Luo Chen sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say about the two of them, and they would quarrel every time they met. Ichigo and Rukia quarreled all night, and Ichigo didn't get any mention of his abilities. No, it should be said that in addition to the ability to fight, there is no improvement in any ability. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 800. Although the results have come out, Luokan and a few people still have to go to school for a few days. It is just for the sake of the students. Hey Ichigo, the super famous Cannon Temple is coming to our place. Would you like to go together at night? Goki Asano came to invite Ichigo to participate in the event early in the morning. Ichigo has been doing special training for the competition recently. How can he have time to go to see any Guanyin Temple, and he doesn't even know who Guanyin Temple is? No, Ichigo replied indifferently. Asa 22 was stunned immediately, and excitedly said to Ichigo, how can someone who is bending not go to the show? Then you can treat me as a zombie. Ichigo replied indifferently. Asano-san was immediately lost, lowered his head and said, it's rare that Rukia-san has already agreed, you are such a disappointment. Rukia suddenly came out to say hello to Ichigo, while Luokan looked at them silently. Ah ha ha. Asano suddenly made a signature move of Cannon Temple, and Rukia said very shyly, oh, people can't do this kind of move. Ichigo's face darkened instantly, he really couldn't understand why Rukia did this. Ichigo, let's go with everyone, I believe it will be very interesting. Luokan stepped forward and said. Seeing Luo Chen being so savvy, Asano raised his eyebrows and said to Ichigo, look, your cousin agreed, and now you are the only one left to leave the team. Ichigo glanced at Luokan, and said disdainfully, just get out of here. After Ichigo left, Luokan sighed helplessly and explained to the others, Ichigo is just a little shy, we'll see you tonight. Asano nodded immediately, but he trusted Luokan very much. After the day's class was over, Luokan and Ichigo returned home, while Yuzi and Xiaoli were watching the performance at Guanyin Temple. When the wanderer saw that Ichigo and Luokan were back, he even imitated the actions of Guanyin Temple. Ah ha ha. XXX. Ichigo frowned and looked at the wandering child. He didn't expect that even the family members were poisoned by Guanyin Temple. Luokan is cooperating with the wanderer to imitate the actions of Guanyin Temple. Brother Luokan knows us better. Xiaoli said regretfully after seeing the difference between Ichigo and Luokan. Ichigo said angrily, isn't it just an action, I can do it too. Ahaha tilde. After seeing Ichigo's actions, Yoko and Xiaoli had an indescribable sense of fear, and took a step back one after another. Luo Chen also silently took a step back. What? Ichigo was very displeased when he saw the reactions of Luokan and the others. Luokan quickly changed the subject and said to the wanderer and Xiaoli, let's go to see the performance of Guanyin Temple at night. Yuzi and Xiaoli immediately became excited when they heard it, hugged Luokan happily, and said loudly, brother Luokan is the best. Ichigo frowned and looked at Luo Chen and the wandering child, and Sha felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts when they were together, but she was actually jealous. This is what your brother Ichigo proposed, you should thank him. Luo Chen said lightly. The wandering child immediately ran to Ichigo, took Ichigo's hand, blinked his big eyes and asked, brother Ichigo, do you really want to take us to see the performance of Guanyin Temple? Ellipsis dot.